Lloyd picked up the shovel. Putting it on his shoulder, he said that if this asshole survives, he will serve him for a year. If not, then when they return home, he will dress like Xavier. How could he do something like that? What did his comrade agree to? Just so the hero would not go there. But Lloyd smiled widely, asking if their agreement was still in force. Then he raised the shovel above his head. 3 fireballs pierced the roof after using 3 consecutive explosions. Lloyd knelt down, holding out his hand. Meanwhile, part of the demon formed again. A bright light came from the palm of the hero's hand when he used the supercharge. He held his hand with the other as the energy came out. Xavier watched what was happening, seeing how the hero absorbed the Prince of Hell's mana. The demon began to be sucked in. Dissolving, he called the hero a fool. He would never be able to withstand the absorption of his mana power. Lloyd spat blood again. The core glowed brightly. He was surprised. Did it really not work? There was too much of it and it was too powerful. Gritting his teeth, he still understood that this was the only solution. Let's see who wins in the end. Bright rays came from the demon to the palm. The enemy asked if the hero felt the taste of defeat. Lloyd was bleeding through his teeth. Xavier touched his back. The girl also put her hand. Together they tried to help the hero. The core glowed brighter. Opening her mouth wide, the girl used the blessing of life. A green glow emanated from her hand. Smiling widely, Lloyd said that victory was theirs. The demon began to dissolve. There was almost nothing left of him. Lloyd absorbed almost all of his mana. Then he clenched his fist. The remains of the glow spread throughout the room. His eye glowed with demonic mana, but the hero said that the banishment was complete. The girl removed her hand. Lloyd fell to the floor. Xavier calmly put his sword back in its sheath, telling the girl not to worry so much. This is his typical victory ceremony that he always arranges, but she asked how he can say this because he is his protector. No matter how many times this has happened, he should always worry about him. Lloyd lay unconscious. His comrade said that he was worried, but the girl was indignant, saying that it was not noticeable on him and let her help the hero get up. Lloyd continued to lie. New messages notified that he defeated the captain of the first corps of Hell, Xorcius. The King of Hell is impressed by such an amazing battle. The King of Hell wants him as his servant. The moon illuminated the castle. The man sat chained up. He had been arrested and sent to the royal prison since they had already caught 2 minions of black magic, and the queen would deal with the rest. Lloyd sat with his head resting on his hand. A much more important problem was that the construction could not continue. He looked away sadly, thinking that because of this magical barrier, all the workers had lost their strength. Then he grabbed his hair, thinking that if he had known this would happen, he would have made sure that a workforce was sent from their county. Then he turned his head away, thinking that although he shouldn't say that, he needed to find a way out of the situation and earn money. After lying unconscious for a couple of days, he came to his senses and realized that he had acquired a couple of valuable skills. Later, the hero, sitting on the bed, saw new messages that since he had absorbed part of Xorcius's power, his mana heart skill dominance over the undead had been updated to a special level. Looking closely at the notification, the hero said that all the restrictions and requirements for managing the undead were really removed. Smiling slyly and rubbing his face, the hero thought that if he had the dead, he would also have free labor. The blue window noted that this was an incredibly damn jackpot. Lloyd saw a new message in front of him about receiving a new compliment. The new title is a demon-possessed terrifying singer and asked, where is this a compliment? Isn't this sarcasm? Through the window, you can see how he lowered his head thinking about where he can get the dead. Create them. Is it that easy? Maybe everything is very good in words, but in reality it's complete crap. Something useful would not hurt here. Looking at his eye in the mirror, he said that something cool is needed. Then he noted that he has the power of hell. Wow, what a huge eye, this is so damn cool. But he turned around when he heard a knock on the door and asked who it was. He opened the door asking why the knocker was silent. In front of him stood several headless dead men. Looking out, he saw that there were many more of them. He looked at them in confusion, asking who they were. Something was moving above the dead man's chest. His head began to form. Lloyd covered his face with his hand in disgust, saying that it was disgusting to look at. The dead man asked for forgiveness. He picked up a sign that said that they were ghosts who had lost their bodies due to hellish witchcraft. Another one said that they had been wandering around the area since they felt a power capable of giving them physical form, which is why they were here. Then the hero activated his demonic gaze, asking if this was the case, to which the dead man replied that yes, that's right. Thanks to him, they were able to find a new body. Thank him. He held the sign again, saying that now after meeting him, he feels. The other one said that he was the one who calmed their vengeful souls. Removing his hand from his face, Lloyd looked in surprise. Several skulls lay on the ground. The hero folded his hands in prayer. He bowed his head over the graves. The dead man held a sign that said that they had no memories of their past life and no purpose. Another one said that if they had dispersed throughout the world, they would have simply been banished. The dead man knelt. Sitting on his knee, the dead man showed a sign asking to take them in and give them the opportunity to repay for their help. Lloyd looked at him saying that there would be a lot of work. They needed to be paid money, but he received the answer that the spirits did not care about them. He also looked and asked if they needed to be fed, but he answered that they had no digestive system. Then the hero, without looking away, asked where they would live, to which he replied that a 10 cubic meter coffin would do. The hero sighed quietly. Then he smiled broadly and said, "Well, okay, now they are part of the county workforce, or rather the skeleton squad." They thanked the hero. Lloyd raised his hand in satisfaction, thinking that now everything is in his hands. The free workforce he always dreamed of. Xavier stood behind. He saw the happy undead, and only looked at them sleepily. Then he sat down on the chair again, thinking that he was no longer interested in what the hero was doing. The dead were hauling logs. The efficiency of the skeleton squad truly cannot be described in words. They never get tired, do not sleep, and do not eat. Lloyd smiled contentedly looking at this. And they do not even need a salary. This is the best part. Seeing one of the workers, the man lost consciousness. Although Count Namoran, who had managed to regain his strength, fainted when he saw them at the construction site. Lloyd showed him a glowing eye, saying that these are the spirits of labor. He is a brilliant spellcaster. You see his eye, right? When he opens his eye wide. The Count noted that genius spellcasters were rare and he had never heard of a shining eye before. Then our hero opened his eyes wider, asking why Lady Siluria could be a magic spellcaster and he could not. Why could sparks come from Lady Siluria's eyes and he could not? The man and the soldiers just looked at him in surprise. Without changing his face, the Count only asked for forgiveness. A lie is good as long as no one suffers from it, Lloyd thought. The Blue Window noted that this sounded like a rather dangerous thought, but the hero replied that he did not care because it was well said, so it was. Snow covered the earthen mountain. Winter came, snow began to fall and ready-made anchors were delivered to them. The Namoran soil stabilization project entered its final stage. The last step remained. Someone's hand rose to the sky. Xavier looked at the falling snow. He remembered the touch of a woman's hand, how they stood next to each other after he touched her. But he turned around when he heard someone calling. In front of him he saw a green-eyed girl. Standing up, he bowed and said that the construction was going smoothly. If she needed a detailed report, then talk to Mr. Lloyd, but Shuri replied that that was not the case. She came to him. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise, asking what she needed. Then the girl awkwardly looked away, remembering his method of using mana. One day, the power of her magic stopped growing, and he could calmly control his mana. She thought that if she mastered his method, her magic would grow. Xavier, a little sad, lowered his eyes, saying that he would teach everything he knew himself. Then the girl looked at him with delight. The girl clenched her hands in gloves. Lloyd, who was watching the work, turned around. He saw Shiruya talking to his comrade. The hero continued to watch. He imagined Xavier crying while holding her in his arms. He thought about what he said about them taking revenge because you killed a monster. The hero remembered his comrade in the rain and the words that someone asked for help. Bastard with damned mana. After that, Xavier walked through the desert. Xavier, you are destined to be alone. You will fight alone again and again until you get tired and die. Then the guy fell to his knees. Do not let anyone settle in your heart, because it is your heart that will lead them to death. This great power was given to you along with such a fate. Now Xavier closed his eyes with a smile. The hero looked at him with a smile. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the castle. Dozens of concrete crosses were dug into the ground. Their construction was completed, and if the supports are checked from time to time, then there will be no problems in the future. The dead were unloading the cart, and the fee for the work turned out to be several times higher than what was agreed upon. Lloyd bowed to the Count, saying that he expresses his gratitude to him from the bottom of his heart. He replied that he had nothing to thank him for, and that was not all. So people, let's give their virtue a proper send-off. The people raised their hands in jubilation, wishing the hero long life. He simply scratched his nose. Trying to hide his delight, Lloyd thought that he had earned a lot of money. Now he really could only eat and have fun. Smiling, the Count told the hero that he would like to make him one more offer for the last time. How about becoming his son-in-law and inheriting Namoran? But bowing, Lloyd thought, no thanks. He is already the king of his land. But he told the man to forgive him for refusing him again, but he is the heir to the Frontera family. And Namoran already has a beautiful heiress. Shiruya looked at the hero with a smile when he said that she was the one who would soon become a great sorceress on the entire continent. Bowing again, Lloyd said that it was time for them to go. The Count thanked him again, saying that he would not forget his help. Leaving, Xavier looked at his back. The girl waved her hand at him. Lloyd turned to his comrade. Looking at him calmly, he told him to stay. You will have a higher salary and you will be able to succeed in life. But Xavier confusedly twirled his finger near his head, asking, has he gone crazy after absorbing too much dark mana? Although he was a fool from the very beginning. Looking at the hero, the guy replied that he was a knight of the Frontera family, until the end of his life, until his last breath. Then the hero looked arrogantly and clarified, "What if this is an order?" Lowering his head, Xavier said that he does not plan on it and he will have to execute him. The hero only looked tiredly at his comrade, thinking that he does not plan on it and he will have to execute him. But still, he sighed with relief. The two guys headed to their caravan. Snow completely covered the roads. Someone asked, "Is Lloyd really coming back?" The hero's parents ran out into the street. They saw their son with dozens of spirits behind him. He pointed at one of the dead, saying that these guys are known as labor spirits. He summoned them with his summoning magic, but his father said that everything was fine. He wasn't surprised at all that he brought someone, but he frowned seeing Xavier. He was standing in a woman's dress. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, thinking that he agreed to this bet when he was out of his mind. Lloyd was surrounded by a bright aura as he said that if this asshole survives, then he will serve him for a year. If not, then when they return home you will dress like Xavier. How do you like that? Arcus came closer to the man. He hugged him, saying that it must have been so hard for him to hide for so many years. But Xavier closed his eyes, saying that it was not quite like that. But Arcus patted him on the back, saying that it was fine. There is nothing wrong with that. You are just a little different. Xavier opened his mouth wide and still shouted that everything is not as he thinks. Lloyd laughed until he cried. He is so happy. Afterwards, the hero hugged his parents, thinking that he had managed to return home with a calm soul. The spirits unloaded chests and a bunch of armies of cats stuffed with money that would allow him to lead an idle life for the rest of his days. He was happy with his family, and he smiled broadly at the thought that now he might not have to work at all. But he turned around, hearing someone's voice announcing a royal decree. A red carpet was spread out behind him. A man with a scroll in his hands announced that Lloyd needed to join a special mission that would go to Ifahan. The hero put his hands in front of him in fear. Rolling up the scroll, the herald said that we must go immediately, after which they put a hat on him. Two knights grabbed him. They dragged him through the snow while Lloyd screamed that this could not be. The crew moved along a forest road. Lloyd leaned down. Xavier, who was sitting next to him, turned to him. He put his hand on the crying hero's head and told him to stop crying. He was already too scary, but he asked how he could not cry. The people sitting opposite him watched this. A man with long blonde hair sat with his arms folded. The head of the delegation, Count Ventura. He asked why he was so sad. He had just received an honorable mission from the queen. The hero, wiping away his tears, replied that it was such a great honor for him that he could not stop crying. But he himself was thinking about why the hell he needed to go there. Why did she send him there? He wanted to go home. His queen, he hated her. Ventura was very unhappy. The queen stopped writing and wondered why she decided to choose Lloyd as an ambassador. Bowing, the man replied that it was so. Even though she knew what contribution he had made to eliminating the consequences of the monster attack, he was not sure that he would make a good diplomat. Perhaps she lacked the wisdom to understand this. Resting her head on her hand, the girl knocked on the table. But she sat up straight again when the man asked what. But why did she choose him then? But Alicia replied that she hadn't even thought about it. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl said that she could only guarantee him one thing. The very moment he received the order to become an ambassador, he would start whining and making scenes. And all because his dream of living a carefree life somewhere on the outskirts of the kingdom would be destroyed. She imagined the knights fighting the demon, saying that the reports she had received about the incident in Namaran said that the knights of Namara had defeated Prince Lloyd himself and his knight had simply gathered the necessary information and passed it on to them. She rested her head on her hand again and noted that this was complete nonsense. Even if the ritual had not been completed, a simple knight would not have been able to defeat such a creature. She was sure that Lloyd and his knight had dealt with it alone. And apparently they had asked Count Namaran to keep their intervention a secret. Ventura was confused when he heard that Count Namaran must have written it that way because he could not have done otherwise. That's the kind of person Lloyd is. He is not interested in success or fame. He just wants to eat and enjoy life. Looking away, the queen also said that, and that's why she was sure that he would return to them with the results. It would not be difficult for him to hold a grudge. He is a materialist, a very petty person. She imagined Lloyd with a crazy smile showing the okay gesture. The man frowned, thinking about whether he couldn't understand whether she was praising him or insulting him. Dipping her pen in ink, the girl said that even if he looked like he was about to die, she would leave him alone. In the end, having weighed all the pros and cons, it would get through to him. He would understand that Samarkand has what he wants. Meanwhile, the hero continued to cry, crossing his arms. Ventura looked angry, thinking about how he now didn't look like someone who understood everything. I just couldn't bring myself to show him even a drop of sympathy. What kind of materialist is this who only craves money and doesn't appreciate honor at all? The convoy was approaching the city. The man knelt down, greeting the Sultan and expressing his respect. The delegation from Magentano would soon arrive at the palace. The man with the gray beard ordered to make sure that they received the reception they deserved. After that, a grin appeared on his face. The bright sun illuminated the dome. Someone's voice said that there must have been some kind of mistake here. Ventura took his hand aside, saying that they were the official ambassadors of Magentano, and they say that they should live in such conditions. In his opinion, is it normal to show such disrespect to diplomats? But the man with the black beard looked down at him, saying that there was no mistake. They were just following the orders of the almighty Samarkand. Then, unable to hold back, Ventura opened his mouth wide, shouting that then they would immediately go to meet with Samarkand. Bring them to him. The hero was still crying while sitting at the table. The man replied that he was currently busy with other important matters, and an audience would not work, to which Ventura asked how long they would be ordered to wait in such terrible conditions. Still calmly, the man with the dark beard replied that it was at least 6 months. Ventura could not contain his anger and frowned, trying to understand what kind of nonsense this was. Then the interlocutor held out a gold pendant. It sparkled brightly, and the man said that if they were not satisfied with the decor here, use the patissier to find more comfortable conditions. As long as they have the patissier in Asfahan, they will be blessed by the mercy of the mighty Samarkand. Then Ventura gritted his teeth and asked, is he now presenting the ambassadors of Magentano as some kind of beggars? The man bowed his hand, saying that it seemed there was a misunderstanding. The pendant fell from his hand and began to fall. It made a loud sound as it hit the floor when he said that it was a great honor to receive the patissier as a gift. Ventura was incredibly outraged. The interlocutor wished him a pleasant stay. There was a loud sound of someone hitting the table and swearing. The red-haired man was incredibly outraged, saying that they had gone too far in insulting their kingdom. They had almost openly declared war on them. The man standing next to him asked, had they almost openly declared war on them? Ventura ordered to send a letter to the kingdom and asked to send here a large delegation. It is necessary to let other countries know about what is happening so that later it would be possible to put pressure on them. He put his hand to his head hearing that the interlocutor, but he lost sight of the young gentleman and replied to forget about him. Now something else is much more important. Ventura opened his eye hearing the question where the pendant lying on the floor disappeared. The moon illuminated the night city. The girl carried a basket asking someone to buy a torch. They light up very easily. A passing man pushed her telling her to get out of the way. Hiding behind the wall of the house, the girl was sad because again she could not sell anything. She does not know where to sleep today. A man approached her asking if she had nowhere to sleep. Lloyd looked friendly telling her to go with him. There were many bright lights on the palm trees and around. The girl looked at the hero in fear saying that this is the most expensive hotel in the capital. She can't let some random guy pay for her night here. But Lloyd replied that the child was missing something. He turned around and smiled broadly, saying that this hotel was his. He had just bought it. The girl looked at the hero in confusion as he pointed to the papers, saying that this was a property transfer agreement. Sign it and move in, and asked him who he was. He showed his glowing pendant, saying that he was the one who had been blessed by the power of Samarkand himself. Later, he walked into the restaurant, showing it and saying to feed everyone the most expensive food here. I'll pay for everything. People were shocked, saying that this was Patishir, who could buy everything. A bright light fell on the generous hero, who said that people should call their families, all their neighbors relatives. There won't be a single hungry mouth left in this city today. He looked at the patishir in his hand, saying that they have the blessing of the mighty Samarkand. After that he stood at the carpet seller asking him this is the most expensive silk in the city, to which he received the answer no, this is the most expensive silk in the whole world. Lloyd pointed to the fabrics behind the seller asking to pack them. He looked again at the pendant in his hand as he did in the restaurant asking to give him as much as possible. After he came to the pier and the captain asked if he wanted to rent a regular sailing ship. But the hero looked again at the bright pendant saying that he wanted to buy it. He raised it above his head saying that he was buying all the perfume and spices that were on the market. Fill all 6 of his ships to capacity. After shopping, Lloyd waved to the departing saying that they would pass through Cremo and go to Frontera. Behind him a multitude of merchants gathered offering their goods. The hero asked them to stand in line. Raising the pendant, the hero said that let the grace of Samarkand not pass anyone by. But several guards rushed towards him trying to catch him. Later, swords were put to their necks. Samarkand, sitting on the throne, asked if this was the guy. Frowning, the Sultan said that this was the man who had squandered the palace's annual budget. Sitting on his knees, the hero introduced himself as Lloyd. Raising his head, the hero with a sly smile expressed his respect for the great and powerful Samarkand. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The same Lloyd who had stopped the wave of monsters. Looking at the guy on his knees, the Sultan understood what his goal was. He had done this in order to meet him. Samarkand looked at the hero silently. Veins were visible on his face. He looked at Lloyd and was calm, thinking about what he had to avoid. Imagining everything on fire, he understood that the estate could become a battlefield. The Sultan frowned, thinking that if a war broke out, they would be the first to face them. Watching the blade at Lloyd's neck, the man thought about destroying Frontera. Even with a fully mobilized army, their victory could not be guaranteed. The sun fell on his thick beard. He thought that including unpredictable bursts of power, it is difficult to predict what other operations he is preparing. Maybe he should kill him right away. The Sultan looked sternly at the hero. He saw Xavier nearby and decided that no, right now there is a time bomb in the palace. Even if he can defeat the Sword Master, the capital can turn into ashes. At that moment, the hero smiled. He mentally suggested that the Sultan think carefully. An ominous smile appeared on his face. In his head he reasoned that, instead of wagging his tongue, there is another option. Then Samarkand frowned deeply, indignant at how dare he threaten him. The man pressed his lips together. The hero looked at the floor. Then the Sultan sighed. Gritting his teeth, he ordered to let him go. The hero grinned, thinking that this was his first victory. Lloyd and Xavier folded their hands on the floor. The Sultan asked if he liked it, and the hero clarified what they were talking about. Then the man asked about the Padishir. Did he like to use it for his own pleasure? The hero arched his back and raised his hands above his head. He fell again before the man in his honor, saying that he really liked him so much. The Sultan tensed up a lot, thinking that he was embarrassed because he could feel his sincerity. The hero lay face down on the floor, thinking that he was sincerely grateful to him. He remembered the president handing him a card with the words to use it to pamper himself, and then the hero thought, what else should he do with it if not use it? Imagining himself in gold, he only thought that there is nothing better than luxury. There is nothing better than money. If you can't buy happiness with money, then you just don't have enough money. Frowning and clenching his teeth, the Sultan asked if he was afraid that Magentano would suspect him. He agreed to lead the national mission and even bowed in gratitude. Wasn't he afraid at all? Still facing the floor, the hero answered no. This greatly angered Samarkand. He thought, how dare he be so arrogant? Answering without even thinking. Without changing his body position, the hero said that the kingdom of Magentano gives him money, and because they pay him a little more than His Highness the Sultan. The veins on the man's face appeared again when he answered that this meant that if he gave him more money, he would betray his queen. Lying on the floor, the hero answered that it was so. Then the man quickly moved his eyes, thinking that the interlocutor was crazy. The hero lying on the floor still said that however the Sultan, if he serves the Sultan only because he was tempted by money, I am afraid that the Sultan may question his loyalty. The man only stared at him. Xavier raised his head hearing laughter. The Sultan lowered his head thinking about how dare this bastard fool him. Samarkand. Still smiling, he said that he would listen to the hero, thinking about how he definitely needed such a person. Only raising his eyes, the hero perceived this as a second victory. Continuing to be on the floor, he asked, does the great Sultan Samarkand really want war? Then the man put his head on his hand and asked what if so. Looking at the floor, the hero said that perhaps he wants to shut up the overseas enemies who managed to gain strength due to the drought. Samarkand looked at the guy in surprise. Still on the floor, the hero said that if so, then he will stop the drought, and promises that he will allow him, the Sultan, to speak with the delegation of Magentano. The Sultan even raised his head hearing this. He put his hands on his knees and ordered to continue. Then Lloyd raised the scroll saying about the third victory. Later Lloyd and Xavier were sitting at the table. The hero asked him if he had seen the Sultan's face when he signed the contract. He even broke out in a sweat, to which he replied that it was an unprecedented amount. He would go down in history as the first one who managed to fool the Sultan. Then the hero made an innocent face, asking what does it mean to fool? It is much cheaper than war. The territories of Yesfahan are suffering greatly due to drought, and Samarkand is almost not solving this problem. He remembered the people at the palace deciding that the people rebelled. Looking away, he thought about the order of events in this world is very different from the novel. If the war unfolds before the rebellion, then it will be a big omission. It would be best to block the possible threat now. The moon illuminated the dome of the palace. The Sultan was standing at the window. He turned around at someone's voice. A shadow hid the girl's face. The man addressed her as his daughter and said that he would have a task for her. She stood behind him when the man said that tomorrow a man named Lloyd would go to Kandahar. She would accompany him. He frowned, telling her to conquer him at any cost. The girl put her hand on her belt. Then she closed her eyes, answering that she would carry out the order. The bright sun rose over the city. Sarazad led a camel, saying that her name was Sarazad and that she would accompany them. She was at his mercy. But the hero pointed to Xavier, saying that he already had an escort. Then the girl looked into his eyes, saying that she was at his mercy. Then the hero looked at her with displeasure, saying that she was stubborn. Will she follow him? He looked up, remembering her name. Princess of Azfekan. What did the princess forget at the construction site? Looking away, the girl remembered something. She raised her hand above her head. Then she took an attractive pose, once again saying that she was at his mercy. Lloyd was very surprised, but he looked closely at her stern look, thinking about what her eyes say, as if she wants to break it. What is she doing? Suddenly the hero opened his eyes wide in understanding. Looking at the girl, the hero thought that this was a message to win his love. Does Sarazad like him? No way. He imagined a man with something bright in his hands. After the Sultan folded his hands as a sign of love and with the words for the hero to become his son-in-law. Blue water flowed through the canal. Kana can help solve the problem of drought. It is somewhat similar to the culvert used in the kingdom of Fursia. The scorching rays of the sun warmed the sand. The water flowed underground, but evaporated before it could reach the city. That is why they need to build a tunnel deep underground. At night, people led their caravan. In the desert, which is located a few kilometers from the city, there is a source of clean water that comes from the eternal snows, and it is this that they use. The stars were shining brightly above the houses. Kandahar is the main city of Kandaran. Lloyd fell onto the bed, happy that he could finally rest. With a satisfied smile, he had only one thought, that he wanted to rest today. Looking away, he thought of something. Sarazad was trying to attract him again by standing in a pose that irritated him greatly. He saw her gaze again, thinking that he had a feeling that she would cut him in half and then take out all his guts and entrails. The hero simply sat down on the bed. Looking tiredly at the girl, he suggested that they just talk. First, stand up normally. The girl put her hands on the sword when the hero asked why he felt like she was ready to rip his head off, and replied that this was a natural pose. Then the guy suggested that they find a compromise. The girl frowned, but the hero was thinking that Sarazad was the youngest of the 4 princesses of the desert. Samarkand cherished her more than others, and she is an excellent swordsman since she had already reached the level of a sword expert at a young age. He imagined the other princesses, thinking about how the desert princesses are hidden from prying eyes and no one outside the palace knows what they look like. He must pretend not to know who she is and ruin her seduction plan no matter what. Looking at her with tired eyes, he asked if she didn't need to sleep at night. But the girl replied that the Sultan had ordered her to guard him. She should stay nearby at night and during the day. Then Lloyd, calmly looking at his interlocutor, replied that he didn't need additional security at night and during the day. Sarazad only looked at him questioningly. He turned his gaze to Xavier, asking the girl, "Do you see that guy standing there glaring at him?" As he had already said, he is his guard. The fair-haired guy put his hands behind his back. The hero also said that he was a sword master, the highest level. Lowering his head down, the hero said that therefore there are no 10 such ladies as Sarazad. He looked at his interlocutor with a stupid smile and said that he is better than 50 like you. In general, he does not need you. That's what he wanted to tell her. Hearing this, the girl clenched her teeth. Then she pulled out her sword. Lloyd pretended to be scared, saying that she got angry and took the sword out of its sheath. He was so scared that he was shaking all over. He offered her his neck, saying, "Okay, come here, chop. Chop quickly, right here, and then you will tell Samarkand that she chopped off the head of the man she was supposed to guard." Lloyd pursed his lip, watching as the hero continued saying that, and Samarkand would answer her that she was a pest who could not even become a sword master. Holding his neck, the hero laughed, saying how wonderful it was not to complete the task for someone who could not even become a sword master. And as a reward, she would bring his head on a peak, and on his head would be written, "I cannot become a sword master, and I can't become one even if he lives 50 more lives." But in response he received a punch in the face. Sarazad continued to strike. The hero shouted that she was beating the one she was supposed to protect and asked his comrade to help him. But his comrade only laughed and pointed his finger. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she said that he was the worst, a dirty bastard. After which she left, slamming the door. With a battered face, the hero still said that the plan had worked. Xavier approached the hero, surprised that he wanted the beautiful lady to beat him up. What taste he has. But the hero said that beating was not part of his plans. Why didn't he protect him? Bowing, Xavier replied that I apologize, but he deserved it and he didn't know. But Lloyd was indignant. What kind of expression is that on his face? Does he really repent? Or is he just putting on a comedy? Xavier stood in front of the hero, saying that he guessed that Mrs. Sarazad was trying to seduce him. But why provoke her so much? The hero replied that, firstly, he hated the heat and cold. He saw nothing worse than staying here because of her connections with Asfahan. Then, folding his arms across his chest, he said that therefore he had to force her to completely abandon her plan. Sarazad trained outside. The hero also said that if she had such skills, she was just a simple swordsman. Instead of seducing a man, shouldn't she do something more useful? The swing of her sword left a mark. The bright sun illuminated the street. The girl asked with a serious look, instead of seducing a man, shouldn't she do something more useful? Turning around, the hero replied that they were preparing for construction. Mobility is the key, and if they were to drag around such a klutz as she, they would fall far behind. Putting the shovel on his shoulder, the hero heard from his interlocutor that she would not get underfoot, so she was going with them, and replied that everything was not as easy as she thought. He again pointed at her with a grin, saying that she was not a sword master. Sarazad clenched her teeth, about to hit him. Then the hero put his out, saying that to reduce the size of the stable, strong heat was needed and to fix everything on the spot. Sarazad looked at him in confusion, wondering what kind of magic this was. Lloyd's eye glowed and he continued to talk about how, replacing concrete, they would need a heavier option for construction, and then they would make an iron lining. And to be sure that the concrete would not crumble, the lining should be 20 or 30 millimeters wide. The girl's eyes closed. She realized that this was a sleeping spell, but she couldn't sleep now. With his mouth wide open, the hero continued to say Renor, the required voltage is needed, Zooks, but it would be better if it was Zooks. So Sarazad lay down on the floor. The hero noted that this was the most ideal option for those with Swordmaster syndrome. Turning around, the hero told Xavier to take her, but he also fell asleep. Later, the two of them walked down the street. People looked at them with distrust. Looking around, Xavier noted that these were not the most pleasant looks, to which the hero replied that yes, they were city dwellers and did not think at all about the outskirts that were dying. They just lived and enjoyed life in the capital. Frowning, the hero also said that this was not just a huge project. They needed the interaction of local residents, but now it would be pointless. Then he smiled broadly, saying that it was too easy to gain their trust. Raising his head, he loudly called the guys. The animals on his shoulder exclaimed loudly. The pets on the other shoulder did the same. The first two jumped off his shoulder and the hero ordered Xavier, Pipadong, and Belle to go to the city center and build a receiving station. Then he flew up into the sky riding a bird, ordering the other two to follow him to the Eternal Snow Zone, 40 kilometers to the north. Later they flew up to the snowy mountains. Hippo jumped to the ground. His cheeks swelled when he used absorption. At sunset, the bird tried to fly with Hippo. Below, they were already waiting with a built well. Hippo opened his mouth, thereby opening a waterfall. Water filled the well. People with tears in their eyes watched what was happening. They turned around when they heard someone's footsteps. With a wide smile, the hero asked if they were happy now. Against the background of the red moon, the hero pointed to himself saying that he did this, be grateful, and thought that they should tell everyone. Lloyd spread his arms wide and said that the man who brought them water from the distant mountains was him. Then he opened his mouth wide and said his name. But people started throwing stones at him, demanding that he stop being proud. Will you exploit them for a sip of water? But the guy with a crazy smile just dodged, saying that they now have so much energy, and all thanks to him. They will never forget past grievances so easily. Then he walked with a shovel on his shoulder. His gaze was attracted by a passerby. The man looked exhausted. There are even such stubborn people who did not touch the water at all. However, he will continue to suck up to them step by step. The next day, people again saw water in the well, surprised, and will this be every day? The hero behind their backs again shouted that this is so. He will fill the reservoir with water and will not miss a day, until all men, women, children, and old people are on his side. And this time he dodged the stones. I'll bombard them with advertising and brainwash them thoroughly. The moon illuminated the roofs of the houses. A family with a child were sitting at the table. The daughter was happily surprised. Wow, just think she can drink as much water as she wants. It was like a dream. But they were horrified when they looked out the window. Lloyd was spying on them in the street. He pointed his finger and said about water. Then he pointed at himself and said his name. The family was very scared. This is water from Lloyd. During the day, he approached a man pointing at himself. He did the same in front of someone who was washing himself. The woman looked at the water in the well with surprise. Lloyd was reflected there, pointing at himself. Already during the day, he passed by the man. Coming closer, he looked up. The same man already looked better. Taking off his hat, it was clear that he had been drinking. Lloyd tried to hold back a smile. In response, the man also pressed his lip. Later, the hero stood on a tent shouting about water. People repeated the gesture of pointing at themselves and saying his name. He exclaimed again. People repeated the gesture and the name. Raising his head, he demanded to speak louder. Xavier watched this tiredly and asked what he used collective hypnosis, but the guy replied that it was called long-term and diverse marketing. Turning to his comrade, Lloyd showed to connect that water is good, water is him. So Lloyd is a good person. Then he pointed at Xavier, saying headache, toothache, or menstrual pain. The blue window noted that this is all true. This is captivating. The men silently looked at each other. Lloyd turned away, saying only that it was something like that. The blue window asked, but why? He said only for him. Lego, smiling, the hero noted that in any case, since the first stage is complete. Sitting down at the table, the hero will ask everyone in line. He is recruiting workers for the construction site. The man opposite spread his hands, asking if there will be food, to which the hero replied that you cannot worry about it. He showed his glowing pendant, saying that the cuisine of different peoples of the world comes from here. The sun illuminated the dome. Report to the almighty Samarkand. Report on Padishir's expenses. Everything that Lloyd managed to buy on the way to Kandahar. Samarkand held a long list in his hands. He blushed and clenched his teeth, mentally cursing. Meanwhile, the hero flew on a bird. Using his green gaze, the hero thought about what was expected, that he did not see anything. So the water is deeper than 5 meters, right? He looked away thinking, what is the point of hiring locals if it takes too long to dig a canal? Imagining the passages underground, he realized that he needed the tunnels of the rebel organization. 100 years ago, to avoid persecution, devout people used these places as shelters. These tunnels were dug for many years and are now used by the rebels. Flying over the desert, the hero came to the conclusion that there is only one way to find the entrance to these tunnels. The moon illuminated the walls of the house. Sarazed put her blade in front of her, demanding to let her pass. Xavier closed the door with himself, answering that today the young master wished to be left alone. Then she said that some force was planning a rebellion. Bowing his head, the hero heard that it was dangerous for him to be alone. Looking away, Xavier agreed with this. Two people climbed through the window when the comrade said that, but the young master said that he would be fine, so he would be fine. Frowning, the girl noted that he was a guard who relied on chance. An unexpected force could hit Mr. Lloyd. He opened his mouth slightly, saying no. The light from the candle fell on his face. Xavier said that the young master had never made a mistake. At that moment, the hero disappeared from the room. The girl raised her blade, saying that he was too adamant. Suddenly, she began to move quickly. A bright mark remained from her sword when she said that she would pass by force. Lloyd calmly blocked this attack, saying that she had great talent, no one could dodge such a blow. Then Sarazed moved the weapon aside. She attacked again, not without success. Calmly blocking the attacks, Xavier told her not to forcefully increase her mana. After all, people can only accept a certain amount of mana. The girl continued to attack when the guy told her to quickly swing the mana particles. The energy that is generated from the vibration of the particles will make her a master of the sword. But she replied that she does not intend to learn anything from him. Then, looking at her, Xavier said that the young master asked to try to make her a master of the sword. Sarazed looked at him questioningly. The brazier illuminated the entrance to the house. Several people were standing over the tied-up Lloyd. One of them asked, "Is he the one who came from the capital?" "Right. And what does he intend to do in their city?" But the guy got a bag in his mouth. The men watched what was happening. Then they began to remove it. One of the kidnappers looked closely at Lloyd. The hero looked at him sternly. He, folding his arms, thought that this was strange. Looking at the sinister smile, he noted that, but why did he feel like they were kidnapped? Sitting tied up, the hero told them that if they wanted to know why he was here. Then, smiling, he raised his head, adding that first he should tell in detail the circumstances that brought him here. He moved his hands behind his back, noting that, but his hands were in such an awkward position right now. Could they please untie them? The man replied that the guy should not do anything stupid. Still smiling, he told them that they were all elite warriors who dared to rebel against Samarkand. An incompetent like him would immediately have his head torn off if he dared to twitch. The man frowned and said that he seemed to have already found out that they were rebels. Did he know that they were coming? Lloyd tried to look friendly, answering that well, since the guy who carries out orders from Samarkand himself caused a little commotion. Then he looked into the eyes of the kidnapper. Looking at the dark-haired man, he thought about how he also knew that he, Therms, would die trying to start a rebellion, and that his death would cause all the regions of Asfahan to rise up en masse. The man silently looked at the hero. He only smiled naively. Therms turned to one of his comrades, ordering him to untie his hands, to which the man was surprised and said that the guy was from the capital. But the leader replied that they could just kill him if he moved. Then the man began to remove the rope. When the hero said that they were so kind, I think they will be blessed. At that moment, Therms looked at Lloyd, thinking that even though he worked for Samarkand, he owed him a favor. It wouldn't hurt to show him a little kindness. He remembered sitting in front of the child's bed. The girl looked exhausted and apologized for her weakness. Therms, crying, told her to forgive him. Then he thought that he shouldn't have shared the water they had worked so hard to get. Someone shouted that they had water. The man turned around in confusion, hearing that water had appeared in the city reservoir. A huge beast was delivering water. The girl drank a whole bowl of water. She looked at the dishes with tears. Meanwhile, the rope fell to the floor. Lloyd was rubbing his hands when the kidnapper reminded him that if he moved, he would be finished. The hero only smiled maliciously. The men rushed to attack, seeing his strange appearance. Lloyd calmly raised his hand. Everyone froze in confusion. Looking at the raised hand, the hero said that 2 years and 6 months ago, the family in charge of the Frontier estate, a small territory on the eastern borders of the kingdom of Magentano, was on the verge of collapse due to an enormous debt. Therms looked at his hand in confusion, hearing that it felt like the sky would fall and the earth would split in two. There was no hope left. There was only impenetrable darkness before his eyes. However, he clenched his fist, talking about the floor heating system and about the battle in the mines. The men tried to understand something when the guy continued to talk about his adventures. In an impulse, the hero stretched his hand forward, talking about that, and then he turns around, and in front of him is this fucking huge lobster. Therms jumped back in fear. Then the hero waved his hands, saying that then Xavier began to fight with a pickaxe on swords. The kidnappers sat on the floor, listening to Kyle's sword plunge into Xavier's shoulder, and then exclaimed, hearing that the sword master in him had awakened. Suddenly Therms realized Getting up from the floor, he said that they had gone too far from the topic, but the hero replied that now the most interesting part began. The comrades looked at the leader, noting that they were sitting well, but he reminded them that they were idiots. They were rebels who were risking their lives. They did not have time to listen to stories. Lloyd pulled his hands away, continuing that a swarm of locusts the size of a dog filled the sky. He sharply waved his hands in front of him. His kidnappers raised their hands in shock. The moon illuminated the walls of the house as the hero told that it was at this moment that he, Captain Frontera, appeared. Dawn appeared in the mountains. The hero and Therms were flying on a bird. The man was shocked, asking where he was flying. The hero asked if he wasn't going to meet the queen with him, to which he replied, how did they even come to this? He doesn't remember anything like that. Then the guy raised his hand again, saying it seems like we'll have to start all over again. 2 years ago, but Therms demanded that they stop. Then the guy smiled at his interlocutor, saying in conclusion, he needs the rebels' underground tunnels if he wants to bring in water. If he hands over these passages for use, the kingdom of Magentano will provide shelter and protection. The man lowered his head when the hero asked if he remembered, and he answered yes. Then the guy smiled, asking him to trust him. He will achieve protection for all the rebels and their families. The bright sun illuminated the red roof. The man sat, surrounded by magical signs. Sweat poured down his face when he said that they were black magicians. The queen stood opposite, listening to the fact that the man was Lord Targa. After that, he coughed up his blood. Waving her hand, the girl said enough. Enough for today, and thought about finding this lord. The man in the suit bowed his head, saying that Lloyd had requested an audience with her. She only looked at him questioningly, thinking about what he was doing here when he should be in Isfahan. The sun's rays fell on the columns. The hero and his companion bowed to the queen. Alicia put her head on her hand, saying that she would sign the document for Therms, his comrades and their families, and grant them asylum in the kingdom. Putting his hand on his chest, the hero thanked her for her generosity, the man thinking about how easily she agreed. He looked at Lloyd, thinking about how he personally met the queen and received her approval. Who the hell is this man? The queen smiled, saying that he uses methods that exceed imagination, but she is pleased because he carries out orders, making maximum effort. Raising his head, the boy said that he did not deserve such praise, even a little ominously, but the queen said that competent people are always devoted to their work. Lloyd frowned, hearing this. Alicia continued to sit, saying that there was progress in the interrogations with Canavero. Soon there will be work for him. Be ready to start acting at the right time. Lowering his eyebrows, the hero said that it would be a great honor for him, but the queen noted that his face said otherwise, but the hero replied that he was simply tired from a tiring flight. Leaning slightly, Alicia asked, did you want to see her so much? These words made the hero frown even more. The queen went up the steps, saying that he was not at all a pathetic and selfish person who would pretend to be ignorant. Even when she misses him, the hero was nervous, looking at her. She smiled warmly, but the hero thought that the biggest obstacle to his plan for a carefree and satisfying life would be the queen. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Xavier leaned on the door. He silently looked at the floor. The girl looked tired. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then she jumped up again, saying that she was awake and could begin. Xavier again reflected her attacks. He tiredly looked down, wondering how long this would last. The girl pulled the blade back, and it began to shine brightly. Xavier looked at it in surprise. Then she hit the guy's blade with it. Her swing left a bright mark. Xavier frowned, thinking that she was still unstable, but was about to become a master of the sword. So the girl rushed to attack. Opening the door, the hero hit Xavier with it, saying that he was back. The blade of the blade pierced near Xavier's head and came out the other side near Lloyd's head. The ensuing wave tore his clothes off. He stood silently, arms outstretched. The hero peeked out slightly when Xavier shouted that this blow could have finished off someone and only specified which of them. Sarazed looked at the guy in surprise, asking who he was. The hero only looked at her seriously. Then she frowned and remembered. Lloyd held out his hand in front of her when she asked what he was doing when he got rid of her. The girl tried to cover her ears when Lloyd used magic, but she still began to fall asleep. After which she carefully lay down on the floor. The hero apologized, saying that he paid too much attention to detail. Turning to his comrade, he said it was time. But he also fell asleep, to which the hero said that he expected it, but for some reason the lullaby helps him too well. Throwing only a cloak on himself, the motivated hero followed step 1, thinking about running through the underground tunnels and measuring them. Everything goes smoothly, thanks to the map that Therms gave him. Step 2, he studied the map, thinking that he had to confirm the location of the passages that needed to be opened or blocked to supply water. Step 3, he was already leading the people, arguing that during the day we block unnecessary passages, and at night, Xavier uses explosions to break new ones. Xavier struck with his sword, and even if he wants to finish everything as soon as possible, they need to be careful because the tunnels can collapse. Step 4, he met people in cloaks. Smiling at them, he said that they were on time. Therms looked at the guy, asking who it was, and he replied that when he went to Magentano, he sent a letter home and asked for labor. The wind blew off the hood, showing the dead with a painted smile. The hero said that they were needed to complete the construction. But the wind completely exposed the spirits. One of them showed a sign that they were bored. Lloyd leaned on the wall, saying that on the other side of this wall there was a large accumulation of water. He looked at the helpers, asking what would happen if we dug a little more in this direction. One of the dead men showed a sign that they would be carried away by a huge stream of water. Then the guy looked at him, saying that it was true. He noted that the people in the village were taking risks by building ropes. Then, slightly opening his mouth, he added that no, they were giving their lives. For the good of the neighbors and their descendants who will live on, there is no sacrifice more beautiful and honorable. He pointed his finger heroically, saying that this honor falls on him. In the bag sat a frightened Thords. The hero looked at him with a smile. The guy began to shake his head. Running away, Lloyd thanked him that he would never forget him. But Thords began to catch up with him, saying, "There are spirits," but the hero called him insensitive. "You want the dead to experience death again." Then, with tears in his eyes, he said about the master of the sword, because he can do it. Then the hero, turning, replied that he only had one set of clothes, he cannot get them wet. The blue window noted that even Satan himself could not compare with him, but the hero thought that he was just trying to bring a little meaning to the life of this scoundrel. The red light illuminated the man's desk. The man rested his head on his hand, saying that the upper messenger was definitely enjoying the show. He was wearing glasses, wondering how far he would go. The bright sun was shining on the desert. The spirit was standing with a pickaxe near the wall. After much debate, the leader of the squad of ghostly skeleton divers took on this exact role. Lloyd looked away in displeasure. The pickaxe hit the ground. A stream of water gushed out of the passage. Streams of it gushed out of it. It moved further along the channels. People lifted their dishes in jubilation, rejoicing, an endless source of water. They doused themselves and bathed. The girl happily carried a plate of water. The hero looked at her in surprise. With tears in her eyes, she held it out, asking to drink the water he gave her. Stroking her head, he replied that he would definitely drink it. Smiling, she looked at the guy. He, taking the water, heard the question, "Why is he naked?" In response, he smiled. And then, looking at her, he said that because he simply did not want to spend money on clothes. After imagining the water supply scheme, the hero thought about how once the central water supply in Kandahar was installed and water began to flow to the nearby villages, all construction was complete. The blue window notified that a new reward had been assigned, a high-ranking person who walks around in his underwear. He clarified what kind of reward was that. Wasn't he kidding? To which the blue window reported that it was already good that he was recognized as a high-ranking person. The hero thought that he didn't need all this, just assign him a new cool title. He couldn't help but look at the window, reading that he saved the city from drought, and thought about how hot climate areas received 100% protection from dehydration. Without expressing emotions, Lloyd thought about how it's not like he had much to do in other hot climate areas. From now on, he will only rest and reflect. The effect of this title is useless to him. Therms approached him and the hero asked. He was already prepared for a long journey, what awaits? But the man only knelt down. The hero looked at him in confusion. Closing his eyes, he said that the guy saved countless lives. He stopped the war and drought and even provided them with shelter. All the people knelt down, saying that therefore, on this very spot, they would like to swear eternal loyalty to the Frontier estate. Scratching his cheek, the hero said that it was not necessary to go so far and swear loyalty. They just needed to work hard on his land, thinking that he did it for his own benefit anyway. But when people constantly express their gratitude to him, his conscience begins to torment him. A blue window notified that the level of friendliness had increased. Therms and his comrades expressed their respect and gratitude to him. Bonus RP plus 50. From that moment on, Therms and his comrades were imbued with friendliness towards all the inhabitants of the Frontier estate. RP 2832. Looking at this with satisfaction, the hero thought about that. Yes, here it is. And such things always make him happy. A wonderful reward. The girl said that he has a strange face, but the father replied that maybe his face does look strange, but he is still an amazing person. Already at night, Lloyd saw off the spirits. A detachment of skeletons led the people of Therms towards the lands of Frontera. There was a feeling that everything ended in peace. The sun illuminated the multicolored dome. The Sultan, sitting on the throne, offered Lloyd to become his man. But the hero, sitting naked, asked for forgiveness, saying that he prefers thin ones. The Sultan asked if he does not understand him, or is he just pretending not to understand. He looked at the hero, saying that he had probably already guessed that Sarazad was his daughter. Didn't he like her? Closing his eyes, the hero replied that the feelings of Lady Sarazad are much more important than the feelings of an unworthy servant. The man remembered his daughter and her words that she does not want him. She doesn't like his face or what he does. She'd rather chop off her own head. Sitting on the throne, the man decided to end this conversation. Since you kept your promise, it's time for me to keep mine. Frowning, he said that he would immediately meet with the Magentano delegation and listen to them. Sitting on the floor, the hero thanked the Sultan for his generosity, thinking about how much time and effort it took just to get him to do this. Lloyd and his comrade were already leaving when Samarkand looked at them. He smiled evilly, thinking that he always gets what he wants. Looking at his bare back, he decided that the guy was his now. He only cast a glance. Later, everyone gathered at the table. Ventura looked at the Sultan, thinking that he had managed to seat Samarkand at the negotiating table. He nervously clenched his hands from the thought that he would not let this incredible opportunity that he had given him go to waste. But the Sultan opened his mouth first, saying that he apologized for the huge losses the Kingdom of Magentano suffered due to his mistakes. The man and the others looked confused, realizing that this arrogant Samarkand was the first to apologize. Folding his arms across his chest, the Sultan also said that he would compensate for all the losses they suffered as a result of the monster wave, and would also appoint special people to deal with this incident to prevent it from happening again. The entire delegation looked at him in shock as the man also said that he would keep the Kingdom of Magentano informed about how things were going in this direction. If such a situation arose again, he would compensate for all the losses incurred and double the amount. But Ventura frowned, thinking that there was nothing to be happy about and what he would ask for in return. But bowing his head, he replied that he would like to express his gratitude for his generosity. He would convey his words to their queen. The Sultan raised his hand, interrupting him, about to say what he wanted in return. The man frowned. But the Sultan frowned too, saying that he wanted to take Lloyd for himself. Later, Ventura came to Lloyd and he asked what the Sultan had said. The man looked down. The hero looked upset. Then the man waved his hands in confusion, saying that he was sure the queen would be happy. They had managed to agree on a lot thanks to the negotiations, and he was sure that he would succeed wherever he was. But the hero just smiled, saying that he had done a great job. Ventura just looked at the guy, confused. The hero smiled widely, saying that it was just perfect. Meanwhile, the Sultan sat on the throne, wondering what to ask of him first. For starters, let's fix the roads and increase the water supply. Sanitary facilities are also necessary. They need more spacious buildings. A servant approached him and expressed his respect to the wise and almighty Samarkand. But Samarkand asked, didn't he ask to bring Lloyd with him? Why was he alone? The Sultan was shocked to hear that he said he would go for a walk and at the same time get rid of the sandworms that lived near the city. There were many sharp teeth in the worm's mouth. The hero's cloak fluttered in the wind. The worm feeds on small reptiles and cactus spines. Lloyd grabbed his shovel. Opening his mouth wide, he used an explosion. A column of fire rose into the sky. Teapotong jumped out from behind the guy. He also struck the sand. He continued to attack furiously. With a crazy look, the hero turned to Xavier. He raised a bright beam into the sky. Then he hit the ground with it. The small worm was still moving. Then the hero struck him with a shovel, screaming for him to die. The Sultan watched this. Saliva flew from his mouth as he said the Sultan's name. The Sultan watched silently. Sand fell on his head. Lloyd turned around when he saw him. He gave him a thumbs up. The Sultan demanded that he simply ask them to bring this bastard with them. The moon illuminated the rooftops. Sitting at the table, the Sultan thought that if this continued, the whole country would soon be plunged into chaos. He had made the right choice. He was never wrong. He clenched his hands, thinking that since he was the one who changed his mind, he could not go back on his promises. But how was he going to cover the deficit he had created using Padishir? Why was he spending so much money on construction? The Sultan was shocked to think that he had been losing a lot of money from the very beginning. He was distracted from his thoughts by a guard who said that they had problems. He opened his mouth wide, saying that this man had taken Padishir with him. Samarkand showed no emotion. Then another assistant rushed in, saying that there was another problem. The man with the white hat said that Mrs. Sarazad had run away. She had written a letter saying that she still had much to learn from him and asked him not to look for her. And the Sultan didn't react to that either, after which he simply hit his head on the table. He was crying and cursing at the guy. The sun was shining in the county yard. The hero's mother was waking her husband and it was another peaceful day in the Frontier estate. The count was looking out the window and although it was a little strange to hear Bybong instead of a rooster crowing, it was still nice here. The happy maid ran to Arcus with a letter from Mr. Julian. At this time, the hero's younger brother stood with a diploma and wrote to his parents that he became the second in the class and as one of the best students, he was given the honor of working in the capital, and he plans to return home and stay with them until he receives an official invitation. and also that he misses them very much. He asked if everything is okay with his brother because he wants to become as reliable as he. Marbella hugged the Count and cried with happiness, and he thought that Julian had already become a wonderful son, of whom they are very proud, and this is the greatest happiness for him. But then Bayern entered the room and, putting his hand to his chest, said that the things that Master Lloyd sent from Isfahan had already arrived. The couple went outside, and in front of them was a huge mountain of chests. The Count's wife held the treasures in her hands and was surprised by their number, and her husband was given a piece of paper and asked to sign a receipt. Marbella picked up the necklaces and happily said that they were very beautiful jewelry. She looked at her lover with a sly face and said that they would be able to sell them for a very high price to these vain aristocrats. Arcas looked at her calmly, and then he smiled softly and agreed with her that they should sell them for the highest price, and at that moment he thought that his wife was acting a little strange, but he was still the happiest man. As they walked along the road, workers greeted them and wished them a good morning, thanked them for everything, but the Count said with a smile that they had done nothing and wished them a good day. He was very glad that such good people lived in their estate. Many beautiful and muscular orcs walked with picks in their hands. The Count greeted them while they were posing and thought that they were also good fellows. But then the red-haired orc became more serious and frowned. A sergeant and his men were walking towards him. They brushed shoulders. Arcas and Marbella were very surprised and worried. Then the soldier looked away and asked if he was serious. He put his hands on his opponent's chest, and the next moment the man pushed him away. The Count and his wife were very surprised by this and were dumbfounded. The rivals bumped their foreheads into each other and looked at each other menacingly, and then the orc began to move incredibly fast. He swung his leg in front of the ladies' man's face, but missed, and then the orc stopped in a breakdance pose. The monster abruptly sat down on his knee, full of pathos, and the next moment, the red-haired man beckoned to him with his finger. The sergeant put his hands on his hips and exhaled. He and his entire group of workers began to move their legs quickly, and then they all stood on their heads at once, holding one leg. The orcs decided not to lag behind and hit the ground with their feet. The next moment they were standing in a pose from an Indian dance with many arms. The sergeant looked at his opponent with a little anxiety, and he in turn grinned and was also anxious. The Count and his wife were no longer surprised by anything. They calmly left the strange battle and the dance with a smile on their faces, and then Arcas thought that they were all a little strange, but definitely good people, or more precisely people and orcs, and deciding to improve, he thought that they were good living organisms. But then bone creatures passed by them, who wished them good morning, and then the Count was completely confused trying to understand whether this was living matter. But then he smiled and thought that the main thing is that there is peace in the estate and he is happy. During the couple's horse ride, they saw Salida burning waste and thought that it was a little strange. But in the main square, believers gathered near the statue of a hero with a shovel and began morning prayers. On the other side were the people from Isfahan who were also praying, and the Count thought that the situation was getting stranger and stranger. And still, there was no happier person in the world. Then they were pleased by being called from the side and informed that their son had arrived. The hero was half naked and happy, and Xavier, who was sitting next to him, was in despair. The Count and his wife were watching this, and Arcas thought that the strangest of all was their son. Then he ran with the descending hero and thought that he was an oddball, but the man and his wife hugged their son, and then the eldest of Frontera thought that he was happy, and it would be even better if instead of Count, he called him father. The protagonist stood in front of his father, who addressed him unexpectedly. He had tears in his eyes and asked why he was not wearing clothes. Then the designer said with a smile that it was because they had a lot of clothes at home. At this time the sun was shining over the royal palace. The man with the golden beard was giving a report on his knee and said that in conclusion it can be said that all the negotiations were presented in documentary form, and they also managed to get the magic fingerprint of Samarkand. Alicia propped her head up with her fist and calmly said that it was very unexpected and asked if he was negotiating. Then Ventura looked away with anxiety and said that it was so. Then the queen looked at him and asked if Lloyd forced him, and he tried to squeeze out an answer. Then the beautiful and strong swordswoman woman sitting in the rays of the sun asked him what he thought their people needed for a peaceful life, to which he said that he thought they needed a powerful monarch and proper diplomacy. Then the blue-eyed divine person smiled and said that they just need to attract people who are literate to the core and use them until their bones are ground to dust. Then Ventura, lowering his head, said that this was an amazingly correct statement, and with wild anxiety in his head, he apologized to the hero and he could consider himself a corpse. The queen leaned back in her throne and thought that although the negotiations had gone very well, Isfahan was still an old enemy of Magentatna, and in order for their relationship to be beneficial for everyone, it was necessary to build it on trust, and thought about what they needed to do to make this possible. At that moment, the princess of the east stood near the hero's county. She looked at the expanses and thought that this is where Lloyd lives. The girl bit her lips and thought that she would definitely get her own. Arcas was trimming the bushes in his yard and humming. A dark-haired girl approached him from behind and addressed him. Seeing her, the count was surprised and asked who she was, to which she bowed and said her name, saying that she had arrived here from the east and was the daughter of Samarkand, and he asked with surprise what she was doing here. She looked at him calmly and said that she had come to Lloyd. The count was almost having a stroke and asked why she needed his son. She lowered her head and quietly said that the princess raised her head and said that she could only sleep when he was nearby. At first, the hero's father was absolutely calm. But then he was overcome with extreme horror and thought that this was the stupidest thing his son had ever done. The protagonist lay on the ground with his eyes closed. He began to slowly wake up. The guy found himself on a cliff and wondered where he was and why it was so dark here. But then a huge flame appeared near him. The hero was very alarmed and turned to him. A huge sphere of fire was right in front of him. The creature began to rise and illuminate everything with its flames. In front of Lloyd was a huge titan of flames. The stranger leaned over and said that he was glad to meet him, and then decided to correct himself. The aristocrat was very scared after he was called by name. The designer immediately swallowed and thought that all this could not be and wondered why everything seemed so real. The protagonist looked up and decided to ask who he was. A figure appeared from the flames who said that he was the one who sees through him and is the Lord of Hellfire. A man appeared in the flames who called himself the King of Hell. Lloyd immediately stood up and bowed, calling him powerful, and thought that the system constantly teased him as the King of Hell, and now he went crazy and began to dream about him. The king leaned on his sword and laughed loudly, asking why his presence did not frighten him at all. The hellish creature frowned and asked if he thought it was a dream. The reincarnated one looked away and said that it did not matter whether it was a dream or not, because he did not think that he had come to harm him, because he had even introduced himself and there was no need to be afraid. The fiery giant leaned even lower. Afterwards, the figure became even clearer, and when the hero frowned, he said that he liked the protagonist. Helcaros pointed at him and said that life in hell really suited him. The hero pointed at himself with concern and asked if it was a compliment, since he would rather live in a small town with a lot of money. The king rose in a pillar of flame and said that for such a pathetic dream. Then he surprised the protagonist by saying that he made such a terrifying face that even a demon knight would cower in fear. The Lord of Hell straightened up and said that this knight would sing a song scarier than the screams from purgatory, and Lloyd at that moment thought about what was going on and wondered if he had come down to insult him. The King of Hell, standing in the flames, said that he was sure that he would be able to make the souls that had fallen into hell desperately beg to be killed a second time. And the hero at that moment was thinking about why he was being so rude to him, because he was an ordinary person, and if someone else heard him, they would think that he was some kind of demon king or the 12th supreme master of the demon sword. Part of the ruler's face appeared and he, calling him by his real name, asked him what he thought. Black tentacles flew out of the ground, wrapped around Lloyd and frightened him, and Helcaros asked if he would go to hell with him. The owner of the underworld extended his hand to him and asked if he would use his talents for joy. The hero tried to free himself from the tentacles that tied him up, and then the tentacles covered his eyes and the protagonist screamed loudly. But then a notification came out behind him telling him not to scare him so much. The Demon King stood in the flames and said nothing. Then he smiled and asked if people were too noisy. The notification said that it was capable of terrible things and asked if he wanted to test it. Then Helcaros lowered his eyes and said nothing and agreed. The flames quickly swirled around him and he agreed to play by the rules. The tentacles and flames disappeared without a trace. The hero suddenly woke up in sweat and horror. All his bedding was torn off and scattered. He got out of bed and rubbed his cheek, thinking about whether he really sweated so much or if it was not a dream, and then he wondered who he was talking to at the end and did not understand what was happening. Then there was a knock on Lloyd's door and Xavier, who asked for permission to enter, to which he agreed. When the blonde entered the room, he saw his master and asked why he was sweating so much, and he said that it was too hot in his sleep and asked why he came. And the swordsman calmly looked at him and said that a guest from afar had come to him. The protagonist was surprised at first and said nothing meaningfully, but then he made such a face that you could be scared and asked if it was true. While they were walking down the corridor, Xavier asked why he didn't ask any questions, to which he said that he didn't have any. Smiling, Lloyd asked if it was an Eastern princess, to which the knight immediately asked if he knew that she would come, to which he immediately agreed, because there was no other option. The hero smiled monstrously and said that she already knew how effective his lullaby was and it was very difficult to refuse a lullaby. The sword master became wary and worried. They moved to the conference room and the aristocrat asked if he understood her correctly. While she was looking at him, he asked if she wanted him to record a lullaby on the ball, to which she agreed, because this was the only reason for her visit. The count finally calmed down a little and thought about what she said about the lullaby, and he was happy and sad at the same time. The hero threw his head back and asked with a nasty face if it would be for free. The princess with a stern look said that she would pay him. but he leaned back even more and said that he already had a lot of money. Sarazad frowned and got angry, and then the protagonist slammed a stack of papers on the table, and then, with the nastiest face possible, he pointed at them and said that if she signed a contract, he would give her what she wanted. Xavier looked at him with disgust and wondered if he had prepared the contract in advance. The princess read the contract and realized that according to the terms she would have to serve in the Frontier estate for 5 years and the recording would be ready only after this period. She immediately objected to the sly man who waved his hand, but he said that the girl could not sign if she wanted and he did not really need it either. And then he looked at her with a nasty face and said that she could become a sword master if she slept well and trained hard, but he did not care about that anymore. The blonde was discouraged and wondered how far he had calculated everything, because when he asked to train her before singing a lullaby, then apparently all this was in order to get free labor. The hero leaned back in his chair and normalized his face a little when the notification told him that this was why the King of Hell himself appeared to him in a dream and began to befriend him. And he thought with surprise about what she meant at all, because he gives out money, helps people sleep, pays salaries, makes other people better, and is practically an angel. Then the notification said that he is too pathetic and uncontrollable, and the hero told her that he does not hear her and mocked her. The princess did not lag behind and clutching the contract said that he had planned this from the very beginning. And then the protagonist said that he did not hear her mockingly. Then she hit him in the face with all her might. The girl began to walk away from him cursing. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The Eastern woman walked through the forest and thought about what an unbearable and vile man he was, and she would not allow him to play by his own rules, and in general it would be better. But then she was overcome with regret, and the dark-haired girl thought that she could become a sword master, even if she had to sign this contract, and only then would her father notice her. Suddenly, something really surprised her. The brown-eyed girl looked up and tried to understand where she was. The girl began to walk along the slope and thought that she needed to get out of here. She looked out from behind a tree and was surprised by something. She was fascinated by the shine of her hair in the sun. The princess opened her eyes wide and was surprised. Julian was sitting on a fallen tree. He was looking at the floor. The Eastern beauty looked at him and wondered who it was, and in such a place. The small handsome man seemed even more attractive under the rays of the sun. Sarazad looked at him and meaningfully remained silent. To her, he looked like a rabbit, and she thought that he looked so fragile and defenseless, just like some kind of herbivore that would be devoured at any moment. But the guy immediately became serious and raised his head. The men were trying to move the boulder and said that this would not work at all, and they were not moving from a dead point and wondered what they should do. Suddenly, Julian came up to them and asked to let them help them, but they said that they could not do this, because if he allowed such an important person to get his hands dirty on such insignificant matters. But the Count's son became more serious and said that there are times when the situation forces you to get your hands dirty, and he cannot allow everyone to suffer because of him. But the escort said that their mission is to accompany him, one of the best students of the academy, to his native land, and they will somehow figure it out, so it is worth just sitting and waiting. But the hero's younger brother began to take off his jacket, and underneath it was a muscular body. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. The princess watched them secretly. For her, he began to look like a pumped-up rabbit. The Count's son began to push the stone with the men and after counting, ordered them to push with all their might. Then Sarazad came closer and thought that if he was returning from the capital, then it must be Lloyd's younger brother, although he was very different from this trash. The kid tried his best to move the boulder, but then he stopped and walked away, saying that this would not work and that they should dig around the stone with a shovel, and he was immediately asked again. Julian said with a smile that he had seen such a thing and that there was nothing that a shovel could not handle. But then the princess came up to him and said that the idea was good, but it would take a whole day. She reached for the blade and said that she would help them. The hero's brother was dumbfounded when he saw her. A bright spark of romance flashed between them. Sarazad began to take out her blade and thought that she would help him out here and gain an advantage in negotiations with Lloyd. She pulled the blade back, standing in a stance, and with one swing, the woman chopped the boulder into square pieces. The escorts were horrified by such a maneuver, and then the princess abruptly inserted the blade into the sheath. In front of her lay many different pieces of stone. Julian covered himself with embarrassment and thanked her, and then tried to find out who she was. She turned around in all her beauty and, having charmed him to the end, introduced herself and then said that she was staying at the Frontier estate for now. The Count's son immediately became embarrassed and could not take his eyes off her. Emily was walking along a country road, and then an orc was walking towards her, and she was surprised. She called him and was very surprised. The girl said with anxiety that she had not seen him for a long time. But he did not pay attention to her, which surprised her greatly. Kuga pursed his lip and said meaningfully. He turned to the maid and she turned around. The orc came a little closer to her and asked with anxiety if she loved the sergeant. The girl froze at first, and then she smiled softly and said that for her he was the most person in the world. Then the orc, with great pain in his heart and sadness, called Greg several times. The maid looked at him with incomprehension. The monster himself began to remember fragments of her communication with the sergeant, and then how his relatives laughed at him. The orc lowered his head and said meaningfully he thought about the fact that this love that initially had no chance, and there was no need to hurt her feelings by saying unnecessary things. He decided to silently leave, and she called him while he was leaving. Tuga was lost behind a multitude of sheets. Coming home, Emily exhaled heavily and propped her head up. And then the sergeant told her that with her heavy sighs she plunged the world into universal sadness and asked what had happened. The girl looked at her and asked if a human girl would be considered strange if she said she was in love with an orc warrior. Greg continued drawing with a smile and said that it sounded very crazy, and it was, because if her family found out, they would break her legs. But then it suddenly dawned on him. He remembered Kuga yelling at him. And then with a devilish smile he became alarmed and said that this premature baby. At this time in the Frontier estate, the count was crying while eating meat and said that he could not stop crying. Wiping his face, he said that he simply could not believe what good people his sons had grown up to be. Lloyd looked at him condescendingly and said that he drank too much, and the princess thought that she could understand his happiness because the eldest son was a good diplomat and the youngest was one of the best graduates in the kingdom. She remembered the words of her father that he asked to show him what she was capable of, and she needed to either seduce him or become a master of the sword and show him something that he could be proud of. Sarazad, looking down, meaningfully kept silent. Then Julian said with a smile that as soon as he received an appointment from the capital, he would try even harder and become someone he could be even more proud of, to which his father said that everything was fine as it was. And then, wiping away his tears, he said that he was simply glad that he got what he wanted, and asked him to return home if it became too hard, because he would be happy if the two of them were just nearby. Then the princess was completely dumbfounded. Tears began to flow down her eyes. She abruptly stood up from the table, which surprised the hero. The girl abruptly headed for the exit and said that she would probably go. Then the protagonist looked at her with disdain and asked when they would return to the negotiations. Sarazad approached the door and told him to forget about it, and then asked if it sounded too indifferent, to which he said that it was indeed so. Julian looked at her with an upset look and meaningfully remained silent. The hero saw him and frowned and wondered what was wrong with his face, and the girl ran all in tears, covering her face. There was a full moon outside and it was cloudy. The designer looked out the window with a terrible look and meaningfully remained silent. The princess with her things was standing at the exit of the estate. Lloyd's face looked like a maniac who was ready to kill, and then his younger brother ran after the woman. The kid began to say something to the woman with anxiety. The protagonist's eyes became more and more creepy. Sarazad's face became confused. And then a question appeared in the reincarnated man's head about what it was. Then, with drooling mouth and red eyes, he thought about the huge and unexpected jackpot he had hit. Julian immediately ran up to Sarazad and asked her where she was going so late at night. He looked at her through her bangs with a timid look and asked if she was going to run away from the estate. The brunette slightly closed her lips. She immediately closed her eyes and turned her head away from the guy's joyful smile and said that she just wanted to take a short walk, to which Julian sighed with relief. He saw her huge backpack and realized that she had taken such a huge bag with her, so he thought that she was leaving. The brunette looked away with displeasure, squinting, and said that her food containers were there. Julian's eyes widened in surprise. Then he widened his eyes with an embarrassed smile and said that if she ate so much at night, she would not sleep well. Sarazad closed her eyes angrily, looking red and saying that she wanted to eat most of it, or rather most of the contents were just picnic things, although she knew that her excuses were getting worse and worse. Then the brunette looked at the guy, who said that he was glad to hear it. He immediately smiled widely under the glare of the light and said that with dinner he thought that something was wrong with her and was very worried. The princess looked at him with a trembling look. Then Sarazad, looking red, looked away and said that she was fine now. They stood opposite each other on the path under the moonlight and suggested that she could stay for a couple more days. At this time, the protagonist smiled maliciously, twisting his face out of the window. At this time, Xavier came up behind the gentleman, who was all scared, and paid attention to his face. Then the brown-haired man put his hands in his pocket and coolly looked back at the knight, asking him why he had come. The knight held a pillow in his hands and said that it was time for his lullaby, but Lloyd did not come, so he went to look for him himself. Half asleep, Xavier looked at the gentleman and asked him why he was making such a face, watching a beautiful couple in love. The main character asked about the knowledge of their feelings for each other, because he understood this only because he was watching them. The blue-haired guy looked through his bangs and said that it was not worth watching at all to notice this, because he had already seen too many lovers, especially girls, and he felt this loving look on himself many times. The brown-haired man looked at him with disdain when Xavier told him not to say that this had never happened to him, although he was not surprised. Xavier narrowed his eyes at the indignant protagonist and said that no matter how much he envied them, he would not allow them to destroy Mr. Julian's love. Lloyd was indignant that he was considered such a terrible person, although the system agreed with the knight. At this time, the protagonist told the knight to shut up about himself because he appears at the speed of light every time there is a chance to defile him. At this time, Lloyd with a malicious smile began to swing his fist and said that he will be the one to help his brother, and from now on he will be his Cupid. Xavier looked with bewilderment at the intent gaze of the brown-haired man, who was peering out the window because after meeting the queen, he realized something, that thanks to his skills of information about the future which his accomplice showed him, he made too many enemies. He remembered how Alicia, with an arrogant grin, looked at him and said that he would work until his bones were ground to dust, because only in this way could all the inhabitants of the kingdom live in peace. At this time, Julian walked through the gate with Sherazade along the night path of the front garden. Lloyd realized that he would continue to be forced to plow until he threw away a life, and it was time for him to escape, and this couple would be the key to salvation. At this time, the huge Bogdan splashed in the river. In the morning, the sun's rays broke through to the mountain city. At this time, Kuga threw the tool over his shoulder and frowned intently. He saw a sergeant in front of him on the way, who crossed his arms and asked his name. At this time, Kuga with a pick on his shoulder asked Greg not to try to provoke him into a conflict because he had no desire to fight him at all. The sergeant immediately put his hand in the inside pocket of his shirt and began to take something out. He abruptly dropped a paper airplane from his hands. This airplane pierced the forehead of the cold-blooded face of the orc. Greg looked at him arrogantly, pointing with his fingers, and told him to come tonight to the place indicated in the letter because he did not like omissions. Kuga looked at the unfolded letter. This guy immediately furiously squeezed the letter and said that an orc warrior would never refuse a fight that someone else started. At this time, Julian was sitting on a chair under the cover of the night moonlight. His whole head was filled with the princess, who was staring at him with radiance. He looked at her hair, softer than silk, and her eyes, shining brighter than any pearls. At that moment, the brunette lowered her trembling gaze, and he understood that the sadness in her heart was hidden behind a strong spirit. At that time, the protagonist's younger brother lowered his pitiful gaze. At that time, Lloyd himself, with a grin, leaned against his sad brother and asked if this was really called love. Julian, with a pitiful look, looked at his laughing brother and asked how he could do it, as if he read his thoughts. Our hero said that it just seemed to him that this was his case, and he was not mistaken here. At this time, the younger brother looked away with displeasure and a reddened look. Then Julian grimaced, looking at his brother, who addressed him, and realized that it was disgusting. At that moment, Lloyd closed his eyes and smiled widely, because tomorrow he was going to record a lullaby and give it to the lady, Sherazade, and when this happens, she will probably immediately return to his country. The brown-haired man began to wave his hand in front of his brother with a dumbfounded look. Then he began to leave and continued to wave his hand with a surprised look. He had almost closed the door and continued to wave his hand, saying that the princess would return. Julian smiled slightly with a reddened look, lowering his gaze. At the same moment, Greg was inciting his comrades about a duel with the orc and said that when he appeared, he wanted everyone to attack him. Kuga at that time also came with his comrades and said that the meeting was supposed to be one-on-one, but saw that the people chickened out. The sergeant looked back at the orc with a sarcastic and bloodthirsty grin and was glad that they caught him, because they had to resolve the issue of relations between people and orcs once and for all. Lloyd managed to catch Sherazade in the corridor. She, without any doubt, immediately dealt him a bloodthirsty blow to the face with irony and explained that it was a reflex, although he was going to tell her something. Lloyd with a battered face lay on the floor and smiled, explaining about his brother, that he was very smart, he would soon receive an appointment in the capital, and this could happen even tomorrow. The brown-haired man, with a dumbfounded look, bulged his eyes and explained that then he would leave this place. Sherazade immediately raised her eyebrows with a pitiful look when they began to slander her about her lover. Under the cover of the light of the night moon, Julian sat in the room and was sad that Sherazade would leave. At the same time, the princess was sitting in her room under the light of the moon and thought that she would never be able to see him again. Lloyd was tapping his finger on the table in anticipation. Julian went down the hallway to find Sherazade, because he did not want such a departure. The brunette at that moment also came out into the hallway with a sad look and had to tell him everything. In anticipation of this meeting, Lloyd sat like a baron on a chair with an arrogant look. At the same moment, Kuga stood in an empty forest clearing. He heard a crunch and looked back intently. The younger brother, with a pitiful look, pressed his hand to his chest and realized that if he did not tell her about his feelings, he would regret it. At that moment, the princess was standing on the other side of the door and felt the same. Kuga looked back and saw Emily smiling happily, and she explained that she came here because her brother asked her to. The sergeant and his comrades immediately began to run out of the forest to attack. The orcs happily wanted to take on this fight. At that moment, the protagonist's parents looked into the corridor in surprise. They saw Sherazade in front of them, sitting on her knees with her hands folded. Emily pressed herself against Kuga's chest, who was in shock. The sergeant smiled happily and was about to snap his fingers, saying that Kuga and Emily would now be a couple that day. All the guys immediately began to throw flowers and rejoice when the brunette pressed herself against the orc. Sarazed pressed herself to the floor, stretching out her arms and bowing so that they would give her youngest son. At that moment, the protagonist held the corn between his fingers and smiled maliciously, because even the queen would not be able to defeat him. It was a huge castle in a mountain gorge under the demonic light of the moon. It was the ancient castle of the dark mage Targas, where Alicia arrived with her knights. She raised her hand in leather armor. Then she pointed it towards the castle and ordered to attack it. A whole army of archers behind her fired glowing arrows with fire. These arrows destroyed the entire fortress with fiery explosions. The magicians from the fortress came out to resist and were shocked by what they found out about them because they had to protect their master. A whole army of the bloodthirsty queen ran to attack and tore apart ordinary magicians. The roar of a monster with an open mouth was heard. His huge paw with claws destroyed the earth. It was a huge fat monster, similar to a cross between a dragon and a slug. Fiery explosions continued to tear apart all the space because the appeal to the magicians to use the punishments of the god of flame. This monster began to roar furiously when fire shots were used against it. He began to attack with his claws, destroying the ground all around. Alicia furiously waved her hand behind her back and ordered everyone to retreat and get out of the castle. This monster furiously opened his mouth and roared. The ancient mage's fortress was almost destroyed and was all ablaze when the army surrounded it, and an order was heard for all the commanders to gather and wait for the order of Her Majesty. The knights looked through the destroyed gates at the fortress and realized that they had lost the queen. At this moment, Alicia calmly walked towards the enraged slime monster. She angrily raised her glowing long blade in front of her. She furiously opened her mouth and began to scream. She got into a fighting stance and swung the glowing blade. Alicia struck the ground and powerful bursts of energy followed throughout the land. This monster felt a powerful stream of purple flame on itself and began to roar. Then everything around began to thin out with a green aura from the monster's mouth. Alicia managed to cover her face with a cloak and realized that it was an attack of green poison. She stared through the red cloak and realized that this poison was created by magic. A bright funnel of light enveloped the space, and it made no difference to her that all this time she had been training to resist poisons. Having killed the monster, she followed into the fortress. Approaching the gate, she began to open it. With an angry look, she looked forward. She saw in front of her a huge skull of the monster and the darkest magician on the path. Targa looked at her bloodthirstily, baring his teeth. Alicia looked at him coldly and asked if he was that same dark magician. Targa continued to look at her bloodthirstily through his eyebrows. Then he sadly closed his gaze, lowering it. Alicia looked down on him, her eyes wide, and asked how he dared to start a rebellion against their kingdom, and for that she decided to punish him. And she immediately waved her blade in cold blood and cut off his head. The magician's body immediately fell to his knees. The queen put her sword in its sheath, looking at the murdered body of the magician. Then her glowing silhouette convulsively grabbed her head. She stood on the red carpet and looked at her hand, trying to understand what had just happened. She looked at her hand when one of her eyes turned red. At the same moment, there was a wedding between Julian and Sarazad, who were standing under the patron's crown. The princess smiled tenderly, holding flowers in her hands. Julian looked at her with a smile through his bangs. The blonde looked at her crying husband, who covered his face with his fist. The main character was also happy, while Baron wiped away a tear. The orc and the healthy elf were also rejoicing. However, the main character was rejoicing with a bloodthirsty smile, clapping his hands. Xavier stared at the dark aura and the malicious smile of the gentleman, asking him if he could just go home because he was ruining such a wonderful event. The brown-haired man said that he did nothing, but simply expressed his happiness. The knight continued to stare at him and did not understand at all, because he himself said that this would allow him not to fall into eternal slavery to the queen. Lloyd smiled maliciously, looking away, and asked him to think about it carefully. The registrar raised his hands, and Sarazed kissed her fiancé on the forehead, because he said that now he was important for both countries, although he himself was a citizen of Magentano as well as a relative of Samarkand. At this time, the workers held a white shawl and filmed everything. At this time, the man with the headdress watched the wedding ceremony through the mirror and realized that this meant that he still wanted to get him. The main character bared his teeth with a malicious, bloodthirsty smile and realized that if the queen tried to use her as a slave, he would simply run away to Samarkand and settle down there. Xavier narrowed his gaze, covering himself with his hand from the dark aura of the master, and now he understood everything, and asked him to go home. The main character was surprised that this was all he could say after hearing his grand plan. The brown-haired man sat on a chair, crossed his legs and arms and smiled. because although he still could not defeat the queen, he would gain power by using his relationship with Samarkand as his main trump card. At this time, the head of the sunny country watched the ceremony through the mirror. It was an old man with a thick beard who gave his approval for them to be happy. It was the father of the daughter-in-law who smiled tenderly at her husband, because this was a place where there was no constant race for success and no father who would put pressure on her. The princess looked back with displeasure at Emily, who stood behind and clapped her hands, expecting that now the daughter-in-law should throw the bouquet with all her might. Sarazad immediately threw the bouquet in a quick movement. This bouquet of flowers flew past the surprised brunette. This fiery bouquet flew with all its might, leaving behind a smoky funnel. The guy's strong hand grabbed this burnt bouquet. Salida sat on a stump and held this burnt bouquet. At this time, the couple in love walked along the path and Lloyd watched them. He saw Sarazad leaving in a white shawl and understood that in the novel she died defending Samarkand from the rebels. Our hero crossed his arms and with a satisfied smile realized that this feeling was quite pleasant, although he would not earn much money from it. Then he looked at the system window in bewilderment. A message from the system that he saved another person from a sad end. He closed his eyes and sighed coldly, because he already knew this and there was no point in saying the obvious. Notifications popped up that the number of saved destinies began to increase sharply. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The counter of saved destinies in the message had already exceeded many thousands. Lloyd's eyes widened. He looked out the window and saw that the number of lives saved was more than 23 million, although he suspected that there would be no more than 100. A message from the system that as a reward for saving so many lives, he would be awarded additional points. Message: if he absorbs more than 50,000 points, a new skill will become available to him that expands the functions of the final spoiler. He mastered the right to use the most powerful gaze in the world. Our hero's eyes widened in bewilderment, frowning. A message from the system that the skill, the most powerful gaze in the world, will allow him to use first-class strength for 30 seconds. While the workers were carrying away the chairs, he stood with a puzzled look and realized that this was too little and little could be done in 30 seconds, because this skill was unlikely to make him the strongest and he would simply be able to use first-class strength. He touched his chin with his hand, bewildered, looking at the system's message, because he doubted that this would happen, well, trying to understand, if he had to fight the strongest, would he help him? The system responded, in order to use this skill, he would have to refuse the support of the system, which meant that all skills, summons, and finishing spoilers would become unavailable. He immediately twisted his face with heaviness, raising his eyebrows. He asked the system to forget about it, because he would never use it, and the system understood that he did not want to part with it. Lloyd told her that he needed skills, without them everything would be much more difficult. Our hero looked back with a smile at Count Ventura, who greeted him and praised him for his role as a pastor. Ventura, with a smile spreading across his face, closed his eyes and said that he should thank him, because it was thanks to him that Asfahan and Magentano had recently signed a peace treaty, and now they were not only allies, but also fraternal countries. The protagonist replied with a smile that he had no merit in this, because it was the Count who had conducted the negotiations, and especially his younger brother who had married. Ventura pressed his hand to his body and bowed in apology for belittling him and calling Lloyd a real hero. The brown-haired man immediately excitedly stretched out his hands, fingers spread, and asked the Count not to humiliate himself because he was very mercantile and incredibly pathetic. He understood to himself that he did not need to make a saint out of him and attract attention, because he did not want to be a hero or anyone else, because it was enough for him to just be a good person. The Count looked at the excited guy with a spreading smile and said that there was no need to hide his merits so diligently, because the Queen had already guessed everything. The brown-haired man explained that these were just guesses, but the Count noticed this action as modest. The old man with a trembling and animated look pressed his hand to his chest and said that he was probably already understood that the Queen had sent him here also in order to call him to the capital. Lloyd frowned with displeasure and realized that it was time to pretend to be ill. He raised his eyebrows with a pitiful look, looking away. He immediately began to cough convulsively in the sweat of his brow and said that he had been slightly ill lately. He looked at him from under his brows with a sarcastic grin and said that he would need recovery. Ventura looked at him animatedly, said that Alicia wanted to see him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and pretended to be sick, because he remembered that she told him that he only comes when he needs her, but ignored all her requests to see her. At that moment, she haughtily held his chin and called him too selfish. They all rode in a carriage, while the main character frowned with displeasure. Then the brown-haired man with a displeased look walked along with the knight behind the assistant. Then he stood on one knee, clenching his fists and a sullen grin. Alicia at this time sat at her desk and looked at Lloyd, realizing that he came here of his own free will, and even he could not imagine how happy she would be if he ignored her message. She, with a trembling smile, leaning her head on her hand, looked at him and said that she could even invade his estate because of a broken heart. She sat at the table and looked at the bent Lloyd, saying that if she did that, he would immediately run away to Asfahan, and this thought would hurt her even more. She stared at him in amazement and told him not to go beyond the limits of what was permitted and he would have peace. He put his fingers to his chest and without raising his head, said that he would not dare to ignore her request and asked her about her wish. He understood that now she would not pressure him. If he played all the cards and tried to negotiate, he could avoid the fate of a lifelong slave. Alicia got up from the table, put her hands on the table and had to show him something and asked him to follow her. It was a huge palace with gates, protected by guards. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement upon seeing something. The two of them stood and saw the huge bones of a dragon. Alicia stood next to a surprised Lloyd and explained that they had found it in the Dark Mage's hideout and it looked like they were trying to use it for some kind of ritual. The hero understood that it was told in the novel that dragon bones could be used to make various magical items. He began to lick his lips with a sarcastic grin, covering his mouth with his hands and realized that his mouth was watering. Licking his lips, he looked intently at the queen, who said that if they used the dragon bones, they would be able to show the world the power of the kingdom of Magentano. Alicia looked at him intently, crossing her arms and told him to make a huge garden behind the castle, and in the center to install a statue with dragon bones, because they would create a great monument to Magentano, the kingdom that defeated the dragon. The bloodthirsty protagonist frowned and realized that it was time for him to use his social skills. He immediately bowed to Alicia and thanked her for such an inspiring task, because it was a great honor for him, which the queen did not immediately understand, because she was used to seeing him differently. The brown-haired man pressed his hand to his chest and bowed his head with his eyes closed, because in order to prove his sincerity to her this time, he would not ask for payment. The red-haired girl looked at him with disdain and asked if there was anything he wanted. Lloyd bowed his body under the rays of the sun and said that as a reward for this task, he asked to give him immunity from hard work for the next 10 years. The queen looked at him with bewilderment, frowning. She, in the image of a bloodthirsty lion, tensed up and asked him to repeat his words. He imagined how he walked with a fan on a rope because his life was hanging by a thread, and he crossed the line a little from such an impudent statement. Lloyd immediately raised his hand convulsively and said that if she thought it was too much, then he asked to give him one bone from the dragon's tail, and they would be even. He looked at her from under his brows with a sarcastic, mocking smile. Alicia immediately hit his impudent head with her fist. Lloyd grabbed his head in bewilderment, getting a bump on his forehead. Alicia looked at him from behind with a lively smile and said that after the blow she suddenly decided to be generous and ordered him to take her bone, but in return he should give her something else. Lloyd opened his mouth in amazement and raised his eyebrows. He immediately bowed before the angry queen and wanted to gladly accept the blows and could even step on him since he received such generosity. The queen was displeased with such low behavior and ordered him to get out of her sight. The brown-haired man crossed his fingers above his head and frowned sullenly, although in his head he was happy because now he knew that an incredible reward awaited him. And at least he did not feel that he was being used because he did not want to work, and he also wanted to receive money just because he wanted to live only for his own pleasure, no matter what the cost. At this time, a disgruntled viscount entered the office with a stack of papers. This mustachioed viscount introduced himself as an expert in the field of garden design named Nort, and further wanted to discuss their work. The viscount leaned his hand on the table opposite the brown-haired man and realized that he was too young to be a master. Nort pursed his lips in displeasure and realized that he was born a simple peasant and worked for over 30 years to slowly master the necessary skills and build a reputation for himself, because the quality of his work was radically different from the abilities of this brat from the nobility. He looked at the angry protagonist with a cold-blooded expression and said that this time he would work with him, but Lloyd was angry. He immediately leaned over the table and said that he was a simple guy who was lucky to be here, but he himself did not have the necessary skills and experience, and he could not even think about working together with him, with such a respected and skilled viscount. Then the brown-haired man raised his gaze above the table and said that he only hoped to learn from him while being around him, because it would be an honor for him to know how bad he was. Nort's eyes widened at this statement. He immediately happily broke into a wide smile and realized that this guy knows a thing or two. The next day, the sun's rays were breaking through the thick clouds. The joyful viscount put a drawing of the entire garden plan on the table. Lloyd started pointing his finger and was excited because it was a very detailed image of such a huge area. Nort continued to tower over the table with a malicious smile and asked about the plan, because he had made it in just a day, and Lloyd considered him a genius. They continued to excitedly discuss this plan, when the brown-haired man rose above the table and Nort said that he had done everything himself and the boy was no use. The protagonist picked up on this doubt and said that if he interfered, he would only ruin everything. The brown-haired man watched as the maliciously smiling viscount grabbed all the plans and began to leave, adding that he was starting research, and told the boy to get lost somewhere and not to be seen by him. Our hero watched as the joyful designer went into the forest and was glad that he was a genius. The protagonist immediately turned around and was about to leave too. He started to climb onto the hammock between two trees. He climbed onto the couch and started to smile maliciously, because he had hit an incredible jackpot and he always had to be ready for freebies. He imagined himself clapping his hands bloodthirstily while the Viscount danced on the table, because only thanks to such hardworking and competent people like Nort, someone like him could have fun and still earn money. It was already deep night over the huge kingdom. At this time, the guards were guarding the fortress. They were guarding the dragon's bones like that. Through the dragon's skull, blackness was visible in his eyes. Suddenly, a spark of flame lit up in this blackness, and it was Targa who was not going to give up. A huge energy surge of purple aura filled the space and Targa wanted revenge on Queen Alicia. The protagonist stood next to the engineer, who spread his arms over the entire forest space, and said that one only needed to imagine the calm state of nature, because in this very place, where order and beauty are invisible to the eyes. The brown-haired man looked in bewilderment at the inspired Nort, who asked why people were so eager to obtain the power of God. He himself answered that he had the ability to create. The art of creating something from nothing makes them related to God. Lloyd continued to look in bewilderment at the old man, who spoke as if he had built his beautiful garden, but now he himself admired how much he resembled God. He saw the Viscount's joyful smile and realized that he really loved his business and considered him a wonderful person. Then the protagonist began to smile maliciously from under his forehead and realized that he would try to earn as much as possible from it. As soon as Nort started to leave, the guy immediately bowed down, because the Viscount was going to a meeting with people involved in the construction. But since Lloyd did not know so much, he could not just be there. Brown-haired pretended that he was ashamed, and he would work hard on himself to become worthy of being present at this meeting. He saw how the joyful engineer danced, leaving for the forest. He closed his lips with a malicious smile and realized that for any amount of money he would not sit with his hands folded. At this time, all the animals were in a heap and rejoiced. Opposite them stood a huge chipmunk Bogdan. The main character raised his fist and wanted to start playing with them. Brown-haired watched as the chipmunk prepared to confront the hamster. Lloyd extended his index finger and alerted Peepadom, asking him to use a lightning strike. At the same time, he maliciously towered over the chipmunk, who was excitedly preparing for war. Suddenly a knight ran towards them from the side. Xavier ran sweating and with a dissatisfied look. The young gentleman at this time released a cone in the direction of the chipmunk, who returned cold-blooded. Xavier, at this time, ran with all his might along the branches of the trees. Peepodong immediately crashed with all his might into the stomach of his master. All the animals watched as the brown-haired man convulsively knelt and held his stomach. Through the gnashing of teeth, he joyfully raised his hands, and he was very happy because he wanted to get rich without making any effort. At this time, the main character managed to look back and saw how Xavier knelt down. The knight screamed furiously that the queen was here. The brown-haired man looked in horror at the knight's guard. Then he immediately ran to his desk. Then he put a huge stack of papers on the table. Xavier watched indifferently as the brown-haired man held his head and drew blueprints in the forest at the table. Queen Alicia also watched with her army as the brown-haired man angrily held his head and drew blueprints. Then he raised his hand in bewilderment, looking back at the queen, pretending that he only saw her. He immediately fell to his knees and bowed before Alice, expressing his respect to the true owner of these lands. The queen noted that he himself should understand that he was behaving too feignedly. She looked down at him from above, narrowing her eyes, and realized that he had decided to play. The brown-haired man puffed out his cheeks and looked at the queen with displeasure, raising his gaze. The red-haired girl looked at the guy indifferently and asked him if he really considered Viscount Nort an idiot, because rising from a commoner to a Viscount is not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. Lloyd pressed his hands to the ground and sweat ran down his face. After all, he realized that Nort had complained about him. He imagined how this old man bowed before his queen's table, wanted to report something to her. He imagined how her statue would be in front of a huge dragon skeleton in the garden and a boat that was made for contemplating this magnificence. He imagined how this boat with visitors rushed along the water, looking at the statue with the dragon bones. The engineer explained that he thought a lot about how all this should be arranged, but due to the difference in water level between the starting and ending point, the boat would move too fast. Alicia, coolly resting her hand on her cheek when she heard that the engineer did not have a solution to this problem at the moment, asked if he was willing to give up on this idea. Nort continued to kneel, closing his eyes, and said that the young man, also known as Lloyd, had proposed a solution. He pictured this boat racing through the water at different levels, explained that they would make a cascading floor in the reservoir and install retractable doors at each step. Then this boat would race between the different water levels, and as soon as the boat entered the step, they would close the retractable door and lower the level, pumping out the water. Then this boat would lower itself to the same level as the water at the next step, and as soon as the level was equal, they would open another door and let the boat through. Then, according to the schedule, this boat would continue to sail without barriers. The engineer continued to kneel in front of Alicia, who was sitting at the table, when he explained that in addition to this problem, he had managed to solve a number of other issues, and thanks to Lloyd's help, he had a low opinion of himself every time. The protagonist put his hand to his chest, bowed his head, because he believed that he was just an ignorant fool, that he was simply speaking his thoughts out loud, and that only a wise man like the Viscount could decide whether it was really important. At that moment, Nort lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that the guy solves problems thanks to his rich knowledge of talent, but attributes all the merits to him. He added that Limit gave up his intention to idle wandering, but receives benefits and puts all his efforts into construction. Alicia looked at how the brown-haired man was kneeling in front of her, as if praying, because the Viscount explained that he would be an example to follow for a competent person. The protagonist continued to be angry and angry, without raising his head, and tried to figure out what to take as an excuse, because Alicia should not brand him a traitor to the kingdom. The red-haired girl looked at the guy's butt and told him to stand up and raise his head before he got it again. The protagonist began to get up discontentedly, looking from under his brows. Alicia looked at him coldly. Then she put her hands on her hips with a smile and said that she was satisfied with his work and told him to continue in the same spirit. The brown-haired man's eyes bulged in surprise through his bangs. He was kneeling and saw how the queen walked away with her knights. The main character with a sarcastic smile began to laugh, looking at the knight, and realized that his trick of fooling around had worked. Xavier explained that the gentleman did not understand anything at all in such situations and asked him to continue to do his job in his own spirit. The huge construction of the garden continued without stopping, and it was already winter in the area. The main character at this time played with his animals on the line ground as a game, and also did not rest at all, because he did not know when he would have the opportunity to have fun like this again. Then the flower buds began to open with the arrival of spring. The garden was built with its majestic statues, where there was a huge dragon skeleton and a boat with visitors. It was a huge feast with guests on a green meadow. A whole crowd of people discussed the queen, who sat on her throne, because she really had an incredible aura that distinguishes her from everyone else. At this time, Lloyd greedily ate meat, looking at the old man, who pointed his finger behind his back and said that the kingdom of Magentano was the strongest in the whole world and their country would like to build friendly ties with them. The brown-haired man continued to eat a piece of meat and looked at what was happening with bewilderment, because he knew that the reason why she wanted to make such a huge garden for herself was because she wanted to show the world that Magentano had resources, and he thought that neighboring countries would bow their heads to them. Then he looked in confusion in the other direction. He looked at the knight, who was staring at the cookie and did not want to eat because he did not like it. The blue-haired guy with glowing hair looked at the cookie and thought that Master Lloyd was too unlucky. The protagonist bared his teeth with a sarcastic grin and grabbed the knight by the clothes, and began to explain to him why he suddenly decided to ask for a fight, as if he needed something. Xavier immediately began to justify himself that he did not mean it at all. Lloyd continued to squeeze the collar of the knight, who coolly looked away, and asked him to remember his Cremo and the story with the bridge, because every time there was a banquet after the construction, something incredible happened. Xavier smiled sarcastically, looking at the embittered brown-haired man who was holding him back, and said, if something really happens, then he will only prove his unlucky status again. The protagonist did not like this, because it sounded like something was about to happen. Suddenly, they began to look around in horror. They saw how the huge dragon skull fell off the skeleton, and everything was covered in smoke. Alicia immediately jumped up and frowned. Nort grabbed his head in horror and excitement. Lloyd looked at what was happening in bewilderment and realized that he had tried everything with the help of the simulation mode. The statue should not have fallen. The knight immediately extended his hand in front of the protagonist and asked him to prepare to escape. Xavier frowned through his bangs in anger, and Lloyd was shocked that the knight was the first to raise the issue of escape, although he understood that he should not have made such a face full of fear. They saw how purple light energy began to radiate from the dragon's skull, and no one understood what was happening to the bones. These streams of purple aura began to fly apart in all directions. The energy of the purple glow began to rise deep into the night sky. A huge air funnel with a dark aura began to fill half of the planet. This skull of a huge dragon suddenly came to life with sparkling eyes. There was also a statue of Queen Magentano. This head of the animated dragon began to connect with the rest of the skeleton by aura, because Targar realized that right before they cut off his head, he transferred his soul into these bones. This head of the dragon immediately connected with the spine with the help of light. This dragon immediately came to life and began to spread its wings with aura. It immediately reached out with its bone paw to destroy the statue. Its bone immediately crumbled this monument of the queen. Then this dragon became bloodthirsty and angry, and looking back, he saw in the crowd of frightened children the angry Queen Alicia. He immediately flew towards her to attack. Alicia immediately took out her glowing blade and told everyone to run away if they did not want to die a horrible death, because she realized that this monster had enough mana to darken the skies and only the sword master and those above could stop it. Alicia immediately ran to attack with her blade when she was covered by the shadow of a paw. This bone dragon swung his paw with claws. The queen along with the rest of the guys flew away from such a shock wave. This glowing dragon bowed his head and filled the space with himself because he was not yet accustomed to the new body and could not move so fast yet. Then he frowned bloodthirsty and understood that it still did not matter because these people were like ants for him. He saw how the queen with the rest of the people lay in a clearing with destroyed tents and trees. He immediately opened his glowing wings and began to roar loudly throughout the space. Alicia angrily frowned, baring her teeth, and realized that this was not a monster that could be defeated by brute force. Alicia looked back at her comrades and furiously tried to call the protagonist because she needed to find another way out. The dragon looked at Alicia, while all the other guys, led by the protagonist, tried to escape from the battlefield. At that moment, the dumbfounded queen bulged her eyes in horror. The red-haired queen opened her mouth wide and realized that now the knight Xavier should come to the rescue. At that moment, the protagonist ran away with this knight from the battlefield. The girl again watched what was happening with a dumbfounded look. Lloyd ran with all his might with his knight. They deftly jumped over the table with food. Then they began to run across the clearing again. Further on their way there were bushes, which they awkwardly jumped over. Xavier looked back at the terrifying grinning gentleman with a cold face and said that if they were going to run away like that, he would definitely not get paid for his work. Lloyd was horrified, as if the knight was obsessed with money and only thought about it, because they needed to save lives now and it was definitely not worth chatting about money. The knight looked at the protagonist through his bangs in bewilderment. He immediately decided to stop, spreading his legs wide. He looked back at the protagonist with displeasure and said that if they left everything like that, then in the end their estate would suffer, and therefore he must protect their gold mine. The knight continued to see Lloyd running away from them as fast as he could and said that this dragon had many times more energy than him and therefore asked him to give up and run away. The knight stared at the running Lloyd through his bangs and said that he would stop this thing, even if the price was his life. The brown-haired man bared his teeth angrily, looking back in bewilderment. The enraged dragon was about to release a magical sphere of energy from his mouth. He immediately sent a powerful stream of energy to the field when Alicia tried to escape. There was a powerful explosion, and the girl began to fly away. The dragon began to emit energy from his mouth throughout the entire space. The queen at this time was sitting on the ground as the light beam almost reached her. Xavier ran bloodthirstily to attack with the skill of ejecting an aura, opening his mouth. He managed to stretch his magic blade towards the dragon's energy attack. This stage of energy attacked the skull of the monster. The energy flow stretched across the entire field, while Alicia was shrinking in fear. At this time, the dragon raised his mouth and emitted a surge of energy towards Xavier. The knight deftly reflected the light attacks and flew towards the monster, because even though they were chaotic, he believed that he would die because it was only necessary to hit him with one attack. These shots of energy flew into the night clouds. At this time, the queen swung her glowing sword with a scream. Xavier swung his blade and was going to reflect the energy attack. He succeeded, and he directed this beam of light at the head of the monster, who laughed to himself because he was getting used to this body and now completely controlled it. This dragon opened his huge magical wings. He immediately flapped them and soared into the sky. Xavier, at this time, covered his hand with Alice, and they looked up angrily. This dragon flew over a forest clearing and destroyed everything around, starting a fire. This dragon released a burst of energy and the whole forest burned when the guys tried to escape. At this time, Lloyd bloodthirstily grabbed the chipmunk and was about to release it to attack. A white bird flew in the sky and a seed was thrown to the chipmunk. Bogdan began to eat this seed. He immediately increased in size and began to fall on the dragon from above. Bogdan with all his weight fell on the magical dragon Targa. Bogdan continued to press this monster to the ground and attack. At this time, the knight and Lloyd grabbed Alicia and flew away on the bird while the chipmunk dealt with the dragon. At this time, the dragon looked around while the chipmunk ran away. At this time, the dragon tried to look back while all the guys escaped on the bird. At that moment, Lloyd looked furiously at Jigoming and said that now it was his turn to throw feces. This beast immediately blushed and opened his mouth wide because he understood that he would be ashamed. Podong immediately slapped the bird and told Belle to tell him if she heard him, so he told her to follow his command. With tears in his eyes, Jigoming began to defecate white shots of droppings. The dragon was confused when a whole rain of bird feces fell on him. Confused, the dragon opened his mouth, being in the feces. The dragon immediately opened his mouth bloodthirstily with the energy and purple candle. He immediately became angry and screamed at the sky that he would kill them all. At this time, they all escaped to Jigoming and Alicia asked if Lloyd had a plan. Ji Goming flew out of the cloud into outer space. At this time, the dragon also made his way through the clouds and was going to pursue, and Lloyd said that he would give the opportunity to someone much stronger to deal with the dragon. Brown-haired immediately opened his mouth furiously and said that the Dragon King should deal with it. It was a black silhouette of a dragon against the background of glowing flashes of light, because it was the same Dragon King that was mentioned in the novel The Knight of Iron and Blood, because he was a sweet and friendly dragon who maintained order among the dragons and loved people. At this time, Targa in the form of a dragon flew after Ji Goming and the guys, who understood that a Dragon King like him would not just sit and watch this lizard zombie go crazy, and they remembered that he lived in a place called Gapel. The brown-haired man looked furiously at the queen and asked how far Gapel was from here. The main character immediately turned white and opened his mouth in rage, because it was a day's journey even if you fly at high speed. At this time, a huge dragon opened his mouth and almost slammed Ji Goming shut. The white bird managed to return from the bloodthirsty mouth of the dragon. The protagonist bared his teeth in rage and looked back angrily, because despite the size of the dragon, it was rushing like crazy and they would not be able to fly for a day on the tail of such a monster. At this time, Xavier took out his glowing blade and asked if they had a chance to solve the problem if they got to Gapel. Lloyd agreed with this and said that they needed to get there. Xavier immediately sharpened his glowing blade furiously. He directed an explosion of energy aura towards the dragon. At this time, the furious dragon looked at what was happening and realized that the pathetic attack of the humans would not harm him. This energy beam carried away the family of the dragon's magical wing. Ji Goming looked back and saw how the dragon's wing began to evaporate. The brown-haired man looked back furiously and was glad that Xavier's attack worked and asked him to continue. These blue rays of attack enveloped the magical dragon, who was indignant at such tricks. The main character immediately extended his hand towards the excited Alicia and asked to borrow her sword. She immediately handed the sword over to him with a dumbfounded look. She watched as he was about to approach Xavier, said that they should hit at the same time from different sides so that the dragon could not return. He held his fiery blade in his hands and furiously twisted his face, screamed an explosion. The dragon opened his mouth in bewilderment. Alicia also watched in shock at what was happening. At this time, Xavier, together with Lloyd, directed their fire attacks towards Targa. The dragon managed to cover himself with his magic wing from the fire attack. Xavier's blue energy beam was also reflected. The guys looked at what was happening bloodthirstily, did not understand why their attack was reflected, as if the monster had only become stronger. The knight looked angrily at the gentleman, who dumbfoundedly bulged his eyes. The knight watched as Alicia grabbed Lloyd, who fell without resistance, and asked him for help. They immediately grabbed Lloyd and were about to throw him out. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror, looking at the monster's open mouth. The queen swung her glowing palm and told Lloyd to follow her instructions and scream. She immediately slapped him on the butt. Xavier held the protagonist by the neck, who stuck out his tongue in horror and screamed. They flew further and further away from the dragon, which was shaking convulsively. Then it began to lag behind, and the guys flew further and further. Alicia, with a malicious smile, smiled and said that Lloyd succeeded thanks to the benefit of his crooked face. The knight continued to hold the protagonist by the neck, who looked on cold-bloodedly with tears in his eyes. The dragon was hovering in the air at this time and realized that it was the one who had rid Magentano of poison and the one who had finished off the herd of mastodons, namely the one who had defeated the Prince of Hell. Targa continued to follow Ji Goming and the boys because he realized that he could defeat everyone at once. Alicia continued to spank Lloyd's butt so that he would grimace. Xavier held his cheeks at this time and his eyes were dumbfounded and his tongue was sticking out. A purple veil covered the dragon's eyes, and they could not believe that he had closed his eyes with mana if he was so disgusted to look at his face. Alicia held magic circles near his ear at this time, and Xavier screamed bloodthirstily so that Lloyd would emit screams of hell. The knight held back the malicious grin of the protagonist, who was now simply being mocked. This dragon just flew blindly, with its eyes and ears sealed with magic so as not to see what was happening. They immediately threw off Lloyd's body and realized that he was no longer useful. The brown-haired man bared his teeth bloodthirstily and clenched his fist, because he realized that he was wrong, because his plan to use the Dragon King had completely failed, which meant that they had no other choice but to defeat him now. He also became curious if the dragon had a weakness and if there could be one at all. He frowned and his eyes bulged in surprise. He remembered how Alicia looked at him with a smile and told him to take his bone, but replace it with something else. He frowned and his eyes bulged in realization, because he realized that she really did have a weakness. Ji Goming continued to fly above the thick clouds. Targa flew after them. He kept flying with his eyes and ears closed, because he became stronger with time, although he gave up his humanity. This magical dragon kept following Ji Goming and the guys because he became a creature that happened to nature itself. He suddenly flapped his wings and almost caught up with the bird. At that time, Lloyd bloodthirstily grabbed the box and told Ji Goming to throw out the web. This dragon had already opened his mouth and was about to catch up with the bird. Suddenly, the dragon looked in bewilderment at the splash of web that flew by and said that they could only bother him. He was hovering between the clouds. Why did he open his mouth in bewilderment and not understand where the guys went? At that time, they were flying at him from above. Our hero furiously opened his mouth and screamed that it was the fourth bone from the pelvis. Xavier immediately directed a powerful energy flow towards the dragon. The light beam flew straight into the spine of the bone monster. The light beam caught up with the bone. It began to collapse. Because it was made of granite, although artificial, but it was still reinforced by the power of the dragon. This light beam swept along the tail section of the dragon, which wheezed and screamed. Xavier continued to fly into the attack, directing the light beam because there were two sword masters on their side. Alicia also swung her fire blade and called out to Lloyd. The queen at this time screamed bloodthirstily that the protagonist mentioned that the bone was made from the bone of the imperial whale. The protagonist stretched his hands forward and opened his mouth with rage, apologizing to the queen because this was a rational saving of materials and labor. Alicia immediately swung her fire blade with anger and realized that it was just in time. She immediately chopped the bone into pieces with one swing of the blade. Our hero immediately clenched his fist with a joyful smile. This dragon started falling down because its tail was cut off. It was a two-story fortress of the palace. Xavier looked at the main character lying naked on the bed with a relaxed look and said that they were gone for too long, thus answering the question about when he was going to get dressed. The knight put his hands behind his back, when the brown-haired man immediately jumped up with an angry look when he was told that with his face and in such a state, it was as if the synergy of hostility towards him had increased 10 times. Lloyd did not like this because he was even more angry about it. Xavier immediately smiled brightly, closing his eyes and ironically apologized because in the future he would be more careful with his words. The brown-haired man looked at him with bewilderment, raising his eyebrows when he was told to leave the topic of clothes. The knight stood in front of the bed, putting his hands behind his back and asked about when Lloyd would address the count and countess's mom and dad. The main character almost cried from such an unexpected question, closing his lips. Xavier looked at his comrade with trepidation and said that he himself wanted to call them his parents, but he could not allow himself to do so. Lloyd looked at the knight in surprise, who asked him to address them by their titles if he wanted to. He tried to understand what to do, because they were not his real parents. If he addressed them like that, he would only deceive. The knight put his hands behind his back and sighed heavily, apologizing for becoming too emotional when mentioning the words mom and dad and saying the wrong thing. The main character looked at him intently with one eye and realized that the knight had lost his parents after all. He remembered the photographs of his parents above the candles. Xavier was about to leave as he looked back when he was asked about his parents. Lloyd was sitting on the bed when Xavier stopped at the entrance and asked if he was really interested. The main character looked at the knight with a nonchalant air and said that he agreed that he was really interested in knowing about it. At this time, the dragon continued to fall down with a bloodthirsty roar. He immediately plopped down on the ground and rolled further into the forest. He left a huge footprint in the ground. This dragon began to get up convulsively and realized that he had lost his balance. At this time, the bloodthirsty hamster began to increase in size again and fell on the dragon. Peepodong landed with all his might on the monster's skull. He immediately grabbed it, while the rest of the guys landed on the ground. The main character pulled out a fiery blade in front of him and gained maximum energy. This fiery stream rushed past the dragon into the sky. Xavier, at this time, the bloodthirster aimed his glowing blade. He hit the target right on the dragon, who was screaming. Lloyd also screamed bloodthirstily and attacked with a glowing super discharge. Our hero was kneeling and directing a powerful stream of energy spectrum towards the dragon. Xavier's glowing silhouette angrily bared his teeth. The brown-haired man also extended his hand with the energy spectrum. A notification popped up that the level of the mana heart skill had increased, and its ability to purify the poisonous mana of the undead had increased significantly. Alicia, flying from the air with her fire blade to help. She immediately delivered a sharp glowing blow. This energy blade hit the bone directly, destroying it. Targa opened his mouth and screamed furiously in pain. The protagonist angrily bulged his eyes through his fingers and realized that it worked and they would be able to win. A notification from the system that a new skill option had appeared, half human, half dragon. He absorbed a huge amount of dragon mana and its qualities were added to the Heart of Mana. A message that the dragons with whom fate would bring him together would show interest in him. Xavier at this time attacked the dragon with a sword. Alicia also bared her teeth angrily and swung her blade. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. He remembered asking the knight if it was so strange that he would be interested in this. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in surprise, noting that it was so, since he gave the impression of a person who was not interested in others at all. Lloyd slightly opened his mouth, noting that he thought he also did not quite understand the reason for his interest. He added that it was not like he was his friend. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, emitting a red aura as the monster's tail floated in the air. Xavier watched in horror as he screamed the protagonist's name. A strong stream of energy surrounded the forest. The swordsman appeared above the protagonist, taking the blow. Lloyd's eyes widened in horror. Xavier opened his mouth wide, coughing up blood. The swordsman's blow sent trees flying, destroying them. The swordsman flew out of the forest, appearing above the water. He then fell into the water. Peapodong closed his eyes as the huge monster opened its mouth wide. The monster's purple aura grabbed its bony tail. The tail attached itself to the monster's body. Lloyd held out his shaking hand, calling Xavier's name. The protagonist stared in horror as the monster's paw appeared above him. Alicia pulled the protagonist out from under the monster's paw. She looked at the protagonist furiously, telling him to pull himself together and find a way to fix everything, like always. Alicia, her eyes widened, looking angrily at Lloyd. She stated that without him, the kingdom would go and that he should find a way to save Andre, like he saved her. The Count looked at the girl in fear, thinking that he did not know, and Andre's mana completely disappeared in an instant, and he did not have the ability to heal such a thing. A monster's head appeared in front of the guys. Xavier sank deeper and deeper into the water. The swordsman remained motionless in the water, noting that he needed to gather his mana. A small cloud of aura appeared in space. The knight noted that it would expand it and push the poles together. The cloud of aura began to decrease in size. The knight noted that his aura was disappearing, wondering if this was the end for him. Xavier went deeper and deeper into the water, noting that he had to save him. Alicia threw the protagonist on her back, running away from the monster. The monster's head moved after the boys. The protagonist looked ahead with a mad look, noting that he needed to use CP to see the ending spoiler, and he needed to collect more PR to become stronger. The swordsman continued to go deeper into the water without moving. The Count closed his eyes, noting that he had to save him, and he had to do it. Xavier bared his teeth, clenching them. The protagonist confidently looked ahead, stating that he would do it. Lloyd rested his knee on the queen's back, asking for permission to push off her back. The protagonist jumped off the queen's back, thinking that he would definitely save him. Xavier looked ahead with an enraged look, baring his teeth, after which he stretched out his hand in front of him. The protagonist dove into the water, holding out his hand to the swordsman. He noted that he would save his friend. The swordsman reached out his hand to the protagonist's hand, after which the boys grabbed each other. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking at the knight, mentally telling him to absorb his mana. The swordsman bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. A blue aura emanated from the Count. Xavier began to absorb the protagonist's mana. Alicia stood near the water with a sword when the monster collected the aura near its mouth. Hippo appeared in the air in the form of a ball. He attacked the monster in the head, after which he bounced off it. A red column of energy flew past the queen. A huge explosion occurred from the impact. The boys held hands tightly while Xavier absorbed mana. The knight looked ahead in bewilderment, noting that something was wrong with Master Lloyd's mana. Blue spheres of mana were floating in space. The knight wondered if it was mana at all. The energy sphere moved to the side. Xavier noted that it resembled mana. A bright glow emanated from the energy sphere. The swordsman thought that it was some otherworldly completely different, as if it violated all the rules of this world. Jigoming flew through the air, releasing droppings. The droppings fell right on the monster's body, after which the monster abruptly moved to the side. Jigoming flew away from the monster in horror, chasing after it. Xavier closed his eyes and bared his teeth, noting that he could not control this. Peapodong threw Belle into the air. Belle turned her tail, releasing black smoke. A black cloud of smoke surrounded the monster. Alicia jumped into the air, swinging her sword, after which she seemed to be struck by lightning. The queen looked ahead in fury, noting that for the entire time, the monster flapped its wing, throwing the queen aside. Xavier closed his eyes, losing consciousness. He mentally asked for forgiveness from the one who took the form of Master Lloyd, adding that his mana, he cannot understand it. The knight slightly opened his eyes, mentally asking for forgiveness for leaving him. The protagonist bulged his eyes and bared his teeth. Xavier opened his eyes and mouth wide in fear. An energy clot began to appear in space. Several energy clots appeared in space. The system notified that after Xavier saw his face from hell, he realized that this is all beyond his understanding. Alicia grabbed her eye, falling to the ground. Jigoming flew past, picking up the queen. The system notified that Xavier controls the mana of another world, which he transferred to him, and the body of Xavier ignored some moments of cause and effect. The animals stood wary of each other, despite the monster. The huge monster opened its mouth, gathering energy. The protagonist widened his eyes and clenched his teeth. The system announced that every cell of Xavier's body was now functioning as Mana's heart. Spherical clots of energy began to appear in space. Huge white wings appeared behind the knight. The monster watched what was happening in bewilderment. Xavier rose to the shore, holding the protagonist in his arms. The protagonist lay in the knight's arms as water flowed out of his mouth. The monster stood motionless in front of the swordsman, noting that he had not even noticed it, but it suddenly appeared in front of him. Xavier threw the protagonist to the ground, after which he took out his weapon, moving his hand to the side. The monster watched the knight intently. Cutting blows began to appear on the monster's body. Xavier dealt many cutting blows to the monster's body, after which the monster evaporated into thin air. Pieces of the monster began to fall in front of the guys. The protagonist looked at the swordsman in surprise and noted that he had succeeded. Xavier radiated a rainbow aura with a serious look. The protagonist noted that he had become the strongest person mentioned in the novel, the Knight of Iron and Blood, the Supreme Master. The swordsman looked back at the protagonist when he called out to him. The guys were standing in front of the collapsed body of the monster. The protagonist looked at the knight with a slight grin, saying that from now on he would be at the head of all the showdowns. Lloyd mentally thanked the swordsman for surviving. Xavier bared his teeth in irritation, looking at the master, after which he grinned slightly, thinking that he could tell him the same thing. The animals rushed into the arms of the protagonist. The protagonist bowed before the queen when she approached them. Lloyd looked at the system window in surprise. A system notification appeared about the number of lives he saved, which was 31,145,782. Lloyd asked that if this zombie lizard had survived, it would have killed more than 10 million. The system announced that this was not true and the number of lives that this monster would have taken was lower than this number. The protagonist asked why he got so many points then, and that this was a bonus. The system announced that he assumed that among those lives he saved, there was one who started her own business. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. The system announced that the jobs that appeared thanks to this man's business saved a family that was dying of hunger when a child from this family grew up. He saved someone who fell into the water, and this someone turned out to be a doctor who created an incredible cure. The protagonist looked at the system window with a serious look. The system notified that all events that led to his actions were taken into account. That is why he received additional points. The life he saves affects not only this one life. The protagonist smirked slightly, thinking that if 1 DP could be converted into 1,000 gold coins, he would be the happiest person. The system notified him to forget about it. Xavier looked at the master, calling out to him. The knight stared at the protagonist, saying that he heard that the bone dragon did not die, asking if they should do something about it. The remains of the monster began to move. Xavier noted that it was already starting to move, asking if he should deal with it. Lloyd said that he should not. A system window appeared. Domination over the evil, level 2. The protagonist smirked maliciously, saying that he should quickly rise again. A system window appeared, who he can control, such as zombie monsters, ghosts. Lloyd smiled maliciously, emitting a red aura from his eye. He said that he was full of ideas where he could use his help. A system window appeared, who he can control, in which bone dragons appeared. A huge monster began to gather in front of the guys. The main character looked at the monster with a serious look. A red aura began to surround the monster. The system announced that the parasitic soul inside the dragon's bone had refused to submit to the evil's control, asking if he would like to cleanse the parasitic soul. Lloyd smiled maliciously, saying that of course he would. A red stream of energy appeared in front of the protagonist. The system announced that his mind had been transferred to the dragon's skull, and he must defeat the king of black magic, Targa, and take possession of the dragon's skeleton. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the system window, noting that he had transferred the soul to the dragon's bones right before the queen killed him. The protagonist looked behind him. Targa was sitting on his lap not far from the brown-haired man. The black mage bared his teeth. System windows appeared with Targa's characteristics. The protagonist noted that there was too much information, and he was not at all interested in it. The black mage slightly opened his mouth, starting to speak. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The man pressed his palms to the floor, saying that since childhood, his mana was cursed and the people of their village constantly offended and called him and his family names. Tears flowed from the eyes of the black mage. He said that his mother called him a demon. The protagonist frowned in bewilderment, looking at the man. Targa said that she said that he ruined her life and that he was her greatest disappointment in life, but he still loved her, and then one day the villagers. The man raised his head when the protagonist called out to him. Lloyd looked at the black mage with a soulless gaze, asking what of it. Then he struck the black mage. From the blow, Targa's body dissolved into thin air. The system announced that he had managed to cleanse the parasitic soul. The protagonist stood in front of the guys unconscious. A blue aura began to emanate from the monster. The system announced that the bone dragon was now under the control of the evil spirit. The protagonist's spirit hovered next to him. Then it flew into his nose. The dragon bowed its head towards the protagonist. The system announced that he should greet the bone dragon, who had received a new self, and the words it would say to him would determine his relationship with it. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he was his father. The dragon opened its mouth, collecting magical energy. Xavier covered the boys with his wing. Lloyd wondered why he had failed to rein it in. The dragon shot a magical sphere into the air. A blue heart appeared in the sky from the aura. The dragon looked at the protagonist happily, calling him daddy. The protagonist grinned contentedly as the boys watched in bewilderment. Lloyd extended his hand to the dragon. He placed his palm on the monster's head, saying that he would give it a name. The monster looked intently at its father. The protagonist said that he had nothing of the cursed entity zombie in him, and that he was someone even dragons respected. The protagonist smiled contentedly, saying that he would be Yang. The boys looked at what was happening in horror, thinking that this sucked. The system announced that this sucked. The protagonist told everyone to shut up, adding that it was not his fault that natural sciences were easier for him. The system announced that he should not dare to humiliate natural science students. The protagonist and the animals began to hug Yang. Lloyd noted that this was his precious child, and now he could destroy any mountain in the blink of an eye, and he was his dear Yang, a real treasure, his most powerful machine. Alicia watched the protagonist in bewilderment. Then she turned her gaze to the swordsman, noting that he had probably reached the highest level and become a supreme master, a legendary state that could only be compared to the gods. The main character continued to hug his child. Alicia noted that Yang, and what a lame name that was a force capable of destroying an entire nation. The queen squinted at the protagonist. The brown-haired man smiled contentedly and gave her a thumbs up. Alicia noted that Lloyd, a man who could destroy the entire world in one morning, was now out of her control. The red-haired girl looked away with a sad look. The sun was shining brightly over the city. Alicia came out to her people, saying that with her hasty actions she had made the entire nation worry, and she took full responsibility for what she had done. The queen placed her hand on the glass sphere, noting that the reason why a great catastrophe had been avoided. The queen looked down, saying that she was imprisoned, and then suddenly fell silent. The main character shook his head from side to side. He looked at the queen with a pitiful look, folding his hands in front of him. Alicia smirked slightly, noting that the most powerful man on earth, a man with a dream of getting rich and living quietly on the outskirts, an insanely annoying person, adding that let him have it. The red-haired girl opened her mouth wide, saying that it was all thanks to Lloyd Frontera. The protagonist looked at the queen in confusion. Alicia stuck out her tongue, showing it to the protagonist. The protagonist smirked in confusion. A full moon was visible in the night sky. The protagonist smiled widely. He stated that the queen promised to pay him 2 billion gold for the restoration work, and he felt like he could jump on a dragon and fly. Xavier sat across from the protagonist, crossing his legs. He asked that he had forgotten that they almost all died. Lloyd said that the key word was almost, and everyone was alive, no one died, and that was all that mattered. The swordsman looked at the master with narrowed eyes. The master said that now he can afford even more than just having fun all day, and now he can live like an emperor. Xavier remembered the protagonist's mana. Lloyd looked at the swordsman in confusion. The knight asked that he was some kind of lord. The protagonist looked at Xavier furiously. The knight added that he doubted it, and if he were him, he would definitely not make such a face. The protagonist asked that he should send him to hell. Xavier looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He asked where the real Lloyd Frontera was and that he was dead. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in confusion. He lowered his head, saying that he did not know. Lloyd looked away with an awkward grin, saying that when he woke up, he was already in his body. Xavier looked at the guy in surprise, asking that he had no intention of stealing Lloyd Frontera's body. The protagonist said that there was none, after which the swordsman lay down on the couch, closing his eyes. He said that then okay, and now let him sing him a lullaby. The brown-haired guy asked what it was all about, and he believed his words. The blue-haired guy slightly opened his mouth, noting that when he lies, he always makes such a shameless face that it is infuriating, and when he tells the truth, he immediately becomes so vulnerable. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, after which the guys turned their attention to the door they knocked on. Lloyd said that it was open. A bearded man opened the door. The protagonist asked who he was, that he just walked in there. Xavier looked at the man warily, saying that he did not feel his mana at all and he was not alive. The bearded man looked at the guys with a serious look. He said that he was the dragon Antiques, and to be precise, the messenger of Antiques, the true soul of the dragon he had defeated. The protagonist looked at the dragon's soul with a serious look, asking why it had come to them. Antiques asked that he was not even surprised. Lloyd asked what was surprising about that. Antiques noted that he had just said that he was a dragon, adding that he should not worry about it. The dragon's soul looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that in the name of the great dragon, he ordered him, Lloyd Frontera, to follow him to hell and save the true soul of Antiques. The protagonist lay down on the bed, covering himself with a blanket. He said that he did not want to, wishing him well. Antiques let tears fall from his eyes, grabbing the blanket. He said that he should not be like that, asking if he could help him. The protagonist asked why he was so stubborn, noting that he was not going to help him. The dragon soul looked at the protagonist with a pleading look. He said that if he saved his soul, he would include him in the membership of the Dragon King. The brown-haired man slightly rose from the bed, asking that he was serious. The master looked back at the dragon soul with a malicious grin, saying that he knew how to bargain and that he would listen to what benefits such a membership provides. The men were pulling fallen trees out of the water channel. 5 hours ago, the fighter shouted at the soldiers to increase the speed of restoring the channel, and they would send a separate group to sort out the fallen forest. The workers were dragging a huge tree on their shoulders. The fighter pointed to the side with a menacing look, shouting for them to take it in 1, 2. The protagonist sprawled on a chair, sipping a drink. The queen appeared next to him. Lloyd looked at the girl in fear, saying that he was burned. He thought he was just lying down to rest for a while. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with bewilderment, who was sipping his drink. He told the knight that he was supposed to be on guard, asking what kind of a high master he was if he couldn't even notice a man with his head in his glass, noting how awkward it was. The queen closed her eyes and smirked slightly. The protagonist bowed before the queen. Alicia said that he was the boss and it wasn't his job to carry heavy things. The master noted that this was true and he was just sorting out his thoughts. The red-haired girl asked why he said that he was burned. The queen looked back at the knight in armor, telling him to leave it. The protagonist stood with his hands on the ground, legs spread apart. Alicia told him to come closer as she had something to say and would have to whisper. Her Majesty stared at the protagonist. The protagonist wiggled his buttocks. The red-haired girl imagined herself slapping the protagonist's buttocks. Her Majesty squeezed her hand, noting that it was a sensational feeling. The queen closed her eyes, thinking that she should forget about it. If she became his enemy, then her kingdom would go. Alicia slapped the protagonist on the buttocks, thinking that she could not spank his buttocks just because she was a queen. After which the red-haired girl looked at her hand in shock. She noted that she wanted to spank him so much that she did it without realizing it. Lloyd continued to move his buttocks. He lowered his head to the ground, telling Her Highness that if he dared to insult her in any way, he would gladly accept the punishment. I looked at the protagonist in surprise. Xavier looked at the protagonist with disgust. He asked the master that he would gladly allow himself to be spanked, adding that he knew he was a pervert. The master said that it was a form of speech and that he should not say something that was not there. The system asked what the students of natural sciences used a form of speech. The master noted that the students of natural sciences knew this too. The queen leaned towards the master, asking where he had put the bone dragon, noting that if anyone saw it, there might be panic. Lloyd said that he had thought of this and ordered that it be sent to distant lands where no man had ever set foot. Her Highness looked at the protagonist with a serious look. She noted that he listened to him like a dog and was on his side, and the High Master and the Bone Dragon asked if he had ever thought about what kind of forces in this world were behind him. Her Highness's gaze was directed at the protagonist's buttocks. The protagonist said that he understood her concern. The brown-haired man continued to stand, bowing before Her Highness. He noted that this power was needed to maintain peace and stability, and it would be madness to try to use it for his own benefit. The queen's gaze remained on the master's buttocks. Lloyd said that he only obeyed her and was her subject forever. The queen slightly opened her mouth, after which she grinned contentedly, thanking the protagonist. The brown-haired man stood with his buttocks raised up, thanking the queen for her beautiful words. White clouds floated over the castle. Alicia walked along the corridor, thinking that the force that controls another force. She smiled slightly, noting that he was stronger than he seemed. A terrible pain pierced the queen, after which she collapsed to the ground. Alicia grabbed her eye, which turned red, noting that the poison with which she was poisoned in the target castle, she cannot cleanse herself. A system window appeared, the number of lives that he saved, which began to subside. The protagonist looked at the window in bewilderment, wondering what was happening and why the numbers began to fall. A system notification appeared showing the number of lives he had saved, which was 18,124,392. The protagonist widened his eyes, wondering what in the life he had saved was dying and over 10 million would die. Lloyd thought that the dragon was not originally in the novel either. The master looked at the system window in fear, noting that this meant that unexpected and dangerous situations would continue to occur. The queen was lying on the bed, bent over. She widened her eyes, clutching her face with her hand. Alicia thought that Lloyd was a dangerous person and needed to be killed immediately, as he would hunt her. The red-haired girl opened her mouth, saying that Lloyd was not that kind of person. She thought that he needed to be killed first. The queen grabbed her blade, after which she stood on the floor. Her Highness walked down the hallway with an enraged look, holding the blade in her hands. Antiques was kneeling opposite the protagonist. He said that his life ended like that, but the King of Hell captured his soul because his heart reminded him of a dragon, he thought. The protagonist extended his hand in front of the dragon's soul, saying that he was not interested in his story at all. The dragon said that he needed to motivate him somehow. The master noted that he could not be motivated by his story, only by the conditions he would offer him. Xavier crossed his arms over his chest, looking towards the door. The young master asked what goodies he would get. Antique said that if he had a membership in the Dragon King. The swordsman narrowed his eyes. The dragon said that he would have a share in the Dragon King's wealth, which was almost endless. The young master said that it sounded good, asking what else. The queen approached the protagonist's door as a red aura emanated from her blade. Antiques looked at the young master with a serious look, telling him not to waste such an opportunity, and he would also get another life and be able to resurrect if he died. The master looked at the dragon's soul in surprise. Xavier slowly began to pull his sword out of its sheath. Alicia's eyes were wide and filled with blood. Lloyd said that it was not bad and that was exactly what he needed, asking how he would know if he was telling the truth. Antique said that he was a dragon and could not lie. Xavier looked away warily. Lloyd said that was fine then and that he should go and seek help from someone else. The dragon's soul asked what he had to do to make him believe him. The swordsman abruptly opened the door. He looked out of the room holding the blade in his hands. The young master looked at the swordsman in bewilderment, asking if something was wrong. Xavier noted that it was nothing special and that he had apparently just become too sensitive. The master said that it was unacceptable for a supreme master. Alicia hid behind the wall, leaning against the statue. She looked down in fear, wondering what was going on and what she was thinking. The main character smiled wickedly, pointing his finger at the dragon's soul. He asked how he could do that, noting that he would give him some magic that would guarantee his escape from hell, and would also take a soul oath, which would say that his soul would be forgotten forever and ever if he did not keep his promise. Antiques looked at the master in shock, asking how he knew about the soul oath, noting that only dragons knew about them. The main character asked if it mattered now, and whether he agreed or not, adding that if he thought about it for too long, he would just go to sleep. The dragon's soul said that he agreed. Antiques closed his eyes and extended his palm. He looked at the main character with a serious look, raising his hand. Antiques swore that if he did not keep his promise, his soul would be forgotten forever and ever. The main character asked what was that all about. The dragon's soul noted that this spell had no special effects. Antiques stared at the protagonist. The protagonist said that it had bothered him from the beginning, asking that his hair and beard were actually tentacles and why they kept moving when there was no wind. The dragon's soul said that it was because he was a dragon. Lloyd asked what that had to do with his hair and beard moving. Antiques drew a black marker on the protagonist's hand. He said that this was a spell to save him. He must put his hands together and shout the commandment of time and space, a spell to break the seal and show him the way, adding that if he did this for him, the gates to this world would open. Lloyd noted that he did not hear any power in this spell. The master looked at his palm curiously. The dragon said that when he cast the spell, he should imagine someone he knows well and the gate will open next to that person. The main character smiled widely, saying that it was awesome. The young master smiled widely, throwing his shovel over his shoulder, asking that they go to hell to get him an extra life. Lloyd told the swordsman that it was time to go. Antiques opened a blue portal. Xavier looked at the master in confusion. He narrowed his eyes, noting that this was still hell, asking that he didn't think that he should have at least asked his opinion. The main character frowned in confusion, looking at the swordsman, asking what he had come up with, noting that he always goes where he tells him to. The main character jumped into the portal, telling Xavier that it was time to move on. The swordsman looked ahead in irritation, thinking that he increasingly felt like he was underpaid for his work. At that moment, a siren rang in all corners of hell, alerting the demons of an intrusion. The demon was holding a cell phone in his hands, which had an urgent message. The guys flew out of the portal, falling to the ground. The man who dared to enter hell, the demons, were already aware of what happened between this man and the Prince of Hell. The demons looked up in bewilderment. The author noted that they had only one thing in their thoughts. Lloyd was flying down with a serious expression on his face. The author noted that the great singer of hell had come to give a concert. A small blue soul ran through hell. The soul looked ahead with a worried expression on its face, after which the soul collided with the demon's leg. The evil spirit smiled maliciously, noting that they seemed to have an escaped soul. The demons looked at the soul with malicious expressions on their faces, lifting it up. The evil spirit asked how he dared to go against the system to escape. The tempter looked ahead with a mad expression, saying that he would chew him up, and then marinate him in sauce for a day, and then he would become sweet and sour pork. The demon widened his eyes, pressing his lips together. The soul closed his eyes, mentally asking for salvation, adding that he was scared. The protagonist's leg appeared in front of the devil's. The young master looked at the demon with a terrifying expression, telling him to answer his questions. The soul looked at the protagonist in fear, wondering what this was, noting that it was so scary. The devil, with an angry expression on his face, looked at the protagonist, saying that even if he was a great singer, he was still a mere mortal. The master hit the tempter with a shovel, after which he collapsed to the ground, folding his arms across his chest. The demon glared at the master, asking how he could attack him so suddenly, noting that he had broken his friend's jaw and he should apologize to him. The devil looked behind him, where the swordsman stood. Xavier asked what his friend was bothering him about now. Xavier looked at the demon with a cold gaze, saying what a good-natured demon he was. The devil's eyes widened. He turned to the swordsman, asking what he knew about him, adding that he should stop talking nonsense, because in reality, he was very cold-blooded and evil. The knight said that he was a good demon. The blue-haired boy glared at the devil, saying that his mother must have raised him with love. The demon looked at the knight, dumbfounded. Xavier slightly opened his mouth, saying that he would guess, asking what his mother had said, something about becoming a great demon that looked after everyone. The evil spirit bared its fangs. The swordsman said that she must have hugged him every day and told him that he was a sweet child who loved others. Tears began to flow from the devil's eyes. Xavier said that her words must have been a blessing to him, and they raised his confidence, and he must have grown up to be a good-natured demon since he was raised by such a good mother. The demon began to wipe the tears from his eyes, saying that it was not so. Xavier stood in front of the sobbing demon. The knight said that these feelings were also a part of him, and he should try to protect his emotions, asking what his mother said when he got angry. The demon said that his mother did not say such a thing. The swordsman squinted at the demon, saying that he hoped it would be kind to his mother. The protagonist watched in bewilderment, his eyes wide. The evil spirit swung his fist at the boy, telling him to take his words back right now. The protagonist watched in shock as the demon lightly hit Xavier in the chest. The devil said how cruel he was. Lloyd noted that perhaps he had overdone it a bit. Xavier asked in what sense. The protagonist said that he really was a master at breaking demons. The evil spirit rose slightly, clutching his head. The young master said that even so, there were still boundaries that should not be crossed. The demon asked what just happened. The protagonist hit the demon in the face again. The demon pressed himself against the knight's chest, continuing to sob. The protagonist mercilessly beat the evil spirit with a shovel. Red lava flowed onto the rocks. The tempter said that his mother, she told him that she was happy about his birth and said that he was her happiness. The beaten devil sat on his knees, looking at the protagonist. He said that he can ask whatever he wants and he will answer all his questions. The master threw the shovel over his shoulder, looking at the demon with disdain. He said that, apparently, he is finally ready to answer. The evil spirit noted that he did not even give him a chance to answer. The young master asked if he would answer if he did not beat him up. The evil one noted that he would not answer, after which he grinned maliciously, thinking that this man was acting in an unexpected way, as if all this meant nothing, and he was really starting to respect him. The main character picked up the demon's cell phone, asking what it was and that by any chance it was not a smartphone. The evil one sat on his knees in front of the protagonist, saying that it was a spirit phone. Lloyd asked why this phone was sending strange responses. The protagonist was holding a spirit phone, which showed a search for a quarter of hell. The devil said that the spirit phone did not have a search function, and he would not be able to find anything in the O, and even if he did, 40% of the information would be a lie. The young gentleman squinted at the mobile phone, saying that if 40% of the total amount was true, then this network was already much better than the human world. The demon asked that he realized that he was lying. Lloyd noted that demons were simply stuffed with lies. The young gentleman with a terrifying expression ate the devil's castle of the king of hell. The guys were sitting on their backs, jigoming, flying through hell. The evil one looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, noting that he said that the castle was in the west, asking why he was going to the east. The protagonist noted that this was because he lied, calling him a little bastard. The tempter grinned contentedly, blushing slightly. The protagonist noted that he was happy that he was scolding him. Lloyd looked at the demon with displeasure, saying that if he told him everything he knew about the king of hell, he would indulge him with choice obscenities as soon as they reached the castle. The devil said that it sounded tempting. Jigoming flew over the ground, where there was hot lava. The evil spirit noted that he was a man, asking how he could withstand the high temperatures of hell. The protagonist said that he was a shameless bastard, noting that he was asking the questions. The demon said that he even felt a little offended. A system notification appeared. The effect of the title experienced in wearing pants in Western countries is activated. 100% protection against dehydration in the hottest areas. The guys flew up to a huge skull. The protagonist asked that this is the castle of hell. The demon said that it was not so. The protagonist noted that it was great, and they were there. Jigoming landed on the ground. The guys got off the huge bird. The main character told the swordsman that it was time for them to fight the king of hell. The brown-haired man looked behind him when the demon called out to him. The tempter pointed a finger at himself, noting that he said that he would indulge him with some choice obscenities as soon as they arrived at the place. The main character looked at the devil with a furious look, saying that he didn't give a damn and for him to disappear from sight. The evil spirit looked at the main character in shock, after which he smiled happily, saying that he was literally starting to fall in love. Another demon grinned slightly, waving his hand at the swordsman. The knight smiled slightly at the demon goodbye. The guys approached the huge skull. The devils looked angrily to the side. The evil spirit asked what it was. The boys walked along the corridor of the building. The demon noted that not only did they come to hell themselves, but they also acted so confidently, asking that they had completely lost their minds. The main character looked at the demon with a furious expression on his face. The devil said that he was so scared. The protagonist looked at the evil spirit with a mad expression on his face. The young gentleman walked with a crazy smile, saying that hell turns out to be so easy. Xavier noted that he should be careful because they do not know what awaits them ahead. A demon on a horse appeared on the boy's way. He said that he was the captain of the guard of the King of Hell's office, the general of the 2nd Brigade of Helliximus, asking how dare he stand in his way of the mission. Xavier took out his blade and began to beat Helliximus. The protagonist noted that this was a series of careful blows. The young gentleman opened the huge doors, after which he looked ahead with a serious look. The King of Hell was sitting at the table with papers. The protagonist noted that he knew it. Halcaros looked ahead with an irritated expression, clutching his head. Lloyd noted that it was not a dream, what he saw for a short moment in the flames, and now he was sure of it. Lloyd bowed before the King of Hell, saying that he was Lloyd Frontera, a mortal, and paid his respects to the King of Hell. Halcaros slightly opened his mouth, asking why, of all the possible moments, he chose this one to appear, adding that he would not disturb him as he was busy. The protagonist licked his lips with his tongue. He looked at the King of Hell with a confident smile, asking that he would like to get rid of the work. The King of Hell's hand stopped, after which he looked at the protagonist, asking why ask obvious things. The young gentleman grinned sarcastically, saying that because he could help him solve this issue. The protagonist presented an image of a spirit phone. He noted that he would provide some information that he managed to learn thanks to the spirit phone. Halcaros was sitting at the table, sorting through papers. The protagonist noted 670,000 years, the number of years that the King of Hell had worked without a single break. Lloyd presented an image of an old man, noting that the previous King of Hell had worked without a break for 3.5 billion years, eventually becoming depressed and killing himself. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, noting that the current King of Hell knew that he would end up the same way as his predecessor. Carl looked at the young gentleman with a serious look, after which he closed his eyes and took off his glasses. The King of Hell folded his hands in front of him, asking how he could allow him to live a life where he would have free time. The young master smirked slightly, noting that it was a trade secret. Halcaros narrowed his eyes. He looked at the young master with annoyance, asking how he dared to bargain with the King of Hell, adding that he knew he was crazy, but he was going too far. The master pressed his palm to his chest, looking at the King of Hell with a smirk. He said that he could quarter him right now if he didn't like him so much. After which the brown-haired man smiled maliciously, saying that he should continue working for the next 3.5 billion years. The man looked at the guy in shock. The protagonist smirked maliciously. Xavier looked at the King of Hell warily. The protagonist noted that there was no guarantee that Xavier would be able to protect him here, because they were against the King of Hell and something that had an incomprehensible reserve of power. Lloyd added that there was some information he was counting on. The master recalled seeing the news with the demon and the spirit phone. He noted that the spirit phone was full of content where the King of Hell was cursed and the King of Hell ignored the laws and passed sentences at will, but there was no evidence of this, which meant the brown-haired man looked at the man with a frown, noting that the King of Hell is actually someone who strictly follows the law. Halcaros looked at the guys with a frightening look. The protagonist noted that he was willing to bet that he was an honest and decent worker. The King of Hell slightly opened his mouth, calling the protagonist by the name of Kim Suho. Xavier looked at Halcaros with curiosity. The protagonist frowned in confusion. The man looked at the protagonist with a serious look, asking what he wanted. The main character smiled maliciously, thinking that he had an advantage over him. The one who was more desperate, he lost. The brown-haired man bowed down in front of the man, saying that the soul of antiques, which he holds there, he wishes to release it. The man snapped his fingers. A glass ball appeared in the air, in which a dragon was imprisoned. Halcaros asked what he was talking about it, noting that he was holding it here purely for his own pleasure and was of no value to him. Halcaros looked at the young master with irritation, asking that now that he had shown what he desired, was it time for me to answer his question and how he would help him get out of work. The brown-haired man smiled confidently, saying that he would build a fast road. There was a huge amount of paperwork in the office. The main character thought that although all this paperwork was a problem, the King of Hell had a more serious problem. The main character imagined demons who transported souls in carts. He noted that after the King of Hell's judgment, the souls are delivered to the resurrection gate, and the demons transport the souls in carts. Lloyd imagined the road in front of the demons being destroyed by lava. He noted that due to the extreme climate of hell, the road constantly changes direction and the demons are too stupid to find the way themselves. Halcaros clutched his head while sitting in front of the map. The master noted that in the end, the King of Hell has to make a new path in real time, and this is the main reason why he cannot quit his job. He added that if they build a fast path for transporting souls, they will greatly reduce the workload of the King of Hell. The guys stood in front of Helcaros. Lloyd noted that for just Antiques' soul, he can free himself from work and relax. The King of Hell closed his eyes and put his glasses back on, after which he began to draw on the paper with a pen, saying that he will prepare a contract and he must implement his idea. The brown-haired man smiled maliciously, clenching his hand into a fist. He thought that this was great and the membership of the Dragon King was waiting for him. The King of Hell raised the papers with his power, saying that he spent a whole minute talking to him, and if the resurrection of microorganisms and bacteria is delayed for the existence of many living organisms. The papers flew up to the young master. Helcaros said that he did not have time to supply him with labor and materials, and the demons that wanted to work were already busy transporting souls, and he could do whatever he wanted with those who remained. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that he knew how to delegate responsibilities and he would only need one announcement from him on the spirit phone and the issue was resolved. Hot lava flowed down the rock. The guys were teleported to the hovering rock in the air. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, saying that the power of the King of Hell was really something incredible, and he was able to transport them with a snap of his finger. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. A huge black ball was hovering in front of them. The protagonist noted that this was the Resurrection Gate, and it looked like a black hole. Souls were sucked into the Resurrection Gate. The young master looked towards Xavier in surprise. The swordsman asked that his name was Kim Soo-ho. The swordsman narrowed his gaze, adding that although it did not matter what his name was, adding that he should tell him his plan. The young master raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the knight. He thought that he already knew that he was not Lloyd Frontera, and it was difficult to say what was in his head. The boys stood with their backs to the hot lava. The master said that as he had just explained to the King of Hell, they would build a road out of cast iron. Xavier asked if cast iron could withstand lava. The master grinned maliciously, saying that if he did not know, he would not offer. The devil was holding a phone in his hand when he received a notification. It said that there would be a concert of the great singer of hell, the place was the end of the world, the time was in 5 hours. The devils began to smile madly. The tempter said that he was really organizing a concert and how great it was. The demons began to walk towards the place where the concert was taking place. The devil said that he could not believe that he would be able to hear the singer he had heard so much about live. The demon told them to walk faster. The evil one added that his heart was beating like crazy. The demons walked along the road. They noted that if he dared to sing out of tune or not hit the rhythm. The devils smiled maliciously, noting that they would throw eggs at him because he must be better than them. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the demons with a terrifying look. The tempters shouted for him to sing for them. They raised their hands up, clapping their hands. The protagonist began to spread his arms out to the sides. Then he took a step forward. Lloyd pressed his palm to his chest, slightly opening his mouth. The devils smiled madly, continuing to shout for him to sing for them. The protagonist looked at the evil spirits with disdain, saying that he would not sing. The devils looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. They began to raise their fists up, saying that they had come all this way just to hear him sing, asking why he did not sing. The young master looked at the demons furiously, noting that because he did not want to call them idiots. The demons looked angrily at the protagonist. They said that their blood pressure had risen and that they wanted to kill him. The devils began to wave their fists, shouting for him to keep his promise. The master looked at the knight, declaring that it was his turn. The knight walked to the edge of the cliff, asking that they considered promises to be kept. The demon shouted that of course a promise must be kept. In hell, black clouds floated above the earth. The demon shouted that he was right and he must keep his promise. Xavier looked at the demons with a furious look, asking that they must all have been taught manners at home. Tears appeared in the eyes of the devils. They began to raise their hands up, saying that they were taking back their words and that he should not keep his promises, and now they did not know what to do. The protagonist laughed maliciously, pointing a finger at the demons. He said that they were idiots and very easy to fool, after which the devils bared their fangs, saying that they could not do this anymore and they had to catch him. Lloyd began to jump from side to side, saying that let them catch him if they could. The demons said that this pissed them off and that someone should do something to him. Lloyd thought that he would let them be angry and crazy, and let every part of their body be soaked with hatred for him. The young master with a distraught expression smiled widely, noting that when this happens, they will all become his free slaves. Jigoming flew in the air above the demons. The protagonist smiled maliciously, telling the demons that if they did not like to see him so much, then let him try to catch him. The devils looked at the protagonist angrily, saying that they would kill him. Jigoming landed next to the weak one with a displeased expression. Lloyd called the demons to him, telling them to attack him, and he was waiting for them. The demons asked what he thought. They will not get to him, noting that he will still dance. The devil ran with a stick in his hands, after which he put the stick down and leaned on it. The protagonist threw a stone towards the demon. When the demon flew over the lava, the stone hit him. The devils watched in horror. The demon began to fall to the ground. after which he landed on a piece of land surrounded by lava. The young gentleman looked at the demon with disdain, saying that it was such a pity. The devils widened their eyes in bewilderment. The demon wondered if he was really going to kill him, calling him a demon. The protagonist sprawled on a lounger. There was a hot ball on the tower, the community center of the archdemon. The evil spirit stood in front of the guys with a microphone, saying that they were demons, asking how they dared to let him behave like this, adding that they had to kill him, which meant war. The evil spirit saddled the centipedes. The demon shouted to the lava centipede squad that it was time to fight. The demons moved along the ground on monsters. Lava centipedes are a creation of hell, whose scales allow them to withstand the high temperatures of lava. The evil spirit pointed to the side, shouting for them to follow him. In front of the guys there was an empty sun lounger. The demon asked where it had gone. Then the centipede suddenly stopped. The monster began to dangle from side to side. The devil asked what was going on and that something was wrong. Bez noted that, apparently, the centipede sensed something. In front of the demons there was a tunnel into the ground. A huge monster moved along the tunnel. The demon looked in bewilderment ahead, being on a centipede. In front of the evil spirit there appeared the guys and Goming, who was sitting in a hot bath. Xavier was sharpening his blade. A huge bird was in the hot water. Lloyd looked at the demon with a crazy expression on his face, asking that they sensed a chicken. The devil widened his eyes. Lloyd said that it was one. Xavier delivered slashing blows to the centipede. The beaten demon looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist widened his eyes, saying that it was two. The evil spirit widened his eyes in confusion when Xavier made slashing blows. The centipedes continued to enter the tunnel. The protagonist continued counting. The demon said that they needed to retreat back. The evil spirit asked what was going on there. Hot lava flowed down the rock. The demon screamed that he was a murderer and asked for help. The protagonist counted the kills. The young master sat near the material tower, saying that there were 32,435 in total. Lloyd looked ahead with a terrifying look, noting that the free materials were received. He thought that the operation to catch centipedes with chicken soup was a success. The young master turned his gaze to the side. The demons stood on their feet and heads, with their hands behind their backs. The master noted that he also received labor. The brown-haired man looked at the devils with a mad smile, suggesting to open another layer of the earth. On the laptop, an image of the protagonist was visible. Helcaros watched what was happening, thinking that this guy had collected all the necessary information about him and other creatures of hell, and he knew all this in advance before suggesting the idea of the road. Helcaros noted that he was only thinking about how to capture him and make him his advisor. The image showed the maddened face of the protagonist. The king of hell goggled his eyes, wondering what if he could dump his responsibilities on him. The demons began to dig the ground, making a road. Lloyd noted that, of course, demons would never obediently do their job. The evil spirit ran away with tears in his eyes. Lloyd noted that they would try to escape. An evil Xavier appeared in front of the tempter. The main character noted that this was a public surveillance system. Xavier dragged the devil by his horns. Lloyd noted that he was captured. The evil ones looked at the boys furiously, telling them to promise them freedom and promise them their rights. The protagonist noted that this was a riot. Xavier looked at the boys furiously, saying that this was what it meant to do the right thing. The young gentleman noted that these were offensive words. The evil ones covered their mouths with their hands, letting tears flow from their eyes. Lloyd noted that, however, even such cruel methods have a limit to their effectiveness. The devil carried a sack on his back, after which he fell to the ground. The demon asked the old man if he was okay. The protagonist approached the old man, calling out to him. The old man looked at the protagonist in surprise, who extended his hand to him. The protagonist squatted down, telling the old man to take his hand. The demon looked at the young gentleman in surprise, extending his hand to him, after which Lloyd tightly squeezed the demon's hand. He looked at the demon with a terrifying expression, telling him to get up quickly and start working and not to act like a weakling, because he could clearly see all his muscles. The protagonist began to shake the demon by the horns, saying that he had only helped the others for 5 seconds, and then began to shirk, adding that he would make him carry 5 times more luggage than he was carrying now. The demon hugged the old man, saying that he was a villain, real trash, and the most terrible person in the world. Tears flowed from the devil's eyes and they smiled contentedly. They noted that this is why they can't help themselves and only fall in love with him more. The demons looked at the embittered protagonist with admiration. The imp noted that he was a role model for all demons, and they should learn from him. Lloyd noted that he had completed the conquest of the demons' hearts. Hot lava flowed across the ground. A small red man was hiding behind a rock, after which he raised his head. Lloyd shouted for them to repeat after him. The red soul slightly opened his mouth, noting that this voice. The protagonist shouted that safety was the last thing. The small man peeked out from behind the rock. The protagonist walked along the dug road, saying that everything was like this and there were no concessions for demons like them. The soul widened its eyes. The young master looked away with a frightening look, saying that of course they would not have any breaks and they would rest after death. The red soul watched in horror, asking what this scoundrel was doing here. It was night in the Frontier estate a few years ago. One day, the real Lloyd flew out of his body as a ghost. His body was suddenly taken away and he watched it from the side. The hero stood up, clutching himself from the cold, and the soul wondered who this scoundrel was. The original rushed to attack and ordered to give up his body, but suddenly he hit the barrier. Holding his nose, the drunk wondered how this happened and who this scoundrel was, a magician or a demon. The protagonist began to wave his arms and said that he knew it and called the notifications, and the spirit thought that this creature was just crazy. But then a red portal began to open behind the original. A reaper came out from there with a watch in his hands. The real Lloyd looked at him in horror and turned to him. But the reaper was surprised to see him and wondered what it was. He hooked the soul with a scythe and called the manager, saying that he was currently on a business trip and received a message about the discovery of a soul. But then a strange red color, to which he was told that there was no registered sudden death and this was strange. But then death turned to the frightened spirit and asked him to calm down first. Reaper started to go into the portal and said that his case was a bit unusual for them and first they would need to figure out if it was a mistake on their part or something else happened. And the ghost thought that the appearance of this creature did not match its voice and behavior. The servant of hell slowly entering the portal asked to wait here first and they would contact him when they decided. The real Lloyd turned around and thought that in this way he was neither alive nor dead. Looking at Xavier with the protagonist, he was left with the one who stole his body for several years. And this scoundrel, the protagonist, was very different from him. He realized this during his work. The original in the past lay on the table with a drink and blamed his poor parents and ruined estates, and because of this he chose the worst path every day. But watching Kim's actions, he realized that the guy moved forward without resting and paid off his family's debts. Afterwards, the original imagined the look of his parents and realized that the eyes of his mother and father that looked at him before. He saw how his parents hugged the hero and realized that they had completely changed. The spirit saw how Hippo took water and said that this scoundrel uses strange magic and summons creatures, and if only he had such abilities too. But then Reaper appeared behind him and said that he doubted it, thus frightening the ghost. Then he flew a little closer and said that if this man did not have superpowers, he would drink all day long, but if he had such powers, he would hardly work hard. The original immediately became very anxious and ashamed. After Death smiled and apologized, and then said that he just overheard and thought it was strange, and in any case, his case has no precedent, but since he is a soul, he does not think he should be in this world. And then he, alarming the original, suggested to go and consult with the King of Hell. Watching Kim, the real Lloyd said that the villain who stole his body, watching him only brings pain, because it makes him realize all his shame. When the spirit came to Halkeros, he did not take any action, saying that there were no relevant laws. Then the original hid behind a rock and realized that he could not even reincarnate and could not even disappear, and from now on his life was wandering through hell day after day, avoiding the gaze of evil demons. However, there was something else. The original suddenly became aggressive and thought that that bastard should not be here. The hero walked through hell with a shovel and a nasty face. The protagonist flew over the hellish expanses. He scanned the area and thought that it was in complete disarray and he had to wander in circles. The familiar began to land, and Kim thought that this place should be flat, about 110 kilometers, although it is a bit long. The designer was flying with a shovel on his shoulder and thought about not eating and not resting, and then he came to his senses and thought about 30,000 demons who can neither eat nor rest, and soon he will be able to finish. He used scanning, walking along the terrain, and thought about checking if there is dangerous land. But then something small touched his cheek. Kim's face was crushed by Lloyd's blow. The protagonist flew away from the blow to the side, and then he fell to the ground holding his cheek. The aristocrat immediately jumped up from the ground and with wild aggression asked about what kind of nonsense was going on. But then the soul poked him in the eyes with its feet. When the hero leaned back holding his eyes and screaming, the soul began to hit him in the stomach. But then Peepadong stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. The hamster hit him in the stomach with all his might with his fist, throwing him back. Afterwards, the phantom started to pull him by the hair, and the original started to curse and kick. Then the rodent threw him to Baibong. Then the hero came up to him and made a terrible face again, and asked what kind of creature it was. Looking at Kim, Lloyd thought about how scary he was. Looking at the spirit, he thought exactly the same. But then the protagonist stopped and asked him to wait a little. The original got very angry when he guessed who it was, and started to talk about how he stole his body. Then the reincarnated one was a little dumbfounded and thought that it turned out that he had been in hell all this time. But then the real Lloyd surprised Kim by asking why he had dealt with so many difficulties and troubles, but still ended up in hell, because if he had stolen the body, he should have taken responsibility. Then the spirit burst into tears and said that his father and mother finally loved him when he became a human, and it was very sad, and then demanded that he come back quickly. The protagonist was dumbfounded by these words and fell silent. And then he put his hand in front of himself and asked him to calm down and listen to him for a bit, and he continued to shout that he was frozen to death and he was telling him to calm down. But then Peepodong hit him in the face and calmed him down. Kim went down a little lower and said that he was finally ready to talk and everything should be resolved through negotiations, and asked if this was true. But then the soul began to rage and flutter again and said that just recently a stupid rat beat him up, they are thugs, and he is a thief. But then the hamster hit him in the face again as a precaution. Then the original calmed down again and meaningfully remained silent. The reincarnated one pointed at him and, with his eyebrows drawn together, said that firstly, he was not here because he had died, but had made a contract with the king of hell and had come to do construction. The spirit began to get even more furious, and he continued and said that he had not stolen his body, and was also shocked when he opened his eyes, and Lloyd asked if he wanted him to believe it, and asked who he really was. Then the hero lowered himself a little and said that he was a timid and boring young man studying civil engineering in a country called the Republic of Korea, and then gave his real name. The original calmed down a little and said meaningfully, and he continued and asked if the spirit believed him, because he had nothing more to say. Xavier watched the demons digging. But then he heard the dialogues of the hero and the soul, who said that none of this mattered, because he had come and demanded to take responsibility. The blonde looked away a little and heard his master say that after receiving this body, his family feels good, to which the original said that he appreciated it, and then asked how he dared to say it with his lips. And then the swordsman looked into the distance and thought about what only Kim could see, and wondered if he was talking to himself, but then realized that this speech. He frowned and thought that this was the real Lloyd. The soul continued to be indignant and said that if he had not interfered, he could have lived well and eaten well, but because of him he became a ghost without a residence permit. The hero scratched his chin and thought amidst the cries of responsibility, and then he raised his finger up and suggested acting differently. The reincarnated one again made a scary face and said that there was no point in helping him, so it was better to live well separately. The original was immediately dumbfounded by these words. Kim started to leave and said goodbye, and he started to catch up with him and put pressure on his conscience with insults. But Peepodong hit him in the face with his fist and threw him back. The soul began to cry lying on the ground. The hero turned around and watched him. The original was crying lying on the ground, and then the reincarnated one thought that this was the real son of Arcus and Marbella. The Korean stopped and kept silent meaningfully, and then he began to actively scratch his head in doubt. The spirit was all in tears and he turned to him. The protagonist picked him up by the collar and angrily said that he would help him if he stopped whining, to which he said that this is not what he should think about and called him a fake scoundrel. But then the real Lloyd was hit on the chin with a finger. Then he began to kick and asked why he was hit, to which he said, "What kind of fake is this?" The next moment, Kim put him in his jacket and said that in any case it would be better to shut up until the end of the construction and help him, and he asked about who would want to join him and asked to let go. But then, finding himself pinned in his pocket, he saw something terrible. All Kim's phantoms were in his pocket and were looking at him aggressively. Then the hero became serious while he had a fight in his pocket and ordered him to be quiet. And then the protagonist thought that the construction project was 110 kilometers long, and the sooner he finished, the sooner he would shut up this scoundrel. A trench was dug on the ground, and after the first stage of excavation work was completed, it was time to start the second stage, and to create a coating under the sleepers, they used stones from volcanic rocks. After they laid out the bundles on the excavation, and this was the third stage, to lay sleepers from the woven legs of a centipede. When the rails were laid on top of them, it was the fourth stage. They were made of centipede shells processed by Xavier. And then, when Peepodong stood up, whom the hero called, the fifth stage began. The hamster began to jump and thereby exert pressure. Watching this, the protagonist thought that of course this is not the latest construction method, so the road is dusty and shakes like crazy, and this is probably the worst ride in history and someone can throw up, or there will be a mess, but Lloyd scrunched up his arrogant face and thought that he does not care. Then he pointed to the swordsman and told him that he was going to go check everything, and he should keep a good eye on everything. And then the original watched him with concern and did not understand that this was a fake. And while the hero was flying, scanning the area, he continued his thought and thought that he knew that there was a lot of work ahead, but he has been working without rest for more than a month. The spirit's face was worried and he didn't understand when he was resting or drinking, and he didn't understand how he could live like that. But then Reaper's words popped into his head that if he had such abilities, he wouldn't do anything. After that, the original looked at Belle's tail and kept silent meaningfully, and then thought about how he was a scoundrel, and then wondered if it was true that if he couldn't do anything, he would immediately run. At that time, Peepodong was kicking the railroad tracks. Somewhere in the lava lake, movements and shaking began. waves spread across the lava and shook. Someone in the lake was watching and thinking that only 20,000 years had passed since he fell asleep, and some crazy bastard was making noise. The hamster began to kick even more aggressively. Lava began to actively flow from the flying islands from the shaking. The creature thought that it was too noisy. The lake began to boil and he thought that he could not stand it anymore. A huge object began to burst out of the magma. It turned out to be a huge elemental that demanded to be allowed to sleep. And then the aggressive Lloyd began to ask about what happened to his construction. Then the huge monster pointed at him and said that he was trying to endure, but there must be a line, and asked why they were making noise, and the demons ran in fear and screamed that he should have slept for another 100,000 years. All the demons fled screaming, and the hero began to throw them away, and they in response praised him for his selfishness. Dunkleo's approached the railroad tracks and asked if it was because of them, and suggested that if you step on them it will become quiet. He kicked them with all his might and they flew apart. At that moment, the protagonist immediately stopped, and then he ran to the monster, insulting him alternately. Lloyd again made such a face that could scare the devil himself and pointed his finger and said that life can be a little noisy, nothing terrible if he tolerates it, and then asked why he was causing chaos. Then the elemental was extremely outraged that some cockroach was accusing him. The demons immediately began to rejoice with pride and said that they were tired of humanity, and this one began to hope that he would kill the hero. Then Dunkleo's began to warm up his fists and said that today one of them would die, addressing him as dude. The protagonist looked ahead in rage and called Xavier. He began to use the wing technique of the sword master. Lloyd's face became terrifying and he asked to show how they solved such issues. But the blonde did not move. Then the aristocrat turned to him and asked why he did not attack. Then the swordsman simply looked forward and said that, frankly speaking, he believed that in this situation they should apologize because it was obvious that they disturbed the neighbors, but his boss did not agree with him. The designer literally made a face like a devil with goat eyes and said that he was the only one here who was disturbed and the only one who was restless. The demons saw this, received warm joy, and realized that he had gone crazy. The elemental swung his leg to strike, and then with all his might he broke the ground. The land began to fall apart and collapse, and the devils tried to find a way to escape. Xavier lifted his master into the sky on his wings and clicked his tongue in displeasure. After that, the swordsman went on the approach and flew to the target, leaving Lloyd on the ground. The sword master himself flew using the aura blade. He dealt many cutting blows to the enemy, and he immediately fell apart. But suddenly the particles began to gather together. The magma swirled into vortices. The blonde was alarmed to see this. The creature began to actively gather into one hole and twist. After Dunkleo's remained alive and asked why he hit him and was even more indignant. Seeing this, the hero was dumbfounded and realized that his subordinate's attacks did not work. The elemental pouted his lips, preparing to release a stream. He abruptly opened his mouth and ejected magma. Xavier, seeing this, froze in horror. The guy began to actively parry the stream flying at him. The hero tried to dodge the lava fragments and asked his subordinate to stop and not do this. He turned around with a smile and took the sword away, and then he began to fight back even more actively, after which the protagonist screamed that his life is not a joke. Then the sword master flew above the elemental and was about to deliver a slash. He swung his blade, sparks flying. The monster was chopped into even pieces by the blows. It shattered into many drops, but then it began to come back together. The monster took a victorious pose and said that it was invincible, and then he pointed his finger at the blonde and said that he had just been on his side and asked why he was attacking. To which Xavier looked calmly and said that, first of all, he was a night guard, and besides, if he went on a rampage, the demons would also be in danger. Then the elemental pointed his finger at himself and said that he would not touch the demons, so it was time to leave because he seemed to be a person with some convictions, and then asked who was the victim and who was the bad guy. Xavier glowed brighter and frowned at him, and he continued and said that this scoundrel has no conscience, and he is so bad that he has to protect him, going against his principles. Then the blonde put his hand to his chin in alarm, and Lloyd screamed in horror and asked why he was thinking seriously. Then the original crawled out from under the hero's cloak and told him to run faster, because this creature cannot be killed, and he can only help him if he survives. But the protagonist pushed him back with his finger. The aristocrat looked menacingly in front of him and said that you can only run away after trying everything possible. The spirit was very surprised and remembered the chapter where the bone dragon appeared and he abandoned the queen. He was very worried and thought that wasn't that bastard the first to run away. Then the hero became even more menacing and told the drunkard to look closely at what a person who works tirelessly can do. Then the ghost became worried and thought about whether he should pretend to be cool. The elemental stood in front of Kim and looked at him. Somewhere in the permafrost, there was a northern light. The ice dragon sat on a cliff and looked into the distance. He did not move from his place and thought about how cold it was here and wondered when his father would call him. He remembered the hero, who said with a gentle look that he should be in a place that people should never see, at the very edge of the north. The dragon looked ahead and thought about missing his dad. The elemental raised his fist to strike and screamed. Xavier cut off his hand with his sword, and the hero held out his hand with a sign in front of him. He prepared himself and was going to scream at the top of his lungs about the law of space and time, and demanded that the ban be broken and he be directed to the path he should take. The symbol on his hand lit up and he thought about the place where Yang was. The human sign began to run quickly and he thought that the effect was really cool. The dragon saw the light in front of him and was happy. A portal opened right in front of him. Bone was happy and thought that it was Dad's scent. A wild cold began to burst out of the portal that opened on the other side, which surprised the enemy. The elemental shrank and screamed that it was very cold. His skin began to crack. He began to run away and said that he would look, but a little later. But then the hero made a devilish face and said that he was sorry, but he never fought the same enemy twice. And then he put his hand to his mouth and called his old friend. A dragon flew out of the portal and screamed at the top of his lungs that he finally saw Dad. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said with a smile that he was frozen. And then he pointed at the running elemental and said that it was his hot water bottle running away. Yang immediately went straight after him. Bone hugged the monster and arranged a hug. Then the dragon closed his eyes and thought that he was warm. And the elemental closed his eyes and was very cold. He completely turned into ice and thought that it was refreshing. But then the hero with an incredibly devilish face approached him. He raised the shovel with madness and asked to let him go. An explosion burst out of the shovel. The elemental flew into pieces. The demons watched this in horror and thought that the strongest creature of hell was defeated. And the original watched from the jacket and thought that he really won. Looking at the fragments, he thought about what a terrible monster is. A memory of Kim popped into his head, who wanted to show the strength of workers. Immediately after, he looked down and became alarmed and thought about what he had been doing all his life. Looking at the jubilant hero, he thought that he really was incredible. But then the hero was greatly surprised by a scream from the side of Dunkleo's the Immortal. Somewhere among the lava debris a small flame was burning. The beast burst out of there, scattering the debris and growling. But as it turned out, it was very small compared to the protagonist. Then he pointed his finger at him and asked him to just wait 1,000,000 years, and then he would gain strength and kill him. But the brown-eyed man only looked at him condescendingly, and then he made a crazy face and said that by that time he would already be dead, so nothing could be done. And the elemental burst into tears and said that he hated him, and called him a disgusting scoundrel. But he only continued to actively mock him and brought the kid to tears by calling him a peanut sack and teasing him. The original, watching all this, was shocked. And then he became wary and thought that he was not incredible, but just trash with a rotten character. And then a notification came to the sitting protagonist and he turned to him. It was written about receiving a new eulogy of very cold hands and very cold feet. It will work in all areas of hell with a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. The effect of the praise was that he would not suffer from hypothermia in any climate. Then the hero looked there with a smile and thought that this was not bad and neither cold nor heat threatened him anymore. But then something happened behind him. There, all the demons knelt before him, and he was a little surprised. One of them, lowering his head, said that the designer had become a superior human being, and each of them admired him and he worked here. The wind blew strongly towards the reincarnated one and they continued, calling him a great singer of hell who defeated Dunkleo's, and they would gladly fulfill any of his commands. The hero lowered his head with a soft smile and remained silent. And then, with a chic and gentle look, he called them pathetic nonentities and voluntary slaves. The demons clenched their fists with the same smiles and thought that to receive such words from someone you respect makes their hearts tremble. Afterwards, one of the subjects approached the hero and said that there was one problem now, and he asked what they meant. The red-skinned one pointed to the portal and said that this was the gate that appeared because of the great singer, and the cold wind from there was unpleasant for the hellish creatures, and it seemed that there might be a problem with the ecosystem, and repairs would not hurt. But then the protagonist looked at him with contempt and asked what gates and cold wind were they talking about. The one who addressed him was at first perplexed. Lloyd's collar was fluttering in different directions from the wind. The demon decided to try to convey and said that the wind was blowing from there and he saw how he opened them earlier. But the hero continued to shake his head in different directions and allegedly could not find them, and when he tried to hint that his collar was flying. The nobleman looked at him with disdain and said that he did not understand what he was talking about and suggested that he go and work. Everything was silent for a moment and only the wind could be heard. The horde looked at his back with surprise and thought that this was their responsibility, but he treated it as if it did not exist, and this nasty guy who did not want to take on the repair at all, and as expected, all the subjects began to rejoice, because for them this was a person who was impossible not to fall in love with. The hero began to roll up his sleeve and thought that he had won the loyalty of the demons and would hurry to complete the construction, and the original thought that they had already started construction. He frowned and wondered when he planned to help him. The protagonist stuck a shovel into the ground and said that if they passed here, the construction period would be extended by 2 days. But then he only smiled softly, and then the guy turned to the dragon and ordered him to do this. Then Yang splashed an ice beam onto the lava lake. All the phantoms were shocked by this. Afterwards, the hero ordered him to compact the road surface by nailing it with his hands. Stone fragments flew at Lloyd's pets, and he himself pointed his finger and ordered the dragon to collect stones and break through the mountain. Such functionality made him feel love for him. All the other phantoms were wildly unhappy with this. Peepodong even spat to the side. Lava was still flowing from the flying islands. A bone was sitting on a stone and wagging its tail, resting. And then he turned around when he was called. These were animals, led by a hamster who said that he was arrogant because he called him, and then they said that there is seniority in this area. But then the dragon turned around abruptly and scared them, and then he began to actively move his body, sticking out his tongue. Peepodong started pointing at himself and him and said nothing meaningfully, and he nodded his head several times. The animals climbed onto his back, and then they all went into a high-speed flight over the expanses of hell. They soared off the edge of the cliff. Everyone was incredibly happy. Thus, Yang became a member of the hamster gang. The protagonist watched them from the ground and thought that his adopted dragon had a successful social life. But then the original came up to him from behind and asked what kind of person he was. He came closer and asked about the fact that he had deceived him. But Kim grimaced and asked why such a conclusion suddenly came to him. Then the spirit became even more furious and said that he was promised that they would help, but he continued to do only construction, and then asked if he thought he could escape. Then the protagonist grimaced disgustingly and asked what would happen if so, to which the ghost said that it was wildly scary and that he shouldn't poke his face at it. But the one with the ugly face said that thanks to this face, women's clothes burst at the seams. And the kid was just scared and said that the face is a window to the heart, and since his heart is dirty, the mug is also ugly. They stood closer to each other, squeezing their scary faces. And then they turned away and said that they didn't want to see it anymore. To which the hero looked away and said that he was watching and he was busy. Besides, he doesn't know how or what to help, and asked about the point of wasting his time. And the original pointed at him with his paw and said that he should figure out what to do, because his life was completely ruined, and his family and his wealth were taken from him. But then he was dumbfounded after the designer asked him if he owed him anything. He looked menacingly and said that even if it weren't for him, he would have died long ago from alcohol poisoning, and his father, mother, and younger brother, the same fate would have been for the whole family. The original became furious again. The protagonist looked at him even more menacingly and said that he saved them all. Even if he, standing there, said thank you, it wouldn't be enough. Then the spirit began to be more aggressive and asked him not to talk nonsense, because no one would believe it. But then the king of hell came to them and said that it was true. Then Helcaris looked at them and turned to the real Lloyd, saying that he couldn't make anyone happy, and his fate was insignificant, not attracting anyone's attention. Then the original fell silent and was dumbfounded. Kim looked at the beautiful man and thought about how much he knew. He bowed to him and said that he would like to clarify one thing. The guy looked up and asked why he came to this world at all, since he might know the reason. The dark-haired man looked at him menacingly and said nothing meaningfully. Then he calmly said that he had no idea. He frowned and said that the messenger from the upper world seemed to have taken the wrong side, and then asked if he would say anything. The hero was dumbfounded and wondered how he knew about the messenger. The hero and the king of hell looked at each other. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that the last time he gave his mana to Xavier, he received a message about the upper world. The brown-haired man wanted to ask what it was, but the interlocutor turned his head and said that he was not here to talk about it. He looked down where the demons were building the carriages. The man said that when this train was built, there would be an enormous amount of freedom. That was why he could find time to rest now. The king turned around and said that he had been watching the construction closely and thought that maintaining the track would not be too difficult. However, it would take some time to inspect and study the train, and he was already feeling disgusted by the task. Lloyd frowned and smiled. The boy bowed and said that he would be happy to carefully prepare all the maintenance manuals. The interlocutor looked at him and asked what he wanted. The youth closed his eyes and asked for a pass for the reincarnation gate, if possible. The spirit looked at him in surprise. The king folded his hands behind his back and said that they had no restrictions on this matter because it was the choice of the recipient of the pass. The hero asked to give it to the red guy. The spirit shed tears, looking at the boy. The aristocrat grimaced and asked with his eyes if this was enough. The demons pedaled desperately, exhausted and complaining that they would soon die. Lloyd approached one of them and advised him to rest. He looked at the young man with hope and asked if it was really possible. The brown-haired man kicked him and declared that he was an incompetent cog. The other demons watched in fear as their brother flew back. The hero bulged his eyes menacingly and asked if anyone else needed a lighter job. The demons set to work with renewed vigor. The monster that the boy had thrown off the train sat up and muttered sheepishly that he was upset because he was being treated like trash. Lloyd had benefited everyone. The brown-haired man raised an eyebrow when he was called. The spirit of a true aristocrat held a pass and asked if it was really for him. The hero frowned and muttered that he already held it, so why doubt it? The ghost looked down and thanked the young man. The boy grimaced and asked him not to try to soften his heart. He kindly added that the spirit's face would haunt his nightmares as it was straight from the sewer waste. They started fighting. A few minutes later, the interlocutors were sitting quietly next to each other again. The real Lloyd asked if his parents were okay. The hero looked ahead and answered in the affirmative, saying that his mother had taken up cooking and running a business, and his father had started sculpting again. The ghost hugged his knees and asked about his brother. The brown-haired man looked into the distance indifferently and said that Julian had married the youngest princess of Isfahan and was now living in the capital. The spirit widened his eyes in shock. The guy added that his father was now a count, not a baron. The ghost asked if the hero had really done all of this. The interlocutor replied that he hadn't planned it, but it had happened that way. The train rushed forward. The spirit asked if the guy knew Xavier. Ever since his father had first brought the swordsman, the aristocrat had wondered what kind of guy he was. He knew that he could never be as straightforward, honest, and cool, so he made fun of him. The spirit looked down, and the hero looked at him intently. The soul asked to tell the knight that he was sorry for breaking that wooden sword. In fact, he wanted to be friends with him. The swordsman sitting in the carriage heard everything. They were gradually approaching the black hole, and the ghost asked to convey his regrets to his parents. He stopped in front of the portal and, looking back, muttered that perhaps he would be lucky enough to be reincarnated as a human. At that moment, the hero grimaced and kicked him. The spirit flew up and irritably cursed the guy. The brown-haired man arched his eyebrows and exclaimed that he did not want to listen to this nonsense, so let him go. The ghost was being pulled into the portal. He screamed that if he reincarnated, he would live with fire in his eyes and would become much more diligent. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the spirit declared that he would return and become a person who was welcomed by everyone in the world. The hero put his hands in his pockets and smiled. The guy advised him to try, but warned him that it would be hard. The spirit smirked back and dissolved into a black hole. Lloyd turned around and announced with a grin that the mission was over. It was time to go get his payment. Yang squeaked and dissolved after the king of hell snapped his finger. The hero and his knight watched as the creature disappeared. The man explained that now, according to the contract, the soul was freed. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and thought with disappointment about how he could now become a member of the Dragon King. The brunette folded his arms and said that time flowed differently here and in the human world. About 5 hours had probably passed there. He added that his dragon would return to its hole at the North Pole on its own, and the man would personally send the hero and his bodyguard back. That was where his politeness ended. The king smiled and said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that he did not want to see him anymore. The man did not listen to the end and snapped his fingers. The companion suddenly moved into the room. Lloyd grimaced and muttered that he did not want to go to hell as the king wished for him. The swordsman looked at the master and noted that he was more comfortable there than here. The hero turned around and asked if his companion also had fun and was excited to talk nonsense to the demons. Xavier looked at him in surprise and objected that he had only said good things. The brown-haired man assumed that he was just pretending not to understand. The aristocrat looked around in search of the dragon uncle and asked if he had been deceived. He glanced back, hearing a voice. A glowing eye hung in front of them. A large black shadow hung in front of the building and looked at them. The guys were looking at something in front of them. The hero wondered if it was the Dragon King, because they freely changed their appearance. However, there was something strange. He looked at the glowing eye and frowned. The silhouette gradually took shape, fangs and a lion's face. And now a huge cat was hovering in front of the young man. The aristocrat couldn't understand why the Dragon King was using his powers to embody this. The creature waved its paw, and the hero stared in shock. He noticed the bald spots on its belly and declared that this couldn't be the Dragon King. Teapotong jumped onto the windowsill and waved its paws. The animal exchanged glances with the lion, and they smiled at each other. Lloyd smiled at the hamster and asked why this creature had come to them. The animal shrugged and replied that it didn't know the foreign language very well. The boy was surprised how this was possible if they seemed to be enjoying each other's company. He raised his head to the lion. It turned around and shook its tail. The hero pointed at it in confusion and asked if it had really turned its ass to them. The boy asked if the Dragon King had sent him. The lion nodded and made some sounds. The brown-haired man grinned and was glad that the half-dragon had kept his promise. He intended to get great wealth in the bonus life. The lion flew quickly over the forest, and Lloyd and Xavier sat, holding onto the fur. The speed was incredible, but judging by the relaxed look of the animal, it did not even make an effort. The skin on the hero's face was fluttering in the wind, and he was afraid that he would become even uglier. The boy frowned and looked away. Xavier still looked beautiful, and the wind only slightly ruffled his hair. The hero, whose face threatened to fly back, was indignant at how the knight looked good in such a situation. The swordsman glanced at him and replied that this was called the law of immutability of the original. The brown-haired man said that these were not the words that should be used now. The lion flew over the water while the nobleman complained about cheating. The Magentano Kingdom, the Jabiel region. The companions walked down the corridor carrying backpacks on their backs. Lloyd frowned and thought that ahead was the one who bore the title of the strongest knight in existence, the Dragon King. Energy was coming from the depths of the corridor. They came out of the tunnel and found themselves in front of mountains of gold, among which stood a castle. The brown-haired man began to drool at the sight of such wealth. The swordsman looked at him and noted that it was surprising that there was such a space underground. The hero narrowed his eyes and saw a man sitting on the couch. They went down and came closer. The guy frowned, but the man did not react. Then Lloyd turned to the great dragon, and he shuddered in surprise. The man clenched his teeth, and the guests stared at him tensely. The host frowned and muttered that he wanted to sleep. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in shock. The interlocutor shook his head and opened his eye to look, but immediately fell back to sleep. Lloyd frowned and thought that he was definitely looking at him. Even if many people came to get membership, how could he just ignore them and fall asleep? The owner was drooling, lying on the sofa. The aristocrat clenched his fist and thought that it was clear from one look that he was a lazy and completely unpleasant person. He clenched his teeth and decided not to act recklessly for the sake of money. A light breeze blew to the sleeping man, and his eyes opened. The protagonist was kneeling and fanning him with a leaf. The dragon squinted and thought in surprise that those who came to get membership were strong and extraordinary, but too proud. Therefore, if they were slightly ignored, they got angry and left. Now the guest suddenly began to fan him. Lloyd smiled awkwardly, wiping sweat from his forehead. The dragon thought that the man was truly happy and was trying his best to wave. The man sprawled on the couch and decided that he liked the guy. In return, he closed his eyes and was going to fall asleep in a very good mood. The brown-haired man silently looked at the sleeping man, then grinned unpleasantly and muttered that the first stage of the operation was successful. It was time to move on. Xavier turned to the gentleman, who had already taken the cup in his hand, and advised him to avoid hasty actions, because the Dragon King was probably as strong as the King of Hell. The young man scooped up water in a glass and headed towards the man. The swordsman asked what he was doing at all. The aristocrat laughed and replied that when the dragon woke up, he would give him water. The guy grinned and muttered that a creature that would not even move an eyebrow and ignores people. Having found the idol, Lloyd broke into a smile and said that he would sacrifice his life to befriend him. The knight frowned and realized that his master was serious. The gold sparkled and shimmered. The hero sat on a throne covered in jewels. He raised an eyebrow and exclaimed how dare he not recognize the rich man and breathe calmly in front of him. The same protagonist knelt down and folded his hands, begging to forgive the mistake of this slave. The young man asked to beat him until he felt better. Lloyd and the crown threw the treasures and shouted to eat it and become richer. The guy took off his jewelry and shielded himself from the coins with his hands, exclaiming that it hurt. The hero and the crown threw more money and said that you need to suffer to become rich. The brown-haired man without a crown spread his arms and said that he would gladly accept it and was ready to endure even more pain. He quickly ran to the throne and shouted that he would feed this idiot until his stomach exploded. Xavier watched this one-man show and knew they were in big trouble. The swordsman sweated and thought it looked funny. Lloyd winced as his crown fell off. The knight looked at the master questioningly. The nobleman turned around and shouted that he was hungry, so he should go and eat, because a rich man should never be hungry. Xavier narrowed his eyes and thought that this was a typical poor man's thinking. The hero pulled out a root vegetable from the ground and noted that this place was really cool. Peapodong attracted the owner's attention. He opened the lid of the pot, where he found kimchi. The young man lay in gold, eating the food he found, and admired the paradise he found himself in. Xavier approached him and said that the Dragon King did not even show signs of waking up. The blonde asked how long the master was going to do nothing. The brown-haired man smiled and replied that all his life. The swordsman frowned and thought that this man really got away with everything. He said that one day he would have to return to his land, because there were several things that needed to be taken care of. The hero put his hands behind his head and agreed that he would have to go back, but he couldn't give up his membership in the Dragon King. Opportunity comes to those who persist. The man sleeping on the couch suddenly opened his eyes. He turned pale and wondered how long he had slept. His name was Berkes, the Dragon King. One day, a child appeared from another world, a girl he had grown attached to. The man didn't want to explain anything. In short, they got married. The end. The dragon raised his numb hand and frowned. The girl had gone on a journey. He thought she had told him to wake up and call every morning. He put his hand out and pressed call, even though it was late, but she declined. Berkes turned pale and thought that this was very bad. Someone must be screaming loudly when they returned. The man imagined his beloved saying that she was very upset because the Dragon King membership system that she had been promised had never been implemented. Besides, he didn't even contact her like she asked. The girl can't sleep at night because of the anxiety she's been piling up because of him. The dragon smiled and thought that her voice sounded like a nightingale. Berkes frowned and reminded himself that she was upset and he should use teleportation right now. He gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't do it because it was too energy consuming. The dragon closed his eyes. In short, he was lazy. The man opened his eyes slightly when someone asked if something was bothering him. In front of him was the frightening face of the protagonist with a smile. Berkes jumped up and shot beams from his eyes. He exclaimed that he was scared and asked what the demon was doing here. A light attack flew past Lloyd's face. An explosion sounded behind him. The smile slid off the guy's face. The hero's face took on a soft expression. He noted that the Dragon King seemed to be worried about something. The brown-haired man asked to give him a chance and he would help with anything. The man frowned and muttered that this guy was incredibly calm, although he had just almost died. Lloyd replied that he had dared to scare the Dragon King, and because of him, he had used up extra calories. This sin deserved death. Berkes looked at the guest with interest and thought that he liked him because he somehow knew his nature well. The hero folded his arms and thought that this was a hidden sales principle. What are the features of the product he wants to sell? What are the needs of the customers? In fact, the priority of such things is high. But what really matters is whether the buyer likes the person selling the product. The guy looked at his interlocutor decisively, ready to wag his tail. The dragon glanced sideways at the guest and asked if he was ready to listen to his worries. The young man immediately agreed. He shuddered when the man clarified that he did not have a girlfriend. Berkes added that with such a face even getting married in a dream would be a great gift from heaven. The guy remained silent and tears gushed from his eyes. The dragon sighed and muttered how such an unpopular person would know about the problems of a married man. The brown-haired man extended his hands and objected that, although unpopular, he was also a child from a family with a mother and father. Lloyd smiled and assumed that the interlocutor had problems with the Dragon Queen. He said that he always solves the problem when parents quarrel. Berkes looked at him absent-mindedly and decided to believe these words. The man began to mumble something incoherent, and the guy stopped him, putting out his hand. The hero assumed that the dragon found it very unpleasant to move his mouth. The king looked at the young man with admiration. The aristocrat said that he would guess, and he just needed to say yes or no. Berkes exchanged glances with the guest and decided that now he would become number 2 in his heart. The young man licked his lips and thought that he couldn't create a situation where the Dragon King would have to give additional explanations. He needed to make a profile, the laziest husband, a wife who wasn't seen even after a month. A girl worthy of marrying such a dragon must have a very kind character. No children, a lot of money. The man shuddered when the guy said that, for some reason, the Dragon Queen seemed to have gone far away. He guessed that she had asked her husband to do something, but not something as serious as cleaning the house, which could destroy his dignity. Lloyd looked closely at the dragon and assumed that the queen had said something like, "Wake up every morning and call me for the sake of his health." However, the man forgot about it. Berkes stared at his interlocutor in shock and made a sound of agreement. He was glad that he could say only one word. The hero was kneeling in front of him and saying that the man was worried about how to correct the mistake and what to say to stop her from being angry. But he is afraid that his wife will hate him, but he is too lazy to go and look for her. Berkes answered affirmatively to everything. The aristocrat waved his hand and said that all these worries could be solved with one wave. The interlocutor rose and, looking resolutely at the young man, asked what he should do. The lion with the ball looked at the gentleman in shock and was surprised that the king's body had risen by 15 degrees. Lloyd raised his finger and said that everything was simple. He grinned and asked the dragon to come and lie in his county frontiera. Then the queen's heart would thaw. The weather was sunny. Bayern frowned and shouted to hurry because the repair work would be completed in the morning. He looked at the workers and they all shouted together that safety was the most important thing. There were already dark circles under his eyes. The man thought that he was a little tired. An elf approached him and said that the number of migrants was increasing and it seemed that more apartments needed to be added than planned. Bayern suggested drawing up a plan of the site again. A worker approached him and reported that the contract for underfloor heating with the southern territories had been completed. The knight ordered a team to be formed to send them on a mission. Another man immediately approached and exclaimed that there was a water leak in the rice fields. The boss responded that he was going, and so everyone ran to him with various problems. 2 soldiers looked at Bayern pitifully and said that Viscount Racona said that he could not pay the water bill. The knight turned around and said that he would go to him. The man frowned and thought that he felt sick. He was the senior knight of the Frontier territory and he was already 57 years old. Bayern lowered his head and thought that he was doing this and that here. He was sitting on a box opposite the Viscount. The Viscount was shouting that he could not pay the water bill and in general he could not live that long. The knight listened with a blank look as the nobleman prepared to file a complaint with the royal court for exploitation. While the man was describing himself, Bayern pulled out a cube with recommendations for mini construction. He broke off a piece, and immediately the protagonist's face appeared. The guy grimaced and asked what else was this. The Viscount fell back in convulsions and began to mumble that he would pay the bill. The knight threw his head back and wondered when Lloyd would return. Every time the young man disappeared, Bayern suffered alone in the county. Although he was paid a large salary, his body was weakening. The man was returning on horseback. He froze when he heard a cry that Mr. Lloyd had returned. This gave him strength, and the knight abruptly jerked his horse. The hero walked, carrying a sofa with the Dragon King on his back. Bayern rushed towards him, shouting that he had been waiting for him. He fell to his knees and asked to listen to the old man's last request. The man looked at the boy in despair and said that this was too difficult and he wanted to stop. Lloyd looked softly at his subordinate and refused, asking how much more he could add. The knight began to cry and objected that he had enough money, he simply could not survive in this mode. The young man looked at him thoughtfully and, smiling, walked past. The man turned around, and the hero said that the annual salary from today is 3 billion. The knight shouted that the problem was not about money. He put his hand to his chest and with a calm face said that he would do everything possible. The hero looked ahead in surprise. There he was met by his parents and friends. The boy stretched his lips into a smile. He happily waved his hand at them and realized that his homeland was now here. Lloyd and his protector stood in front of the dragon, sprawled on the couch. The man asked whether the young man would wake him up so that he could call his wife every morning. Berkey squinted and asked if this would help fix the fact that he hadn't called for a month. The brown-haired man calmly looked at his interlocutor and said no. The dragon glanced at him sideways and was indignant that he had been deceived. Lloyd smiled and said that it was better to start from scratch than to fix what had happened. If a man communicated with the Dragon Queen every day until she returned, it would show his sincerity and desire to change. Berkey looked closely at the aristocrat and, smiling, fell asleep. The hero reminded him of his membership in the Dragon King. The man took the marker with a trembling hand and asked to open his neck. He clumsily drew a heart on the young man and explained that these were bonus lives. Berkey dropped the marker and muttered that the guy was now a member of the Dragon King Club, after which he fell asleep again. Lloyd sighed and quietly left with the knight. They walked down the corridor, and the hero muttered that he had finally finished. The swordsman asked again. The brown-haired man turned around and declared that from now on he was the richest man on the continent. Lord Bayern had already taken care of many things. The man was sleeping soundly in bed at that time. The hero pointed at Xavier and said that the guard knight was a grandmaster. Behind him a free Dragon King was sleeping, and 2 lives. The young man smiled and said that he was invincible. He added that from today on it was impossible to even imagine what could threaten his life. The knight closed his eyes and thanked him. The blonde said that he had heard many stories in the village before, saying that 2 of Lord Bayern's children had gone to study in the royal capital. The brown-haired man looked at his interlocutor. Xavier said that he had been so busy looking for food before that he had not been able to study. He looked ahead and continued that a soldier named Greg had a talent for mechanisms. Now that he has more free time, he learns to do something on his own. Some people like drawing, some like music. Everyone has a dream. The blonde closed his eyes and said that when the territory was poor, everyone had the same dream, not to die of hunger. The knight said that the main character created a lot of dreams. The brown-haired man looked closely at the swordsman and asked what he thought of him, a fake who stole the body of his master's son. Xavier resolutely looked forward and replied that he was happy that the guy came to this world. Lloyd's eyes widened in shock. The interlocutors grimaced sharply, holding back the urge to vomit from such frankness. Notification: the number of lives you have saved, 18,124,392. The young man smiled and thought that the number had increased. At that moment, the number decreased by 1. The guy froze in surprise, and then the counter quickly flew down. The hero's eyes widened in horror. The number continued to decrease until it stopped at 0. Lloyd stared at the system window in shock. A bunch of garlands in the form of lanterns illuminated the city. It was a festival where the sign hung. Kuga at this time was happily dancing Emily. While everyone was dancing, Xavier sat on the ground and looked away. Arcus approached the knight and said that he did not see his son because this festival was for him. The knight, with a sad look, looked down when he was asked if he knew where Lloyd was. He remembered how at that moment he looked at the dumbfounded grin of the brown-haired man, who bulged his eyes. The knight stared at his face and tried to understand what happened. Xavier immediately stopped when Lloyd followed further because he remembered something and asked not to follow him. The knight added that soon there would be a welcoming festival for him. The protagonist lowered his head and said that perhaps they would never be able to hold a festival again. Xavier stared at him intently. Now Arcus looked at the knight's sad grin. At this moment, the brown-haired man quickly walked along the forest path. Xavier slightly opened his mouth and began to suggest theories, saying that he was busy with urgent matters. The protagonist at this time had already gone far into the mountains and was trying to catch his breath near a tree. The knight with a piercing gaze under the glow of light looked at Arcus and said that the festival must continue. The father of the family looked at the knight in bewilderment. The brown-haired man at this time frowned bloodthirstily and wanted to summon a spoiler of the future. A system notification popped up that it was a spoiler of the future because by consuming points, he could see scenes of the future that could completely change history. Points were required for 3 spoilers 80 and he had more than 1,000 available. He immediately angrily punched the consent to use the glasses because there was no need to ask obvious things. Suddenly, he found himself in a black space. He looked back and saw his double, who addressed him while sitting at the table. His double, in the shadow of the lamplight, asked if he was really watching now. The protagonist began to approach his double, who asked him not to worry too much, because this future will not actually happen, since this is just a case when he stupidly did not watch the spoiler of the future to the end. Lloyd at that moment looked at him angrily when he heard that if he did nothing, then everything would be exactly like this. His double sat on a chair in front of the lamp and stated that the day when the number of saved lives became 0, and stated that since that day, peace has not come and nothing has happened. The brown-haired man stared at his double, who lowered his head and assumed that it happened in 3 years. Suddenly, his silhouette immediately began to evaporate in a red glow. Lloyd found himself in a forest clearing after moving. He saw the Count and Countess on horses in front of him. He looked at them with displeasure. At the same time, the elf commander and the sergeant were playing musical instruments with the orc. Arcus was waltzing with his wife and everyone was clapping. He explained that it was an ordinary day and they, as always, went for a horse ride. Arcus and his wife went for a horse ride in the forest. Suddenly, they met a chipmunk on the way which rushed past the horses. These horses immediately became frightened and began to agitate. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger at such statements. Arcus was waltzing with his wife under the lights of the lamps in the square. However, in the future, Arcus fell off his horse with a stunned look. The protagonist's eyes bulged in fear. He was shocked and pulled out his eye because he did not believe what was happening. He watched this moment in horror while the double sat behind and explained that this happened about a month later. Maria and her husband were dancing a waltz to the clapping of the surrounding crowd. Maria in the memories lay in front of her husband's coffin, literally forever. The protagonist began to scream at the double with rage because he did not want such a fate. The brown-haired man immediately ran towards his double at the table and said that he saved them both, and they should live happily ever after, but he was told that he did not have the opportunity. This clone from the future lowered his gaze and said that he did not have the opportunity to go to the funeral of his younger brother. The protagonist was completely stunned and his eyes bulged. In those memories, Julian opened the door to a stranger because Sarazad had been absent for some time, becoming a fencing instructor when someone came looking for Julian. The stranger stabbed the guy's body because it was a robbery. The protagonist was horrified and looked dumbfounded when he heard that Sarazad was crazy because she volunteered for a small local war. He imagined Sarazad's silhouette standing against a red background of blood and guns pointed at her because it seemed to her that there was no will to live. The protagonist's clone crossed his palms, leaning on a chair, and said that it was nothing special because the queen eventually became a tyrant. At that moment, Alicia was bloodthirsty in an attack under the fiery tongues of flame, and he noticed that she was missing one of her arms, and after that, everything that happened in the same novel. 2 men danced opposite each other holding a leg near a little girl, and the Term's family was attacked by another rebel squad as Fahan was destroyed, and Lord Velarde died, carrying out an unreasonable order of the queen. So in those memories, the brunette orc tried to cheer up Melika with his hugs, and Arash, who left their territory, died in an accident while hunting, and she could not eat anything and died of hunger. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger and wanted to finish this explanation of the circumstances. He immediately went to his clone to punch him, but it was just an illusion that said that there was no need to explain further if we talk about each person. The protagonist shook his head in anger while the clone sat on the chair and asked him about how he felt after watching the spoiler of the future. Lloyd wanted to turn it off quickly. His beaten clone looked from under his brows with a tired look and said that after seeing the spoiler of the future, he would be able to stop it. Then blood began to spurt out of his mouth. Lloyd watched as his clone vomited blood. All the bottles around in the table were stained with blood. His clone hung his trembling hand. Then it suddenly stopped and relaxed. Lloyd watched as his clone lay in his own blood on the table. He was in shock and sweat was running down his face. He also remembered the pictures of his dead parents in the night and assumed that he had lost without even being able to start the game. He stood by the tree and watched the huge plain city from afar. At this time, everyone was dancing a waltz and enjoying the holiday. Lloyd watched the bright light above the mountain city and assumed that he would lose everything again. With whom he turned around and began to leave in anger. He bared his teeth furiously and realized that he should never lose what was his again. He walked on with a bloodthirsty look and tears in his eyes and declared that he would not sit back and wait. The enraged dragon opened its mouth. Baibong rode this water dragon up. Chipmunk saddled this water dragon and called out to Peepadong. It was a huge palace under the bright rays of the sun and tried to bring the Dragon King to his senses so that he would contact the Dragon Queen. At this time, the Dragon King was lying on the sofa looking tired. The protagonist looked at him intently with bewilderment. Then Lloyd raised his left hand. He immediately became bloodthirsty and angry and was about to slap. The Dragon King immediately jumped up in horror and opened his mouth. The guy, who was out of breath, hung his hand down when the brown-haired guy stretched his hand to the left. The blonde guy's eyes widened in amazement and said that this was the first time he had encountered something like this in his life. The protagonist smiled and put his hand to his chest and leaned over, saying that his alarm clock efficiency was incredible and asked to quickly contact the Dragon Queen. This guy immediately reached his finger to the call window system. Suddenly, the system rejected his call. This Dragon King continued to lie on the sofa with a tired look and said that in any case, his homework was finished for now. The brown-haired guy, with an amazed look and wide-eyed, was about to leave. These were random incidents that happened to people around him. At this time, Peepadong and Baibong saddled the water dragon. The protagonist understood that no matter how hard he tried and how much he ran, wearing out his feet, he would never be able to stop it. It was that moment when Lloyd stretched his hand out to the side, in front of the out-of-breath Dragon King, and tried to figure out what the main reason was, and if suddenly it was a supernatural problem, then the Dragon King might know the answer. Lloyd looked down with slight sadness when he was told that the child was really terribly angry at the Dragon King. The protagonist continued to stand in front of the sprawled guy, bowing his body in front of him, and said that he had a question, but his comrade did not want to answer. Lloyd slightly closed his lips, and the comrade did not even know what he wanted to ask. I read him as a scoundrel who was too lazy to even breathe, and he would never quietly listen to him peacefully. The protagonist immediately smiled bloodthirstily, baring his teeth, because he was the one who tamed the Dragon Kings. It was that same 3-story palace, and the protagonist said that he was actually from another world. Then the crescent moon was visible in the dark sky. About continuing to be in the same palace under the rays of the sun, Lloyd said that he changed the unfortunate fates around him for the better, but the king did not care. Again, half the moon illuminated the night sky. It was that same palace under the rays of the sun, and Lloyd continued to say that it still shows him that these people will die, following their original destiny. Then the full moon eclipsed the night sky. A bright light illuminated this huge palace building. The blonde guy was lying on the couch, his eyes closed. The Dragon King was sleeping on the couch, drooling as he realized that it was strange to him that by this point his cheap alarm clock had been going back and forth many times, hearing that horrible sound. Then he began to open his eye slightly. He saw Lloyd sitting in front of him, his body slumped. The blonde guy stared at the dejected Lloyd and asked him what he was doing without waking him up. The main character scratched his head with a malicious smile and said that he hadn't been able to wake him up for 10 days. The Dragon King, sweating, popped his eyes out in surprise. A moment later, he sweated even more and drooped. He looked at the main character angrily and asked him if he had really gone crazy and wanted to die. The protagonist only smiled in response and said that he was joking. The blonde guy was indignant and sweating. The brown-haired man tilted his body in alarm and bulged his eyes, saying that this could really happen if he didn't listen to him to the end and didn't give an answer. The blonde guy continued to lie on the couch slightly, his mouth slightly open. He immediately bulged his eyes and said that even leniency has a line and Lloyd should know how easily he could destroy him and his family. The protagonist fell to his knees, leaning on his hands. He sat on his knees and lowered his head opposite the guy, saying that he knew that he was aware of the risk he was taking, daring to threaten the Dragon King. The main character slightly closed his lips and asked if the chance was so great that the Dragon King's risk was greater. Lloyd sat on his knees in front of the Dragon King sprawled on the couch and said that he could cut off his limbs and rip out his heart after he had to look for another alarm clock. The brown-haired man, embittered, frowned, looking sideways at the guy. The Dragon King's eyes widened in surprise when he was ordered to get up from the couch. The main character looked at him bloodthirstily and ordered him to imagine that he could visit the human village in person and where there would be someone who would wake him up well in the morning. Walking back and forth in circles, the Dragon King was completely scared, his eyes widened and he began to sigh heavily, because his legs were getting heavy and his feet were wearing out, and this was taking away his time to sleep. The main character continued to scream furiously about how as soon as someone was found. This guy gets up later in the morning than him and the Dragon King kicks him out and returns to the village again, and checks every day who gets up in the morning. Lloyd continued to scream angrily with an angry look. The blonde guy was lying on the couch and also began to scream in horror so that they would stop making fun of him. Lloyd watched as the blonde guy dangled his arms in a hurry and passed out. The Dragon King sweatily opened his eye and admitted that his risk was much higher than Lloyd's, and he won. The brown-haired man immediately frowned angrily, looking at the guy and realized that it was the easiest victory. Xavier at this time stood behind the door and was about to draw his blade when the Dragon King explained that the fate he changed keeps returning to the original scenario. The knight immediately put away the blade and was stunned in sweat because he realized that his salary was really too low. The protagonist continued to sit in front of the sprawled Dragon King, who said that here is his fate and should he call it a bowstring. He imagined himself pulling his bowstring with a convulsive hand and said that no matter how hard he tried to pull the bowstring, it, on the contrary, returned to its original shape with even more force. He immediately imagined how he let go of this pulled bowstring. The blonde guy lay on the couch with a cold-blooded look and said that this was a phenomenon of fate restoration. It was like a law that could not be broken. The brown-haired guy immediately frowned, tilted his head and asked about whether there was really no way to stop it. The Dragon King explained that he simply did not understand the meaning of the word impossible. He continued to lie on the couch with a tired look and said that he was not capable of this either, and even the King of Hell and the Archangel could not. Lloyd sat on his knees in front of the Dragon King, who asked him if he had ever played any game. He explained that no matter how freely he could play, in the end it works within a certain program, and this world, in the end, it's all just a game within a game. A simulator within a simulator is a law. The brown-haired guy immediately cried out in anger about whether there was a hidden alternative and couldn't they really find it. The blonde guy looked at the brown-haired guy's silhouette in bewilderment and said that he didn't even know if Lloyd and his family were part of the program, and it should be obvious. The protagonist continued to look angrily through his bangs and said that he felt that he was alive and it hardly made a difference, because whether it was a program or something else, he would still get everything. At this time, the knight stood behind the door with a sullen look. The blonde guy's eyes widened in surprise, seeing that he had life force in him, as if he were a legend. Then he slightly closed his lips. The protagonist looked at the guy who told him about the Pearl of Truth with tension and surprise. Lloyd was kneeling in front of the Dragon King, who said that it was a legendary gem that would answer any question. If he asked it, then perhaps the stone would give an answer. The Dragon King looked through his curly hair and said that it was something like resisting the restorative power of fate. The protagonist immediately jumped up with an arrogant look. He stood over the sofa and said that he could seem rude, but he had one more question. The blonde guy closed his eyes and said that the stone was in the Mermaid Kingdom, wished him luck. The brown-haired guy immediately put his hand to his chest and said that their bone squad would take on the role of his alarm clock and thanked him for the advice. He abruptly turned in the other direction. He immediately left the room and turned to Xavier, saying that they needed to go to the Mermaid Kingdom. Kalia was flying over the vast cloudy sky and plane at that moment. While Xavier sat next to him, Lloyd lay down with his hands removed when he was asked about whether it would be more convenient for me to ask the Dragon King to send them to the Mermaid Kingdom. The brown-haired man answered with a cold-blooded look that the knight really did not know how to interact in society. Lloyd closed his eyes and said that the Dragon King was a scary creature that could kill them all with one finger, and when he teased such a person, he had to be careful. They were almost approaching the port trading city of Cremo, and he said that he already had enough clues about the Mermaid Kingdom. It was a huge underwater building with a glowing liquid dome, and the Mermaid Kingdom mentioned in the novel. It was said that it was hidden in the most stormy sea. The main character walked with his knight through the crowd of merchants and knew that the stormiest sea is the northern sea of Laurasia, the place where the whaling ships go, leaving from the port of Cremo, because it is from here that the search for the kingdom of the mermaids begins. A bunch of ships tried to squeeze up to the pier. These were trading shops that were calling people to themselves. Shaitan looked around intently and realized that this place had come to life. He imagined the Count of the city, who was sitting near an open balcony under the moon, because in the novel the city was destroyed by the Titans and the Count, who helped the knight, got caught in the crossfire. A bunch of poor children from the Chinese were thrown out into the street, because this was the city where Xavier came, and the children begged for alms, and it was overflowing with vagabonds. It was a smiling family with a child on the father's neck. At this time, everyone was discussing something heatedly and rejoicing at each other. Shaitan stared at what was happening, because he was so happy that he could make this city happy, although he knew what would happen if he saw it in person. He convulsively clenched his lips and almost cried. He bared his teeth with pain in his soul. With tears in his eyes, he realized that his stomach twisted, and he had to ask for a large reward. Xavier watched as the protagonist with snot and tears twisted his face. The knight immediately closed his eyes and sighed, because he expected this, that Lloyd was a kind person. The two of them walked along the bridge to a huge building, or they understood that this was all thanks to him, because he should receive a commission. They approached the gate of the building and greeted the hero lord, who was their savior. The count immediately hugged the protagonist with a joyful smile and said that he still liked him. This count lifted the protagonist above himself, and he said that he came because he needed to ask him something. White puffy clouds covered the sky. The count crossed his arms and realized that Lloyd wanted to borrow a whaling ship from him in order to get to the kingdom of mermaids. They sat at the negotiating table, While the knight stood nearby and the brown-haired man explained that the count must think that it was pointless, he had his reasons for that. The old man crossed his arms and arrogantly narrowed his eyes and said that there was one talented captain, but this guy is known as a big liar. Whenever he drinks, he says that in his youth he visited the kingdom of the mermaids. If Lloyd does not care that he is an eccentric, then he could introduce them. The main character's eyes bulged in surprise. He clenched his fist with a happy smile and realized that everything was going very well. They were wooden whaling ships at sea, and the protagonist asked the captain how it happened that he was invited to the kingdom of the mermaids. This guy with a bandage on his head and a bird on his shoulder crossed his arms and said that he sang a song because the mermaids used it to determine whether they were friends or enemies. The knight squinted at the captain next to the brown-haired man. Xavier immediately looked away when the main character frowned and bulged his eyes. Lloyd pointed his finger at the ship with displeasure, standing in front of the captain, and asked if there was any other way than singing. The captain explained that then only this handsome guy would be invited, and the protagonist would not be able to enter. The captain began to laugh maliciously, while the brown-haired man looked around with displeasure and said that he was a little unsure of his singing, but everything was even more deplorable. He remembered how he was splashing around in the sea as a small boy when the ship was sailing away, because he explained that he was distracted by his gaze and the ship did not even know that he was missing, and then the mermaids came to his aid. Huge bloodthirsty mermaids began to appear from the water because he was very scared, and he was not joking. Now he crossed his arms and smiled maliciously, closing his eyes because he explained that his neck could be broken with one hand. And then he remembered his grandfather's story that if you sing to the mermaids, they will understand that he is not an enemy. In his memories, the mermaids looked at how this captain with an overly crooked face began to sing a song. Now he was wiping his golden uniform and said with a malicious smile that it was just a terrifying roar. At first the mermaid probably did not want to listen to it, so they frowned. He remembered how this silhouette of a mermaid with a red eye looked at him. Then this bloodthirsty silhouette turned into a smiling girl. Lloyd looked at the captain and his silky hair in surprise, and he said that the mermaids listened not to the pitch or the rhythm, but to his real heart. The protagonist looked ahead with a piercing gaze and realized that it was about the real heart. He imagined Arcus hugging his wife with trepidation. At the same time, Julian reached out to Sarazed during the wedding. All the other guys looked at him with a smile and trepidation. The main character lowered his head with a grim grin. Then, under the shining light of the city, he looked at the captain and asked to borrow his boat and asked him to take him to the area of the mermaid kingdom. At first, there was no love or anything, and all he wanted was to earn money and fill his stomach. The brown-haired man with a parrot on his shoulder grinned and said that this was not possible, because now is not the time to catch whales. The main character took out a bag of shining coins and said that money is no longer a problem. The captain immediately took the bag with a smile and said that they would go straight. And the ship sailed on the stormy sea, and they arrived. Then his silhouette climbed the mast under the moonlight, and he sailed the sea for a whole month, deliberately not traveling on a dragon or a dove because the mermaids could feel threatened. The protagonist sadly looked down at the colors of the moon and assumed that he was in despair, because laughter was unexpectedly given to someone who was originally supposed to be sad. The knight and the captain looked at the brown-haired man who climbed onto the bow of the ship and reported that their ship was already surrounded by mermaids because they coldly greeted uninvited guests. Lloyd looked back intently. The blue-haired guy sighed and understood that it was so because there were several thousand of them. A bunch of multicolored hair and heads began to appear in the water. His silhouette immediately spread his arms and began to fall into the water because he wished for the happy fate of his people. He began to sing a song, closing his eyes and falling into the water, wishing that the mermaids would help him. All the mermaids came out of the water and looked at him in surprise. Lloyd stood on the edge of the ship, spread his arms and sang. The mermaids immediately put on their natural faces and looked at him with trepidation. Xavier raised his head in surprise and looked at the notes. The main character pressed his hands to his chest and sang with all his heart under the moonlight, radiating sincerity. The mermaids continued to look at him with trepidation. Then, all of them started bleeding from their ears. One of the mermaids pierced his nose with a spear from the ship and Lloyd began to fall. The commander of the mermaids immediately began to shout angrily that she was declaring war and everyone needed to attack. They immediately began to release a barrage of spears from the water at the ship. These spears began to crash into the ship from all sides and crumble it. Lloyd was climbing up the ship at the time, yelling angrily at the captain, implying that he had lied to them. The guy with the headband angrily punched the protagonist in the face. The captain with the headband continued to scream bloodthirstily about how he had told him to sing a song, not to cast a curse. The protagonist's face was all twisted up, and he was grinning in pain. Xavier anxiously pulled out his blade, looking at the captain and saying that because of his sincerity, the Mermaid Kingdom had seriously started a war. The captain explained that he shouldn't be touched now because it was better to do business during his working hours. Xavier immediately soared into the sky with the help of light, and was told that you can't attack the mermaids because you just need to give them a chance to turn around and run away. The mermaids watched as Xavier opened his glowing wings in the sky. The mermaid commander raised her palm and ordered everyone to stop the attack. Lloyd was shocked, his mouth open. The red-haired mermaid stretched out her pumped-up hand towards Xavier's silhouette. The knight looked at her through his bangs in bewilderment. These mermaids immediately made a heart, and everyone blushed, asking him to pass. Xavier at that moment became slightly sad. Why did he look towards the protagonist? The protagonist at that moment looked at the knights with tears in his eyes and realized that he was being unfairly mocked. Xavier with wings began to approach the mermaids and asked if it meant summer that they invited him to their kingdom. The knight looked at the mermaids in the water and they answered in agreement, but he did not understand why so suddenly. The red-haired mermaid timidly scratched her head. She immediately, like in the movie, threw her head back, letting her hair down. She stretched her fingers at him with a sly smile and said that his face decided everything. Xavier looked at her intently and understood everything. The main character at that time looked up with displeasure and understood that life was unfair. The knight on the wings immediately began to approach the water and said that he heard that mermaids can understand someone's true feelings through song. The mermaids explained that with the help of song they feel emotion. The water girl with an embarrassed grin stretched out her index finger and said that his face was so touching that it did not matter whether it was a song or a curse. Xavier continued to look at her intently and said that it was worth it. Lloyd looked at him weakly and realized that this scoundrel was the main character of the novel. Then the knight on the wings of light looked back at the brown-haired man and said that his face became the shield of his crushing song. The two of them stood at the edge of the ship, and the brown-haired man addressed the mermaid, telling her name and introducing his knight. This mermaid immediately looked down through his curly hair with a downcast expression and realized that his face was too ugly. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and bowed, wanting to skip this part because it was time to win the favor of the mermaids, so he expressed great gratitude for the invitation to the Mermaid Kingdom. The mermaid commander stretched out her hand with a dissatisfied grin and said that Lloyd was not passing. He immediately frowned angrily from under his brows and realized that he still had to do this, namely, accept his shortcomings and negotiate, gaining the upper hand. The blue-haired knight stood next to the dissatisfied gentleman and said that he would ask for a favor to let his comrade through. The mermaid immediately looked at him lovingly and agreed. The protagonist continued to look at the water with displeasure, standing next to the knight. Then he looked at Lloyd and saw that tears had appeared in his eyes. The protagonist began to wipe away his tears and made an excuse that salt had gotten into his eyes and they were drying. The blue-haired knight looked at him coldly and understood that with such a face, he needed to work tirelessly. This mermaid was lifted by hand so that she could put the necklace on the knights and explain that it allows them to breathe underwater and prevents the effects of water pressure and temperature changes. Then the main character simply had this necklace thrown at his head. He realized that no matter how dire the situation was, he was still invited to the Mermaid Kingdom and it did not matter how much pain he would receive. They dove into the water and followed to the Mermaid Kingdom. He understood that if he could find the Pearl of Truth, then he could only protect everyone in his territory. They continued to swim into the deep waters under the magical glowing algae. Then Lloyd saw a light at the end of the water gorge. He widened his eyes in shock. They were swimming to a huge city protected by a dome and a huge octopus. The protagonist twisted his face and frowned because he was shocked that something big, the size of a city, appeared. The brown-haired man looked closely at the sullen grin. The mermaid commander asked about the monster. Then the same question was asked by a knight swimming nearby, and she answered him with trepidation that it was a guardian octopus protecting the kingdom of mermaids, and they had been together for a long time. It was the same underwater city with a fortress in the center, like a palace, and they were told to first greet the mermaid queen. The protagonist and the knight were kneeling in front of the queen's throne, who greeted a beautiful and ugly man. It was the red-haired mermaid queen Ariel, who looked at the guests with trepidation. The protagonist looked at his companion through his bangs, and the brown-haired man asked the knight to try to borrow the Pearl of Truth for him. Although he understood that he was only an expert on the face, and it was the gentleman who was eloquent, but he had no say in this place. Ariel immediately closed her eyes and smiled with trepidation, telling Lloyd not to worry because she did not discriminate even if his face was so disgusting, and therefore allowed him to speak, but first he had to turn his face away. He realized that this was too obvious discrimination, almost cruel. The protagonist stood on the carpet and looked away, introducing himself as Lloyd, and said that he came here in search of the precious Pearl of Truth and would like to borrow it from them. He looked displeased from under his brows when he heard the mermaid's laughter. Ariel immediately began to laugh maliciously, saying that if she had, she would have lent it, but the Pearl of Truth that everyone in the world knows is a myth. The main character immediately froze and his eyes bulged in shock. The mermaid queen smiled, rested her chin in her hand, and said that these were just legends, and they came here assuming that there would be something like that. The mermaid looked at the guests who were kneeling, when Lloyd cried out that the Dragon King said that the Pearl of Truth was in the kingdom of mermaids, but Ariel explained that he was talking about a lazy sleepyhead. She slightly closed her eyes, lowering them, and said that his brain was as sour as his face, and it was impossible that he could not explain more accurately. The main character angrily closed his eyes with tears in his eyes and realized that he had most likely been deceived. Ariel looked at him with trepidation under the sun and realized that he had completely despaired. The huge octopus continued to protect this huge city under the dome, and Ariel explained that it was possible to ask their guardian octopus because it has existed since the mythical era. The protagonist immediately cried out in alarm, bulging his eyes because he realized that she could communicate with him. The red-haired queen touched her cheek with her finger and asked if there were any talking octopuses in the world. Lloyd grimaced and frowned in horror. He looked away in front of Ariel and asked her to systematize what she said. He looked at her attentively from under his brows and explained that the Pearl of Truth was an object that existed in the mythical era, and did she mean that this was not a fictitious story? The mermaid looked down on him with her palm open and said she didn't know because their ancestors spoke of her as something that existed, but no one from their generation had seen her. The brown-haired man slightly closed his lips and lowered his gaze, because I understood that the probability of existence was not 0%. He and his knight were standing on the carpet in front of the queen's throne, and he wanted to ask her for another favor. He felt that even if it was only a 0.1% chance, he needed to confirm it as soon as possible. The brown-haired man turned his head again and allowed him to conduct research on the Pearl of Truth. If he could find it, the Mermaid Kingdom would benefit, and he felt that holding on to something like a possessed person was his talent. He continued to look away while Ariel looked at him with trepidation and said that it didn't matter because while he was here conducting research, they would be able to look at a beautiful face. Ariel continued to sit on her throne and raised her hand, saying that she could not help in any way because she already had one big problem. She lowered her gaze in displeasure, putting her hand to her face, and said that not long ago the gates of hell opened above their gates. Lloyd stared at her intently under the dim light. She imagined this huge portal that emitted bursts of light because the heat from hell was furiously falling on the North Pole. These powerful streams broke off pieces of ice and said that if this continues, the glaciers will melt. Ariel frowned in anger and tried to understand what kind of person did this because he wanted to take revenge on him. The knight looked at the protagonist with displeasure, who pretended that he was also against this person. Ariel clenched her fists in anger and tensed up as she saw the dragon enter and exit the gate, and the man who opened the gate was as evil as the devil. The knight continued to stare at the protagonist, who thanked the mermaid for allowing him to explore the Pearl of Truth. The protagonist looked up and said that if he found it, he would definitely present it to the mermaid queen. The blue-haired knight looked at the commander in shock and was surprised because his stealth level was at the level of a grandmaster. The two of them stood on the edge of the roof and looked at the underwater city. The knight stared at the frowning gaze of the gentleman, who suggested that he begin searching for the truth. The protagonist looked intently from under his brows and said that he wanted to collect information, step by step, and dig into it. Sometimes the simplest way is the most effective. Xavier stared at his comrade and said that he was not talking about the gates of hell. The knight looked at Artina, who asked him to remember that they must find it for the count, countess, and everyone else. Lloyd threw the shovel over his shoulder and began to walk. The knight looked at him with disdain through his bangs and realized that his actions always have a reason, so he definitely needed to do it right now. The two of them followed the stairs to the top of the fortress and wanted to find this Pearl of Truth. A huge blue moon illuminated the entire kingdom. At this time, the queen was sitting on her bed, under the curtains fluttering in the wind. She looked like a demon with veins on her face and a bulging eye. Her pink eye was filled with blood and veins because she made her family and brothers shed blood. She bared her teeth in anger. Then she stuck out her hand and it began to transform into something. She sat on the bed and began to study the red aura in demonic form. Alicia all tensed up and began to mutate into someone. The skin on her hands began to peel off. She bared her teeth in anger while demonic blood flowed through her veins. She bared her teeth in fury while her veins were sticking out. She immediately plopped down on the bed, holding her mutated hand. She lay on the bed and tried to catch her breath. She looked sadly at her mutated hand with veins on it. She held her trembling and mutated hand and realized that all the poison was in her hand. She lowered her gaze in a sweat and realized that she could now cut off her hand. She sat on her huge bed under the moonlight and realized that for someone who could become a queen, it was normal to sacrifice it in order not to go crazy. She looked at her trembling hand and supposed that she might have already gone crazy. She immediately took pity and began to cry on her knee because she was trying to understand why she suddenly wanted to see that potato. At this time, the protagonist crossed his fingers and maliciously, mockingly noted that she had good energy and did she by chance believe in the pearl. At this time, the mermaid opened her mouth in horror and thought that it was a sea cucumber that suddenly spoke, although looking at it, even the universe would doubt it. The knight looked through his bangs with slight sadness and said the same thing, that she had good energy and asked if she by chance believed in the pearl. These mermaids looked at the knight with love and a blushing look and said that they were not sure because this is an old story. The timid mermaids replied that they knew little, but had heard of a madman who had decided to find a treasure, but she did not mean that such a handsome man could be crazy. These mermaids, with a mocking smile and a timid look, began to look at each other, discussing this handsome face. The protagonist watched what was happening with a dejected look when the knight asked where the Triton was who had said that he was looking for a pearl. They told him to follow them because she would take him straight home. The blue-haired guy looked back at the protagonist. The knight looked at him coolly through his bangs and apologized for making him feel ashamed. The brown-haired guy, with tears in his eyes and a proud look, said that nothing like that happened because these were not tears, but just rain. It was an underwater house, like from SpongeBob, in the form of a pineapple. It was a mermaid man who smiled with admiration and was glad that someone was really interested in the pearl and they would join his search. A message popped up that there was a kinship with the young Triton Rotalua. A notification that the kinship was 16 and there were 2482 points in the location. When the brunette continued to smile widely, Rotalua put his hands on the table. When the brown-haired man backed away slightly, he said that he would not help right away. First, you need to find out how the guy himself knows a lot. He became curious about where the kinship came from, if he just saw him, because kinship only appears when a person takes his side. The brunette closed his eyes and raised his fist, explaining that their family had been looking for the pearl of truth for several generations. Despite the fact that they were not laughed at, they have been excavating for several generations. He added that it was in the second mythical era, when only spring and summer existed in the world. The pearl of truth was in this sea. The brown-haired man raised his eyebrows and looked at Rotalua with a sneer, who explained that the pearl of truth, which gives answers to any questions, was the real hero of Atlantido. The brown-haired man realized that in front of him was a fanatic, who suddenly met a friend and also continued excavations, and everything should go smoothly. Rotalua angrily leaned his hands on the table and leaned over, explaining that 10,000 years ago, at the end of the Great War of Races, the pearl of truth collapsed. The main character twisted his face in bewilderment, bulging his eyes. Rotalua crossed his arms when the main character leaned on the table and angrily asked about whether the pearl had collapsed and was broken. The brunette dreamed that even mermaids did not know this fact. Rotalua, with a piercing gaze, imagined a huge tall building stretching into the dark clouds and explained that the pearl of truth is a building. Electricity and aura were cascading around the building, and he reported that it was a carefully woven structure of mana down to every brick and column, as it was the magical power that gave the building the ability to think and react. The brown-haired man looked at Rotalua carefully and realized that the pearl of truth was like a giant computer with artificial intelligence, the only difference being that it used mana instead of electricity. The brown-haired man immediately touched his face with his hand and looked away in confusion, suggesting that if it was broken, there was no way. Rotalua replied that this was why he kept looking for it. The brown-haired man crossed his arms and looked up in alarm, saying that there should be a blueprint of the building itself somewhere in there. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the mermaid man, and he realized that the pearl of truth, which had seemed like a fleeting idea at first, was beginning to form more clearly. He immediately frowned and clenched his fists at his sides, realizing that he needed to take action, and asked what the excavation site looked like. It was a huge dome enveloping the entire underwater city. They started to walk forward when they looked back at the old man, who realized that the guys would be using a shovel again instead of swimming training. He was a pumped-up old man, scratching his shoulder and calling Rotalua a skinny guy. This brunette screamed in anger, pointing his finger at the old man, and said that his muscles wouldn't help him at all, because mermaids over 40 suffer from arthritis, and if he swam like crazy, his muscles would grow and his arms would atrophy. Rotalua immediately pounced on the old man from behind and said that he got what he wanted, so he should stop grumbling and just leave. Rotalua closed his eyes angrily when the old man lay unconscious, saying that they always treated him like a fool. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes with disdain and mentioned that Rotalua said that he had been digging since the time of his ancestors and why hadn't he found it yet. The brunette frowned in confusion, looking ahead. They approached the edge of the hill and saw a deep distant bottom. Rotalua said that the bottom of the sea was too wide. He extended his index finger on the funnel at the bottom and said that he was digging these holes. Then he showed a map of the seabed, where half was crossed out with crosses, and said that it was an exploration map and there were many like it. Lloyd looked angrily at Rotalua, who was scratching his nose, and said that it was too detailed. The protagonist understood that he would not be able to find her until the mermaids developed and began to fly. He looked away with his green vision discontentedly and tried to understand if there was another way except to dig everything up. He began scanning the seabed and saw a small cave, and realized it was a sediment layer that had been accumulating for 10,000 years and was useless to measure. He crossed his arms and pursed his lips in displeasure, because he realized that if he hit the bottom with Xavier's power, the drawing could disappear and it would be a disaster. And he also realized that the Beast Gang couldn't do it because they were in the water, and if he summoned the dragon, the Mermaid Queen would declare war. He glared ahead and realized that they would need to persuade a lot of people to do this. Rotalua immediately began bloodthirstily digging another hole, and Lloyd understood that if they could only mobilize the incredible physical strength of the mermaids. He bared his teeth in displeasure. Then he glared at his knight. The brown-haired man looked at the knights with anger and understood that his self-esteem had no other outlet, so he asked him to seduce the mermaids and make them work. The knight immediately approached the mermaids, who tremblingly crossed their arms and looked at him, apologizing to the handsome man because they could not spend their time on anything except training and building muscle. Then Xavier stood next to the brown-haired man and they looked at the underwater city. The knight, with tears in his eyes, lowered his gaze and was perplexed. Xavier mockingly poked the knight with his finger and gloatingly mocked, as if the knight thought that he would really succeed, and, apparently, his face was not so handsome. Then Lloyd also wilted and became sad because the operation had failed and they had to go back. They walked along the seabed and the brown-haired man was puzzled by how they would dig up such a large piece of land because it would take many years. He covered his mouth with his hand and frowned intently, realizing that in 3 years one after another all these misfortunes would happen and he did not have much time. The brown-haired man looked back at his knight, who looked away and said that it was very hot here. They came to the edge of the hill and saw bubbling craters like a hydrothermal spring. He explained that the water seeped deep, heated by magma, and erupted. Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered how Rotalua poked his fingers bloodthirstily and reminded that mermaids get arthritis after 40. It was a bubbling hydrothermal spring made of stone spikes. The knight looked at the back of the brown-haired man, who turned to him. Lloyd bared his teeth with a malicious smile, looking back, and said that they would open a sauna here, because for a demonic sauna it is quite possible to make mermaids work like the damned. Hard work pays off. The main character was lying on his bed and was about to get up, holding his shoulder, because even though they said so, he still couldn't get much money. He went outside and touched the rain, because he realized that it was useless again, because there were many reasons for his work being cancelled. The brunette was stretching his injured shoulder, because his body condition was one of the reasons for the cancellation. He looked at the building under the rain squall and realized that the session was over and assumed that he could rest today. His blonde friend under an umbrella came up to him. At that moment, he was smiling sarcastically under the umbrella and asked him why he was showing off such a pathetic face. Schumacher looked angrily through his bangs and realized that it was his friend with beef. This blonde smiled sarcastically, approached the guy and offered him to go to the sauna together if he had nothing else to do. The blonde continued to grin maliciously, raising his eyebrows, and said that after hard work he was most likely tired, and especially since it was raining, so it was worth going. Schumacher looked at him intently from under his brows. The brunette put his hands in his pocket and looked around, saying that he had no money for a sauna. At that moment, his friend closed his lips with a malicious smile and declared that he already knew about it. The blonde continued to look down on Schumacher and said that he was going to work part-time at the sauna and let him steam for free all day. The brunette stood on his porch in front of the blonde with an umbrella and said why he needed a part-time job if his family was rich. The blonde stood under the umbrella and continued to smile sarcastically, because this sauna belonged to his mother and from this day on, he would help her. Schumacher bared his teeth angrily and was indignant. The blonde immediately turned around and started to leave, asking his friend to stop whining and follow him, and he realized that he had specially started working part-time at the sauna on the day the session ended. The two of them walked in the rain under an orange umbrella, and the blonde said that his shoulders were getting wet and asked his friend to stand closer. Schumacher assumed that it was unlikely that he had accidentally appeared at dawn, when he was usually getting ready for work. The brunette looked at him angrily and understood that he was being deceived somewhere. His blonde friend smiled sarcastically and raised his eyebrows, mocking the fact that he did not even have money for an umbrella. At this time, they were sitting in the room and steaming, simultaneously eating eggs and relaxing. Schumacher lay leisurely with his arms spread out, and his tense muscles and ligaments relaxed because it felt like the stagnant blood began to move. After a while, he continued to lie and seemed to be in a dream. He fell into a dream and, raising his hand, released a white handkerchief into outer space. His joyful body hovered in outer space because he became one with the mysterious cycle of the universe. The main character went with the knight in search of the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd looked back angrily and realized that there was enough demand, because there were plenty of mermaids with sore joints and muscles. He saw the male mermaids clutching their battered joints, a natural result of swimming madly under the enormous pressure at such depths. He then grinned maliciously, baring his teeth, and realized that the entire plan was almost complete. The huge crane had caught a bunch of mermaids in its nets, and it was a rich catch. Lloyd stood at the table opposite Rotalua, who was trying to figure out if the sauna was a device inside the room. He stated that there was no better place for mermaids with muscle and joint pain. Rotalua raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what this had to do with finding the Pearl of Truth. Lloyd tilted his head and smiled, saying that this was the easiest way to recruit labor, since it was impossible for the three of them to clear such a large area. The main character took pity on Rotalua in confusion when Rotalua was unsure, but it would be difficult since they were afraid of steam. These were the same hydrothermal vents that were releasing hot bubbles of air. Rotalua explained that until recently, some mermaids were tempted by the heat and would lie down nearby and die. He pictured fried fish with lemon on a green leaf. Rotalua explained that for some reason they would lose their minds, climb into the hottest spot and fry until crispy. The brown-haired man raised his head, closing his eyes, as Rotalua explained that this was why mermaids were forbidden to even approach them. Lloyd understood that the water coming out of the hydrothermal vent contained heavy metals, so it made sense. The young gentleman smirked mockingly. He leaned his body forward with a sly grin and said that a hot chimney would solve all these problems. Starting to create a sauna. Step 1. Building the structure. He walked to the coral bottom and looked at its plants and said that this is where they would put the sauna. Xavier wondered if it was too far from the hydrothermal vent. Then they walked forward, and the brown-haired man began to take out papers from his inner pocket because he said that safety should be the most important thing. He took out his papers with blueprints and presented a green hologram, because it was a design blueprint challenge. It was a huge green grid that filled the entire space. Xavier looked back at the enthusiastic protagonist, who was walking forward in search of materials, and told him to follow the guide. The knight closed his eyes and began to pull out his blade. The brown-haired man looked back and saw the knight swing his blade and destroy the earth. The knight stood in front of the cave entrance when Lloyd looked back at him and asked if it was strange that he so obediently took up the matter and why he did not start asking questions. Lloyd looked at him with disdain and said why he was looking for the pearl of truth and what would happen if they didn't find it. Xavier nodded his head, closing his eyes. The knight extended his glowing blade to the side, standing in the cave with the scan, and told the master to bring the materials quickly, because if they didn't hurry, their land would be in danger. Xavier bowed his head and looked back when he was addressed. He saw the brown-haired guy throw the shovel over his shoulder and start to leave, thanking him sincerely. The blue-haired guy looked back intently. He saw his master close his eyes. They both grabbed their mouths and almost threw up from such sincerity and gratitude. Step number 2. Collecting various materials. Lloyd stood on the ledge and looked at the hydrothermal vent, because they had to solve all the problems, and he said it for a reason. He immediately decided to jump off the ledge. He was holding a large shell and falling down, because the organisms living near the springs would provide him with the necessary materials. He was falling down and he saw tube worms. These tube worms began to release green goo. These green clots of mucus attacked Lloyd, who was trying to collect it all in the shell, because he had to collect the secretions of these insects for finishing and gluing. Through the gnashing of teeth, Lloyd tried to rise with these tube slugs. Then there was the assembly of pipes, and they pulled long pipes from the bottom up the hill because this was their installation at the hydrothermal vent. Step 4 was to run the pipes through each room and paint the trim. They began to paint the entire cave through which the bundles of M-pipes passed. Then steam came out of this huge bundle of pipes because it was necessary to adjust the size of the pipeline to the same temperature in each room. The main character closed his eyes maliciously and raised his index finger, saying that now came the most important part. It was a large room with a huge shell, because the most important part was the emerald room themed interior. Then there was also a coral room, all covered with light and seaweed. There was also an unusual room with slugs and pillows. The main character put his hands on his belt and shouted at the top of his lungs in the room that they had finally finished the first sauna in this fantasy world. Rotalua decided to try the room and lay down, wagging his tail. Lloyd tried to ask his opinion. The brown-haired man looked at the knight behind him with a grin, who suggested that he was already starting a business with this sauna because he really needed more money. The gentleman replied that he would not take money. He bulged his eyes and said with a bloodthirsty grin that he would not take money. Xavier coldly looked ahead through his bangs and had a presentiment of everything. He imagined the main character gloatingly controlling all the old men, because it would be a weak-willed plea from the mermaids. The beautiful northern lights were visible above the sea. The shadow of a bird fell on the water when it flew over it. Bubbles were visible under the water, rising to the surface. A creature with a red eye was rising from under the water. The jump sent splashes of water flying to the sides. The mermaid jumped high above the sea, throwing her hair back. The bird looked at the mermaid in horror. The blonde looked ahead with a wide smile. Then she grabbed the bird with her muscular hand, saying that he was caught. The mermaid immediately disappeared under the water, having caught her prey. The long-haired girl was in a circle of other mermaids, smiling widely. The girl said that Ladida had broken the record again, noting that she was sure that with her muscular tail she could even reach the moon. Ladida winked at the mermaids, showing off her muscles, saying that she was. Ladida noted that those were good times. She pumped up her muscles just by working out and was the most eligible bachelorette in the area. An older Ladida lay on a shell, sighing heavily. She clenched her fist, saying that her shoulders hurt again. The blonde began to hit herself on the shoulder, saying that they hurt so much. The old man swam up to the mermaid, telling his old lady that she was very noisy. The blonde asked the old man why he wanted to go on an eternal quiet swim. The merman said that she understood everything in her own way again. The old lady swam past her husband, noting that she was going to go and work out a little. The merman asked if she worked out too much, suggesting that she work out like him 3 times a day. The old lady said that her soul dies every second she rests. Ladida sailed through an underwater city. She noted that she was beginning to wonder if she should stop training altogether, but she couldn't stop. She had been training all her life, and if only she could ease the pain in her muscles and joints a little, she might even enjoy it. The mermaid turned her attention downwards. Lloyd was shouting for everyone to come over as it was the opening night and everything was free for all the sea people who were experiencing muscle and joint pain. The protagonist was standing with a loudspeaker, smiling widely. He was telling them that these weren't hot pipes for them, and that they should come warm up their bones in their 100% safe sauna. The old woman watched in amazement, wondering what he had just said and that she could safely take a steam bath. The protagonist was pointing towards the sauna, shouting that everything was free and for them to warm up their bones. Ladida squinted ahead, thinking that she had heard that humans were quite skillful creatures, wondering if it was really possible to believe that everything was free. The main character closed his eyes and grinned widely. Ladida noted that he was trying hard to smile, which made him look like a real swindler. Xavier stood with a disappointed look, looking down. Ladida thought that he was with such a handsome man and he couldn't be a bad person. And if you think about it, they wouldn't be able to fool them with a simple sauna. The old woman lay down on the ground as jellyfish swam above them. The mermaid thought that she would just play along for now. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. She looked ahead in surprise. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Ladida spread her arms out to the sides, imagining herself young. After which she burst into her home with a big smile, telling the old man to come with her to the sauna since everything there is free for the first week. The young gentleman smiled widely, folding his hands in front of him. Lloyd asked the mermaid that she had returned with her husband that day, wishing them a good rest. The old man and the old woman lay on the ground, imagining themselves young. Lloyd looked at the mermaids with a joyful expression, thanking them for coming to them 5 days in a row, noting that they were all glowing. Ladida and her husband looked at the guy happily. The blonde said that he could not even imagine how much energy they now had when they trained together. The brown-haired man noted that this was wonderful news, asking what happened to them. The mermaids joyfully raised their fists in the air, praising the sauna. The main character folded his hands in front of him, thanking them with a smile and noting that if they were happy, then he was too. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with happiness. He told the guys that they would see each other tomorrow and the day after in the sauna. The moon and the sun were flying over the sea. The young gentleman was sitting with a serious expression on his face. Ladida was standing near the table, looking at the young gentleman. Then she turned her gaze to the side. A stick was visible on the shell, blocking the entrance. Lloyd squinted at the mermaid. The blonde asked why the doors were closed today. The guy noted that the freebie was over. The main character looked at the guys with a cold gaze, saying that from now on the sauna is open only for members, and asks them to sign there. The main character handed the papers to the old woman, saying that this is a registration form. The blonde wondered that she only needs to sign and she can continue using the sauna. Ladida looked carefully at the registration form. It said that the first thing was that their sauna was strictly membership-based, and anyone who was not a member of their system would not be allowed to use the sauna. The second point said that depending on their membership status, the longest time they could spend in the sauna was 12 hours. The old woman noted that 12 hours was more than enough, after which the blonde looked at the documents in bewilderment. The protagonist lowered his head, saying that the third point was that when using the sauna, all members had to pay a fixed fee, and money was not accepted as payment. Lloyd looked at the mermaid with a cold gaze, noting that they would be working instead. The mermaids looked at the protagonist with confusion. The young gentleman said that the working hours would be half the time they spent in the sauna, and if they spent 6 hours in the sauna, then they would have to work for 3 hours. The brown-haired man slightly opened his mouth, stating that their working hours must be completed within 48 hours of visiting the sauna if they fail to complete the required hours the first time. Access to the sauna will be blocked for 10 days, the second time the ban will last 30 days, and the third time their membership will be revoked. The mermaid suddenly grabbed the protagonist by the shirt, after which she gave him a furious blow, saying that he is a pathetic idiot. The young master fell to the ground, clutching his cheek. The mermaid asked how dare he give orders to mermen, the most exalted creatures in the area. Ladida angrily glared at the guy, crossing her arms over her chest. She stated that they had lived perfectly well without any saunas until now, and he was a stupid swindler, and they would simply never come there again. The hero spat out blood, clutching his cheek. Lloyd said that he could not force them. The brown-haired man sat on the ground, lowering his head. Xavier looked back at the young master, asking if his plan had failed. The swordsman looked at the protagonist in surprise when he asked if he remembered how he managed to live without a lullaby. Ladida began to hit her sore shoulder. She said that she knew that nothing good could be expected from him and that he took them for weaklings. Lloyd picked up the registration forms, thinking that people could live without cigarettes. Ladida continued to hit her body. The protagonist sat down on a chair, thinking that they could live without watching videos on YouTube. They could even survive without computer games. The mermaid hit her shoulder with her fist. The protagonist folded his hands in front of himself, sitting at the table, noting that only until they got a taste for it. The old woman bared her teeth, looking at the brown-haired man with annoyance. Tears appeared in the old woman's eyes when she told him to give her his registration form. The protagonist began to hand over the documents, after which he looked at the mermaids with a crazy grin, asking if they had decided everything yet. There was a sign hanging above the water cave. The mermaids were enjoying the sauna, smiling happily. Ladida was lying on her back, with her arms spread out to the side. The bracelet on her hand began to glow with a blue light, after which the jellyfish inside the ball began to fade. The small jellyfish dried up and stopped glowing. The protagonist burst into the sauna, telling the visitors of rooms 4, 12, and 3 that their time was up. The main character looked at the mermaids with a cold look, saying that they would see each other tomorrow at the excavations. The old woman looked at the hero's back with irritation, thinking what a terrible person he was, adding that she would not allow him to make a fool of her, and this was the last day she was in the sauna. The bright sun was shining over the sea. The protagonist looked ahead with an indifferent look, greeting the mermaids, saying that he was the head of the construction, Lloyd Frontera, and now they should get to work. The underwater inhabitants began to furiously dig up the earth with shovels. The old woman lay on a shell, hitting herself on the shoulder. She noted that her whole body hurt and needed to steam herself. The protagonist sat at the table, holding out a bracelet with a small jellyfish. He greeted the visitor, saying that he was the manager of the sauna, Lloyd Frontera, wishing him a pleasant time today. The old woman enjoyed spending time in the sauna. The protagonist threw the shovel over his shoulder, introducing himself as the head of the construction. The protagonist with a soulless look held out a bracelet, greeting the visitor. The protagonist with an indifferent look looked down, greeting the workers. The old woman continued excavating, after which she widened her eyes, thinking that something was wrong. The mermaid imagined the protagonist controlling her. She noted that she was being completely controlled. Ladida closed her eyes and bared her teeth, continuing to dig. She thought that she needed to stop this. The blonde lay in the sauna with an irritated look, thinking that she must break this vicious circle. After which the mermaid relaxed her face and closed her eyes, noting that she did not want to stop. The protagonist and the guys watched the excavations. Rodolphe looked in horror at the madly smiling Lloyd. The mermaid widened his eyes, wondering that this demon was using them, the mermaids, as slaves. The old woman stubbornly dug the earth. The long-haired mermaid wondered that he had betrayed his fellows. The underwater resident shuddered at the voice of the protagonist. Lloyd asked that he had a feeling as if he had become a demon. The young gentleman looked ahead with a peaceful face, stating that they were not forcing anyone, asking if that was not the case. The brunette looked at the young gentleman with doubt, after which he smiled widely as a blue light appeared in his chest. The main character watched the mermaids work. He noted that due to their insane physical strength, the mermaids had dug up so much in just a month, and the density of the seabed had decreased slightly. The protagonist's eyes flashed green, after which he began to wave his hand, shouting for them to stop and stop digging. The protagonist ran down the cliff, noticing a square piece of land. The protagonist began to quickly dig up the ground, after which he looked down in surprise, saying that it existed. Under the ground was a stone slab with patterns. Lloyd noted that this was the place where the Pearl of Truth was. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, looking at the slab in confusion. He noted that it was not easy for him. The young gentleman sat with his head down, wondering what if this was just a legend, and what if he really would not find anything. The protagonist looked down with a frightened look, wondering what all the misfortunes around him, what if he could not stop them. Lloyd stood with his back to the stone slabs. He then raised his hand, wiping his face. The brown-haired man smirked slightly while Xavier looked at him. Lloyd said that this was great, and now they would begin looking for the plan. Rodolphe closed his eyes and began to burst into tears. The young master noted that the time had come, asking what was wrong with him. The brunette turned to his father, saying that it really did exist, and he really thought it was just fiction. Lloyd asked what he had just said, after which he noted that he could forget it, asking where the plan was. Rodolphe began to float above the patterned slabs, stating that according to the records of his ancestors, they should look for it in the very center, adding that the plan was hidden in a magical vault and it should have some kind of keyhole. The master flashed his gaze, looking to the side. The green grid pointed to a recess in the tile. Lloyd said that here it is. The merman swam up to the hole, saying that he was absolutely sure that it was definitely a keyhole. The young gentleman looked at the tile warily, saying that if there was a lock, asking where the key was. A powerful energy began to emanate from the keyhole. The brunette closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. He noted that he was told that the hole would show them where the key was, asking what was going on. The main character turned his head behind him, after which he turned his gaze upward. A huge octopus was visible above the master's head. The main character looked at the monster in bewilderment, noting that the hole would show them where the key was, wondering if it could be. The octopus closed its eyes, waving its tentacles. The main character looked at the monster in shock, asking what he was in the belly of this thing. The monster held onto the underwater city of Merman, waving its remaining tentacles. A powerful shaking engulfed the entire city. The Triton Queen looked at her assistant with concern, saying that if it collapsed, it would be all over, ordering everyone to evacuate. The mermaid swam up to the queen, saying that fortunately, most of the people were already outside since they worked for that man. Ariel smiled contentedly, asking if he was a good guy. Lloyd watched with a dejected look, asking if this was all because of him. Xavier said that it was definitely. The young master noted that he had hoped that he would say no. The knight grabbed the master by the clothes, noting that he would take care of the Sea Kingdom, and he would get the key. The swordsman looked at the young master with a serious look, stating that it was for the sake of the lands he so desired to protect. The brown-haired man looked at the swordsman in surprise, after which Xavier soared upward on his wings, taking the protagonist with him. Ariel put her hands in front of her and opened her mouth wide. She appeared in front of the huge ball, swinging her hands. Then she stopped the huge ball with the city. Ariel pushed the city away from her with all her might. She looked up worriedly, wondering what didn't work. The queen looked at the ball in shock as it began to rise. Xavier stood next to the queen, pushing the city up. Ariel asked what it was a person. Then she smiled happily, noting that she was sincerely grateful to both of them. The knight looked at the queen. He looked at Ariel with a serious look, saying that you are welcome. The author noted that Lloyd's impudence also amazed Xavier. The octopus opened its mouth wide, letting tears out of its eyes, after which the monster pressed its tentacles to its face. The protagonist looked at the monster in confusion, thinking that these were the symptoms, and he was sure of them. The protagonist was floating under a huge suffering octopus. Lloyd noted that he was suffering from constipation. The huge octopus began to wave its tentacles. Then it waved its paw. From a strong push, the protagonist was thrown to the side. The enraged octopus began to wave its tentacles. Xavier and Ariel were pushing the underwater city. Splashes of water rose above the ice floes. The protagonist bared his teeth, covering his face with his hands. He noted that for a start, if they did not cure his indigestion, they could not do anything else, noting that he once had indigestion too, wondering how he recovered then. Lloyd added that mom and dad that time. The protagonist remembered how his father leaned over him. He looked at his son worriedly, asking that he had quite a severe indigestion. Lloyd was lying on the bed and said that he wanted to puke, but nothing came out. His father noted that he should wait a little as he needed to do something, and he would feel better right away. Lloyd puffed out his cheeks, looking slightly exhausted. Then he turned his gaze to the side when his father said to give him his finger. The man began to wave a knife, saying that he needed to prick his finger. The guy looked at his father in bewilderment, saying that he decided not to prick him, but to stab him. The man smiled widely, taking the needle in his hand. He noted that he was just joking. The protagonist noted that he found time to joke. The main character winced in pain. The man noted that his blood was very dark. The guy looked at the ceiling dejectedly, sighing heavily. The man asked how he felt and if he was feeling better. Lloyd said that he did not know and the feeling is if both better, but at the same time not. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and then burped. The father smiled widely, asking what was better for him. Lloyd noted that it was hard for him to say. The woman looked at her husband in bewilderment, asking why he did not watch TV, noting that they say on it that it does not help. The man said that it helped him a lot when he was younger. The mother approached her son, telling her husband to step aside, because in such moments it is necessary for all the harmfulness to come out of him, and then he will feel better. The protagonist closed his eyes when his mother put her hand on his stomach. The woman smiled widely, asking that he trusted her. Lloyd opened his eyes slightly, looking at the woman. The protagonist's mother swung her fist. Lloyd asked what she was going to do. The mother's fist approached the protagonist's body. Then she hit her hand, which was lying on Lloyd's stomach, with all her strength. The main character's eyes widened. Then he pressed his lips together and puffed out his cheeks. A beautiful rainbow was visible above the sea. A huge monster was puffing out its cheeks, waving its tentacles. The young master swam up to the monster's face. He wondered what made him feel so much better that time and whether it would help the octopus. The master bared his teeth and frowned, wondering if such methods were even legal and whether they would work. The master remembered his smiling mother. The woman asked him how he felt and that she simply had magical hands, noting that he was studying natural sciences, and in order to understand whether something works or not, he must try everything on himself. The master looked away with a serious look, his mouth wide open. He called out to the swordsman. The knight gritted his teeth, pushing the underwater city. Lloyd stated to use the aura on the tips of the octopus's tentacles, but not too hard so as not to pierce them. Xavier nervously clenched his teeth, saying that he was too busy right now. The underwater city continued to fall to the ground. Ladida swam up to the city, resting her hands on it. She looked ahead furiously, shouting at her people to prepare a charge. The mermaids began to swim towards the huge sphere. The old woman said to use the stamina from their training and the usual relaxation from going to the sauna. The mermaids stopped the city with their own strength. Then they pushed off from the water, lifting it up. Xavier spread his wings. Then he soared above the city on them. The knight flew towards the huge monster. A white aura emanated from the swordsman. The blue-haired boy swung his blade, using the explosion skill. He directed the aura threads towards the octopus. The huge monster continued to wave its tentacles in pain. The threads attached themselves to the tips of the tentacles. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Then it slightly opened its mouth and burped. The young gentleman looked at the monster with a confident look, noting that in a normal situation, for a better effect, they would have to tie up its tentacles and then pierce them. But now this would be enough, noting that whether it was frightened by pain or not, but he managed to burp, which meant that stage 1 was complete. The young gentleman opened his mouth wide, saying that now was the final blow. The master took his hand with the shovel behind his back. Huge animals appeared behind him, puffing out their cheeks. The master looked ahead with concern, telling the guys that since they were not sitting in his bosom now, their effect did not spread and they needed to quickly finish it off completely. Hippo spread his arms to the sides, puffing out his cheeks and stomach. Teapot pounced on Hippo, after which a stream of water shot out of the hippopotamus's mouth. The animals curled up into a ball, heading towards the octopus. The huge monster watched what was happening. Then he closed his eyes. The octopus waved his tentacle, beating off the little animals. The main character was lying on the belly of the little animal. Then he swung his shovel, using the explosion skill. The explosion threw the guys to the side of the monster. The young gentleman bared his teeth and widened his eyes. The little animals curled up into a ball, approaching the body of the monster. The guys struck the body of the octopus. The monster widened its eyes. Then he opened his mouth, when bubbles began to appear from it. The bubbles began to spread into the sea. A certain figure began to be visible behind them. Xavier began to reach for the seahorse figure. Then he grabbed it. The young gentleman smiled happily and clenched his hand into a fist, noting that they had succeeded. The octopus swam above the city with a relieved look. The system notified that he had received a new title, the Doctor of the Sea Village. The effects of the title: he can breathe freely underwater, and he has access to the special skill punch in the stomach. The huge monster turned his attention to the side, after which he suddenly rushed towards the underwater city. A system window appeared with a description of the special skill punch in the stomach. He can punch any living creature in the stomach underwater, and with this blow make them empty the contents of their stomach. The huge octopus again covered the underwater city with its tentacles. The mermaids began to joyfully rejoice, raising their fists up. The main character was contentedly holding a figurine of a seahorse in his hand, saying that it certainly looked like a key for a well. The main character turned his attention to the Queen of the Tritons when she called out to him. Ariel looked at the young master with a slight grin, noting that upon closer inspection he had a manly face. The master looked at the girl in surprise. Ariel smiled widely, stating that he was the one who made them stronger and even protected their home. The queen beamed with joy, raising her hands up. The system announced that a new race was discovered. The ancient octopus and the sea people accepted him as a true friend. He received bonus RP. The amount of RP is 2565. The master watched in surprise. The system announced that even though the problems initially started because of him, the young master smirked slightly, raising his palm. The system noted that he had no conscience at all. Lloyd asked what was wrong. The system noted that he meant that he acted as if he did not feel guilty at all. The protagonist asked what he said, noting that he really did not understand what he was talking about. Ladida took the protagonist's hand with a wide smile. Lloyd noted that in any case, this time everything could have really turned out worse. The system asked what he suddenly spoke about. The young master noted that he did not know what to do, and he could only try the different methods that his mother and father taught him, and he was sincerely grateful to them. A system window appeared in front of the master's face. The system noted that if he thought so, then he was sure that his parents would be much more grateful to him, asking if he agreed. The main character looked at the system with bewilderment. He stood motionless in front of the system window, noting that he had gone to hell, asking if he could not say such things when he was in a good mood. The brown-haired man pressed his lips, noting that they were already dead, asking how they could be grateful to him. The system stated that he must be really angry. The boy stated that he was, because his words immediately made him regret that he could not do more for them. The master stood with his back, saying that he would not look back, after which he headed to the keyhole, thinking that he should focus on protecting his current family. Lloyd placed the seahorse statue into the keyhole. after which a bright light appeared from the keyhole. A diagram of a building appeared in front of the guys. The brown-haired man looked at the diagram in confusion, wondering what else it was. The diagram showed a stone building. The main character noted that it looked exactly like the Goguryeo tombs. The young master imagined an image of a tomb. He noted that it was a structure that narrowed towards the top in order to withstand a certain weight of one type of pyramid. The system notified him to scan the plan and save the information about Adipoa, the Pearl of Truth. The master flashed his gaze using the scanning skill, after which he looked at the system window, noting that he needed to look. Lloyd's eyes widened in confusion. A system window appeared with a list of key materials. Lloyd wondered what it was that they still needed to collect materials. The system announced that it was the first key material, asking if he was ready to watch the Toranga recordings. The protagonist began to point his finger from side to side while the guys watched him. Rotalua asked the swordsman what he was doing and that he had gone crazy. Xavier noted that he had left the roof a long time ago and there was nothing left to leave with. The protagonist looked at the glowing system window with irritation, after which he smirked slightly, saying that he thought it was completely over there. The master turned his back to the keyhole, telling the swordsman that they had little time and needed to go. Xavier asked where they were heading this time. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown, saying that they were going to the Magentano Palace and the Toranga first key material was there. The weather was clear above the palace. Alicia sat at the table in the office. The queen looked down with a sad look, after which the veins began to diverge from her eye. The queen sat motionless on the chair, breathing heavily. The red-haired girl began to pull the glove off her hand. Swollen veins were visible on her hand. The girl wondered how much more she needed to collect, after which she clenched her hand into a fist, noting that she should not become weak since there was still a little left, and she could do it because she was the queen, the strongest person in this kingdom. Her Highness turned her attention to the door. The assistant said that he would like to report on the progress of trade negotiations with the southern countries. Her Highness said that he could speak. The man stood opposite the queen slightly, leaning over. He said that they had colluded and ignored any of their proposals, and since then their requests have only become crazier. Alicia looked warily at the table. The aide said that other countries were also beginning to put forward unacceptable conditions. Alicia wondered if that was the reason. The red-haired girl imagined the image of the bone dragon. She noted that the banquet they had held to demonstrate Magentano's independence, their reputation had suffered due to the incident with the bone dragon. The girl leaned slightly towards the table, thinking that even though they had said that the bone dragon had been defeated, they believed that they were lying since they could not provide its remains. The queen narrowed her displeased gaze, thinking that in such a situation, some of the nobles might begin to doubt her worthiness, and political squabbles could lead to a fall in their authority on the world stage. Her Highness began to scribble on the paper with a pen. She noted that she could not understand what she could do about it, wondering if they could overcome the crisis. The queen's hand trembled in pain. She thought that she couldn't be weak because she was the queen, and the queen couldn't show weakness. The assistant told Her Highness that Lloyd was requesting an audience. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. After that, she abruptly ran down the corridor. Palace workers were passing by in the corridor. A dim light illuminated the room. Black silhouettes of people were visible in the distance. The queen looked ahead in surprise, noting that this was an annoying person. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in confusion. The red-haired girl noted that he was the one who managed to escape from her grip and the one who did whatever he wanted. The red-haired girl threw herself into the guy's arms, noting that he was the one she needed so much. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in shock. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise at her actions. The silhouettes of the guys were hiding behind the bright sunlight. Lloyd asked her ladyship what she was doing. The red-haired girl looked ahead in shock as the protagonist called her. The young master and the swordsman bowed before the queen. Alicia approached the brown-haired man, asking what he had just said. The protagonist noted that he had simply greeted her, but she had not responded, so he spoke to her again. The protagonist looked at the queen, wondering why she was so out of breath, adding that he doubted she was there to see him. Her Highness looked at the protagonist in surprise, after which she closed her eyes and shook her head in displeasure. Xavier looked at Her Highness with a terrifying look, after which he turned his gaze to the young master. Then he looked back at Her Highness. The queen looked away, embarrassed. The swordsman widened his eyes in bewilderment. He wondered what it was, adding that it was even more incredible than if someone said that the protagonist would become an archangel. Her ladyship crossed her arms over her chest, asking what they wanted from her. The protagonist asked to forgive him. He looked at the girl with a serious look, saying that he would like to dig up a couple of columns under the castle. Alicia raised her eyebrows in confusion. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that in return. Alicia looked at the young master in shock when he said that he would quickly resolve all the problems with the countries that surrounded her. The protagonist looked at the system window with a thoughtful look. He noted that the plan of the Pearl of Truth Adipoa when he clicked on the first key material of Toranga, a screen with information opened for him. The young master looked at the system window in surprise. The protagonist imagined how the mermaids fought with another race. He noted that the great war between races that took place in mythical times was also known as the War for the Possession of Aetipoa. A mermaid was swimming near the pyramid, spreading her arms out to the sides. The main character noted that at the most critical moment, one of the mermaids asked Aetipoa a question. Perhaps it was a question about how to win the battle. Many arrows flew to the side. The arrows destroyed the walls of the pyramid. Lloyd noted that the Titans, who were larger than trees, destroyed the pearl. The shattered walls began to fall to the ground. Lloyd noted that different races began to drag away the fragments of the pearl like trophies. A huge Titan carried stone blocks on his shoulder. The young master noted that some Titan carried a toranga onto dry land. The main character imagined how the warriors raised their weapons up. The master noted that while the Titan was building a kingdom and ruling people, an uprising occurred, which lured him out of hiding. The master imagined the huge blocks standing in the dug hole. He noted that back then, the humans began to build their own castle, and they used the toranga that the Titan had taken out as the foundation of the castle. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The young master noted that right now, Taiyura was located under Magentano Castle. There were tables set with food outside. The two men looked at each other in confusion. The brunette said that he had no idea what the Queen of Magentano was thinking. The old man noted that he agreed with him. The queen was sitting on the throne, holding a blade in front of her. The man noted that last time, she tried to intimidate them by throwing a banquet, but completely disgraced herself when the bone dragon caused a ruckus. Her Highness looked at the people with a confident look. The brunette noted that she looked so confident, asking what she thought that she could deceive them with her confident behavior. The protagonist looked back at the man. The old man asked that they defeated the bone dragon on their own, noting that the level of lies and bluff had reached imperial heights. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He told Yang Yang to come to him. The people raised their heads up. The brunette watched what was happening in horror. A black silhouette of a dragon appeared in the air. The man looked at the dragon in shock, pointing his finger at it. Yang Yang was approaching the ground. The man shouted that it was a bone dragon. The huge dragon landed on the ground with a crash. The people began to run away in panic. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that the bone dragon seemed a little strange. The man looked back in bewilderment. Yang Yang bowed his head to Her Highness. Then he opened his mouth. The huge dragon looked at the queen with a wide smile. The people watched what was happening intently. Her Highness began to extend her hand. She placed her palm on the dragon's face. The people stood motionless, watching what was happening. The man looked at the old man in horror, told him to return to their country and tell them about this and to order them to agree to all the conditions put forward by the Kingdom of Magentano, adding that he should tell them that they have the power that can completely destroy the world if they want to. Alicia kept her palm on the dragon's mouth. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest at the moment when all the people bowed before Her Majesty. The people shouted that they expressed their respect to her, calling her the Great Queen of Magentano. The protagonist looked at Her Highness in surprise. The queen looked at the people with a serious look, saying that in the name of Magentano she proclaims, Lloyd, who made the bone dragon swear allegiance to Magentano, will be given the right of the most respected person. The people looked at the surprised protagonist in shock. The man wondered what this young man had earned so much respect for. The boy wondered what he had become, the owner of a title that essentially put him on the same level as the royal family. The young master widened his eyes in bewilderment. He thought that she had already given him permission to dismantle the castle brick by brick, wondering why he had to go so far. The red-haired girl turned her attention to the protagonist, after which she slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled. Xavier stood behind the protagonist, looking at the queen with a terrifying look. A full moon was visible above the castle. The young master narrowed his eyes at the night, asking that the queen had called him. The swordsman approached the door, saying that she said that she lacked training, and this was a good moment, since he also wanted to ask her something. The protagonist asked what he wanted to know from her. The swordsman looked at the master warily, asking that he didn't feel anything from the queen. The brown-haired man looked at the guy in bewilderment, saying that there was such a thing, something like that she was a queen. The main character with a serious look saw the guy off, noting that he was just saying just in case, so that he checked her left hand and maybe something was wrong with it. Xavier said that he would do, asking that he was going somewhere. The young master thoughtfully looked away. Then he looked at the knight, saying that since he had come all the way there, he wanted to visit his brother. Xavier narrowed his gaze, saying about his brother. The night sky stretched over the city. Sarazad and Julian were standing in the courtyard of the estate. The princess told him to straighten his back, and in this pose, it would be difficult for him to repel the attack. The long-haired girl suddenly appeared behind the guy. The brunette flashed her red gaze. Julian looked at the girl in fear. The brunette kissed the guy on the cheek, saying that he had lost again. The guy closed his eyes in embarrassment, saying that she was very mean. After which he kissed her hand, saying that she had been caught. Sarazad fell to her knees, clutching her forehead with her hand. She said that she was no longer able to fight. Julian asked how she was and that he had won. The protagonist watched what was happening from behind the wall with a stony expression. Sarazad said that this was an ambush on top of an ambush. Julian noted that he would also respond to her attack. The protagonist looked away in displeasure, spitting on the ground. He thought that he would definitely live a better life, which he could not afford as a dirty, terrible and lonely brother, and only aroused pity, adding that he would not get underfoot. The protagonist turned his back to the estate, leaving from there. Julian asked the girl that it was not easy for her to demonstrate the technique of wielding a sword today. The young master turned his gaze to the side. Sarazad said that it was very difficult, but all her fatigue disappeared as soon as she saw his face. The guys were kneeling, pressing their foreheads to each other. The young master imagined the image of his dead younger brother. The master remembered the dead body, Sarazad. The guys smiled happily, pressing themselves to each other. The protagonist looked behind him with a serious look, noting that he will continue to live a happy life because he will give all his strength so that everything remains as it is now. The young master walked along the dark street. The stranger whispered that this scoundrel, and it was all because of him, all because of this scoundrel in the academy. A man in a black robe appeared behind the young gentleman. The man said that if only he hadn't done this. The brunette slightly opened his mouth, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. The protagonist looked back in bewilderment. The stranger attacked the protagonist with a blade. The brunette put his hands in his pocket, walking along the corridor of the building. The students bowed to the passing guys. The brunette noted that Thanas Arslad, the most respected person in the Royal Academy. The brunette pressed his lips. He looked ahead with a cold gaze. Arslad noted that it was him. The brown-haired man looked away with disdain, telling Arslad that it was him. Julian lowered his head, clutching a book to his chest. The brown-haired man said that he had now become the best student of the academy. The brunette looked at the guy with an arrogant look. He noted that he was born a genius magician with exceptional talents, the son of Count Thanas, wondering how he dared to overtake him and become the best student. The student walked past the protagonist's younger brother with a displeased look. He looked at the boy with disdain, said that he did not want to see him at school, although he would not mind looking at him if he were crippled. The brown-haired man looked at the student with horror. The student noted that if he ever caught his eye like that again, then his family would face retribution. Arslad noted that the students, professors, and even the dean bowed before him. The brunette imagined how shackles were put on his neck and his father's neck. Arslad and his father bowed before the queen. Alicia said that the corruption and illegal acts in which he, Count Thanas, was mired were his son. The men looked ahead in horror. The queen declared that for the crime that defamed her name, Alicia Termina Magentano. The student looked ahead in horror, his eyes wide. Her Highness declared that she would deprive him of all his titles and confiscate all his property. Arslad noted that everything had gone wrong. The count held his blade in his hand in front of his son. He said that he was the one who destroyed his family, which had prospered for thousands of years, and now he would pay for it. The count swung his weapon, saying that he should be grateful that everything would end with his death. Arslad opened his mouth wide, shedding bitter tears. The student was tied to a tree at the moment when the weapon was sticking out of his chest. The brunette noted that if his mastery of magic was not so perfect, he would have died there. A purple aura began to emanate from the brunette. The bloody blade fell to the ground, after which the rope tore off the tree. Arslad walked in the heavy rain, noting that he had lost influence and money. The boy with an indifferent expression on his face looked ahead, thinking that he had nothing left. The brunette lowered his head, adding that there was still something that burned and seethed inside him. The brunette bared his teeth in anger, noting that it was a desire for revenge. The protagonist looked behind him in bewilderment. Arslad swung his blade at the protagonist. The young gentleman dodged the mad guy's attack. The brunette looked at Lloyd's hand in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at the guy with an arrogant expression, asking what was wrong with him, after which he began to spin his hand, clenching it into a fist. The protagonist struck the brunette in the face with his fist. Arslad was thrown aside by the blow. The master approached the guy, asking who he was and why he was silent, adding that he should keep silent because it was not like he was burning with the desire to find out anything. The master grinned maliciously, asking that he was the boy who was kicked out of the academy for all sorts of dirty deeds, adding that it was obvious to him, otherwise who else at his age would have tried to kill him in this alley. The brunette looked at the young gentleman with hatred. Arslad hit his hand in a pool of blood, after which he splashed blood towards the main character, telling him to die. Blades appeared from the blood. The main character clenched his teeth. "Get your shovel." Lloyd parried the bloody blades with his weapon, after which he struck the guy, telling him to get it. The brunette bent over the ground, bleeding. The young gentleman asked what surprised him, adding that it may not look like much, but he is an expert in intermediate swordsmanship, and although he was also very surprised, asking what just happened and that he used blood magic. The master looked at the guy in bewilderment, thinking that he had never come across anything like that in the novel. Arslad said that he was a scoundrel. The brunette glared at the master, asking how someone like him could be considered a hero and that he was a respected man, noting that it was simply ridiculous. Arslad added that he knew who the real villain was, the dirty scum of society. The brunette widened his eyes, stating that he was the one who would definitely betray, and he was the one who would kill just to gain benefits from it. The young master looked at the enraged boy in confusion. Xavier asked the queen what she thought of Lloyd. The queen sheathed her blade, stating that he was talented and intelligent to the point that she would like to keep him for herself. The swordsman glared at her highness, asking that this was the only reason she wanted to keep him by her side. The red-haired girl asked that she needed other reasons, noting that he was acting strange today. Her majesty looked away in confusion, saying that he was continuing to talk about something she had no idea about. Xavier asked if there really were no other reasons. Her ladyship asked what reasons and what he meant, noting that he was speaking in riddles again. The red-haired girl looked at the swordsman in surprise. Xavier said that it didn't matter how strong a warrior or hunter was. The blue-haired boy looked at the queen with a serious look, saying that he thought he still needed a place to go back to and catch his breath, and he also needed someone to wait for him there and hug him before going to sleep. Her highness looked at the knight with a worried expression. The protagonist swung his fist with a mad look. He began to beat the boy with fury, sitting on top of him, asking what he was even talking about, noting that he would kick him 30 times and then send him to prison. Arslad's hand twitched in pain. The protagonist asked if he knew why he was doing all this, adding that he was usually not so easily angered, but he was really getting on his nerves. Arslad began to draw signs on the ground with blood. Lloyd noted that there were 12 hits left, or rather 13, and that he was wrong, adding that he would start over. The brunette's face twisted into a mad smile. The young gentleman looked at the guy in bewilderment. Blood began to rise into the air next to them. Bloody whirlwinds appeared in the air. The protagonist watched in horror. A bloody monster appeared above his head. Lloyd said that it came out uglier than him. The monster swung its paw at the protagonist. Xavier pulled out his blade, surrounding it with his aura. Her highness looked at the knight, asking where he was looking in the heat of the fight. The swordsman slightly opened his mouth, saying that he was sorry, after which he spread his wings and rushed into the sky. The blow threw the protagonist aside. Xavier flew through the air rapidly. The monster grabbed the protagonist, bringing him closer to its mouth. The swordsman swung his blade when he appeared next to the bloody monster, after which he dealt many cutting blows. Xavier looked away with a furious look. Arslad watched in horror as his limbs flew off from the blow. Suddenly, tentacles grabbed his neck from behind. At the same time, a guy with a sword appeared above the huge monster. He swung and cut its tentacles with all his might, thereby saving his brunette. His eyes were filled with anger, but his friend was falling down, having lost his arm. Incredible pain was too late, screams were heard everywhere, and the body was flying down at an incredible speed. Literally at the last moment, Xavier was able to save him and picked him up right in the air. When he landed on the ground, he saw his severed hand and tried to reach for it. The blonde at that moment flew down again to finish off the enemy. Then the brunette grabbed his hand along with the dagger, and immediately began to create a bloody funnel around himself. It was very painful for him, but he had to act quickly. Literally a moment later, his body disappeared from this area. Xavier flew there when he noticed the disappearance, but there was no one there anymore, and the thoughts were that this person had completely given away his presence. Then the young man felt incredible anger. The brown-haired man approached him and asked what was that at all? How did this person use this magic? Meanwhile, in some ruins, a pool of blood suddenly appeared, and a second later, a blood whirlwind appeared from this puddle. The brunette was there, was able to move and save himself. But the people in the square were still standing near the pool of blood and discussing what they knew for sure that this guy was expelled from the academy for his misdeeds. But Manny could put what kind of blood magic this was. The brunette at that moment was crawling along the rubble to us and laughingly shouting that he was going to kill someone. Xavier approached the main character and said that he wanted to apologize. He should have stabbed him right away. In response, he heard that now it was too late to rush around. Who knew that he would run away like that? But the brunette was trying to restore his hand at that moment and said that he would never forgive them for this. The main character smiled at his comrade and said that it meant that wherever he was, the great sword master would come to his aid, and he didn't even think that he could appear here. The blonde just lowered his head and said nothing. Meanwhile, their rival somewhere nearby continued to deteriorate from pain and screamed that he was going to finish off his new enemies. Then the main character opened the status window and saw that the number of destinies they had saved was 0. He was very angry at this fact. And then the status changed to -1. Now the young man was not just angry, but simply beside himself. He didn't understand what this meant. Was it really because he came to this world that someone would now die because of him? A comrade stood nearby who was simply silent. Finally, the day came. The guy came like a king and addressed him. There were an incredible number of soldiers around them, but nevertheless, the brown-haired man raised his head and said that it was time for him to start construction, and because of these knights he could not do the work. The girl looked at him and said that when someone threatens a senior official, this is a normal level of security. Then she turned and said to kill anyone who will come close to this person. Her subordinate agreed. Then they heard that it is not worth doing this. He is afraid that in many ways it will only cause more problems. The guy pointed to his friend and said that Xavier is with him. This man alone is worth millions of her soldiers. The woman came closer and said that she understood everything. Then we can study magic and blood. In response, she heard gratitude. Then the guy smiled and thought, what else this man can do? I don't know who can die because of him. But this does not give him peace. He will not be able to solve the problem if he understands how to resist fate. So now we need to focus on Toranga. He raised his hand and shouted that it was time to start. He thought that we need to hurry and figure it out completely, so we must regret moving. If you imagine the diagram, Torang, one of the columns supporting the palace underground, you will have to dig deep and remove one of the columns. Of course, the nobles of the kingdom would never approve of his ridiculous idea, but the queen somehow solved this problem, decorating it as if it were a project to repair the palace. For this she even gathered a whole meeting. In order to minimize damage to the palace, you need to dig in such a way that the undermining comes from the side. And if you are not careful, this can lead to a disaster, or rather to the collapse of the building. So when carrying out such work in the modern world, this problem is solved by strengthening the soil. Then the employees approached them and said that those they were waiting for had finally arrived. Soil compaction could be done using the freezing method, freeze moisture through the release of cold air. And for this you needed a wheel, and in the Night of Iron and Blood an artifact that allows this to be done has long existed. It was a huge device similar to a funnel called the Heart of the Cold. One of the three products, according to rumors, sealed the cold of winter from all over the world was a certain crystal, a powerful strategic weapon long ago given by the royal family and the Ice Dragon as a kind gesture. In the novel, there is an episode where his dark sister uses this weapon and freezes all the enemy soldiers. Thanks to this, you can win the battle faster. And of course, to use such a terrifying weapon, the consent of the nobles is necessary, and to resolve the issue, the queen even had to resort to bribery. Long years to the queen, now in his eyes women have become even better. If you use the power of this artifact and freeze the soil, then you can safely extract the column. Of course, instead of it you will have to create an alternative support, which will also need to be placed there on the side. Meanwhile, Xavier accidentally met one of the guards of this artifact. He inadvertently looked to the side and saw something interesting. The beautiful girl took off her hood and smiled at him shyly. At that moment, the young man also felt shy. Then the girl waved at him and disappeared from there. The main character also came up and said that his friend was a genius. There was nothing shameful in being interested in the keeper of the relic of the kingdom. Then he looked down and added that it was better to go talk to her, probably missed her. The comrade answered what was meant, and then a question came up. What do you think? That shot is blind. He smiled sarcastically and said that by looking straight into the eyes, he can tell what is between them. The chance of making a mistake is zero. His radar detecting lovers is at the peak of its skill. Xavier turned around and thought that this detection ability clearly does not work on him. Then he exhaled and said that he cannot go anywhere when something threatens the life of the main character. In response, he heard that he can deal with this pain in the ass himself. You just need to be careful with the call. And finally got to work with the hamster. Step 1, you need to dig a vertical tunnel and pour a concrete support. When the tunnel was created, Step 2, install an underground refrigerant injection chamber. Outside this chamber stood a huge number of guards. Step 3, the best magicians of the kingdom will control the Heart of the Cold, and the rest must connect the pipes from the Heart of the Cold to the ground to freeze it. The process has finally begun. The cold began to pass into the soil directly through the hole. And Step 4, now you need to dig a tunnel up to the foundation in order to install a new support. This is what the huge hamster did. Xavier looked up and noted that he was coping much faster than usual, and most importantly, the hero emphasized that the faster the better. Then he frowned and thought that time was still passing. We must cope as soon as possible. In fact, there is a way to pull out the column in an instant. It dawned on him that he just needed to do it if you use your ability. And then he hit himself in the face with all his might. The guy raised his head and shouted that it was necessary to prepare the reinforcement and start installing the concrete covering. Meanwhile, the magicians continued to work even harder. One of them was just Xavier's new lover. Behind the girl was a door to the cell, and for some time everything was calm there. But a moment later, blood began to appear, and a couple of minutes later, a bloody whirlwind appeared. It seems the enemy was already there. The brunette appeared in the room in literally a split second with a new prosthesis instead of a hand. A few days ago at night, something happened. Mansions with a left man and said that the son of a village magnate, who came into the world thanks to pure luck, and now what, deserves public trust. It was the Duke of Tuscany, the head of the aristocratic faction, who said that it was dangerous to allow him to remain on the path of success. Because of him, many nobles lost their places. Opposite sat another nobleman, who said that it was true, but due to the full support of the queen, they had no choice but to agree. It even got to the point that she allowed him to use the sacred relics of the kingdom. He had no idea what to do with it. Then the other leaned over and said that he was going to take his book and hide it somewhere far away, on top of everything. He frowned and said that the queen who protects this idiot should also be dealt with. That's how their conversation went. After some time, he became alone and thought that he said so, but his achievements are growing day by day, and his night escort makes any attempts at attack impossible. Someone suddenly approached him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. A man in a robe appeared behind him, clearly frightening this man. He stood up and asked who it was, and the brunette looked up and said that he was the third son of the former duke. Looks, he lives well, used to be an earl, now he has become a duke. The duke jumped up and asked if this guy was really alive, and in response he heard that he didn't even know if it could be called life. And he came closer and added that it seemed like something was bothering him. If Lloyd was the cause of his problems, he could help him, but there was one thing. The young man came closer and said that it seemed like this guy had planned a plan related to the royal palace. Could he hear what exactly? In response, he was told that it was the reconstruction of the palace. Because of it, he even borrowed the Heart of Winter. The brunette came closer and repeated something about the Heart of Winter, and then he began to smile widely. Then he lowered his eyes and said that he wanted to be done a favor. He picked up some bottle and explained that his blood was here. He needed to ask someone to spill it on the floor of the construction site. And then he said that the request had to be fulfilled. Then everyone would know that the guy was true evil. His eyes were filled with madness. The brunette also said that this man should not have been born. Currently, work under the palace continued. Someone approached the young man and said that he needed to tell him something. That you screwed up, and asked if there were any problems with work, and the employee replied that it was not about that. He smiled and said that thanks to the gentleman's help, diplomatic relations had been established, and there he had managed to learn pottery, which was his wife's dream. He had always wanted to express his gratitude to him, and then he laughed sheepishly. Another man came up and said that he had earned a lot of money because he had participated in the gentleman's construction projects. He also thanked him for that, and his son had also begun to learn construction and wanted to be like that man. All these words made the protagonist very happy. He smiled at them and said that the best gratitude was 1,000 gold. The people immediately gave him the money. Then they left happily, but the assistant called him an extortionist. Even the status window wrote that it was robbery in broad daylight, and the thoughts were that he did not think that these people would really give them up. Just the guys were standing near the entrance to the room with the artifact and were discussing that this was a greedy aristocrat in all his glory. But the brown-haired man was trying to justify himself and shouted that he was going to return the money. He was already rich, why would he need such a trifle? The guards who were guarding the room were discussing that it seemed like the shift change had not yet come. They should go and let them, the other agreed. And thus only one person was left to guard the room. He would take out a bottle of blood and look around, and then he threw this bottle right on the ground. And then the eye of the main character's new enemy appeared there. This eye looked around and studied the situation, and then it seeped right into the room with the relic. The girl who had been working on the days suddenly turned around and felt something. At that moment, a maddened brunette was already standing behind her. His presence was also heard and felt by the main character and his assistant. The question arose what happened. Xavier looked away in fear and said that this was the same person. The mages were already fighting him at that moment and asking who it was. But the guy himself skillfully dodged the projectiles and approached them. The main character immediately ordered his servants to quickly go and protect the Heart of Winter, and he rushed off. True, their enemy had already launched the first attack on the mages at that moment. Huge bloody projectiles flew like arrows at the guardians. Suddenly, the brunette managed to activate the shield and the iron wall in order to protect them. True, it was useless because it was immediately broken through, and it turned out that the target of these projectiles was not people, but the crystal itself. Finally, Xavier burst into the room. The crystal was still in place at that moment, and a second later it began to emit incredibly strong energy. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what was happening. Had the enemy already disappeared? But suddenly something dawned on him. One of the defenders of the crystal was a girl who he felt sympathy for. Her strength was already running out at that moment, and then the blonde turned around and thought that the power of the crystal had burst out. Lloyd was standing nearby and shouted that he shouldn't come near him. The guy covered his face with his hand and shouted that he needed to hold back the Heart of Winter. The servant turned around and tried to object to him, and the brown-haired man got even angrier and shouted that he just needed to be trusted. Because of this, Xavier turned around and flew towards the crystal. A moment later, he was right above him. The girl then raised her hand and turned to him, tried to stop him. But it was too late. The young man spread his wings and wrapped them around the crystal. It was incredibly difficult for him at that moment, and his thoughts were that this was the power of the highest dragon. He would not be able to hold it back for long. A status window appeared where it was written that the blessing effect was activated. His hands were cold, his feet were also cold. Even in severe cases he would not suffer from hypothermia. Meanwhile, Lloyd was moving along the tunnel and thought that maybe everything was fine with him, but the workers would not stand this. He gritted his teeth and thought that although he was not a warrior of justice, he was not of the breed to live for the sake of saving others. He had to return 1,000 gold at the same time. And then an enemy appeared behind him. The guy turned around, but it was too late. The enemy's dagger entered his abdomen. The brunette raised his eyes and ordered him to show his true face. Lloyd did not understand what was happening and began to scream. And then something completely strange happened. His face changed, swollen, and veins appeared around his eyes. And a moment later, the brunette found himself on some strange military field. They shouted at him and said that there was little time. Why was he suddenly making such a noise? The young man turned around and looked back. The main character was approaching him there, who said that everything needed to be turned into a desert, get the materials, and that would be the end of it. Then he began to smile sarcastically and said that they had a special power for this. Meanwhile, Xavier was still holding the crystal. His strength was already running out, and the girl stood below and continued to watch what was happening. She helped him as best she could and decided to use fire. Thanks to this, a huge fiery whirlwind appeared around the crystal. The girl clenched her teeth and used all her strength. But the blonde stretched out his hands and realized that thanks to the lady he could endure a little more. But what was the point of simply suppressing the force? What about his comrade? The main character was fighting a brunette nearby. From incredible pain, he began to scream, and the enemy laughed and said that ancient black magic had overtaken him. The curse of the approaching darkness was now on him. Then he looked at him and said that if there are even drops of darkness in the human body, they multiply endlessly and dominate the inner self. Then he continued to laugh and asked how the main character could gain the respect of others. It was better not to make him laugh, to sink to the very bottom and show all this evil, to reveal his true nature. The brunette was still in great pain and heard how the curse of this world was sent to him. Finally, the two found themselves in the void. He came closer and asked how much time the brunette spent in the kingdom of mermaids. Why build a sauna and spend so much time to appease the mermaids? Then he began to laugh and said that there was a faster way. He jumped up and began to look around, but saw nothing. And then a dragon appeared below and said that if he had called him, it would not have taken a day. There was no need to ask permission from the king of the mermaids. The dragon immediately swallowed a huge crystal. Isildo attacked the monster below them, but the main character said that fear is an excellent means of communication. The brunette stood nearby and did not understand what was happening. In front of his eyes, Xavier attacked the queen underwater, and the guy asked if the mermaid queen could compete with him. And then he showed the captured inhabitants of the kingdom, added how long it would take to subdue them, maybe an hour if they could hold out, and then 2 hours. Then he showed him the palace and asked what about the column, do they really think that it is enough to just move the castle? He came closer and explained that if he simply destroyed it, perhaps he would have already restored Aotearoa. The brunette looked at him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then he looked up and asked how one could do something like that. Many people would suffer, they would be sad. The main character looked at him and asked what difference did it make. Then he said something that scared the guy even more, that these people were not his family. Then he looked down and said that his precious people and strangers clearly had different prices. Tears immediately began to flow from his eyes and the question sounded, is he really going to lose everything? At that moment, photos of his parents appeared under the brunette's feet. An incredible fear was read in his eyes. First, he looked at the man, then at the woman. A moment later, the young man lowered his head and simply fell silent. The world around him at that moment literally began to collapse, and also acquire red hues. Everything around was shaking and slowly turning into his personal hell. And the young man's eyes were filled with madness. The brown-haired man extended his hand to him and said that he had to go and save those he loved. And after these words, the enemy really went in his direction. He extended his hand, and then the guys hugged each other. For some time they stood there and did not move. Then the brunette raised his head and said a question, is he really scared? Then he hugged him tighter and said that everything was fine. Summer pushed the main character away from himself. He looked at him with a smile and said that everything could be solved. It is better not to act on your principle. He frowned and added that these two were simply omnipotent. And suddenly Lloyd found himself alone, and the sky above was clear. In the distance, it even seemed like the sun had appeared. Its bright rays illuminated everything around. And he found her, smiled and agreed with this statement. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the crystal was spreading its powers more and more. The guy finally came to his senses. The brunette looked at him and did not understand what was happening. And he turned around and with all his appearance it seemed that now everything was fine. Then he began to shout that the inner core was still a monster. Then he grabbed the enemy by the collar. Then he swung and said that at the same time, inside and out, he was the same. and a moment later, with all his might, he punched him in the face. The blow was so strong that his opponent flew far back. The queen at that moment was already approaching them and shouting that she did not understand how much time had passed. One of the soldiers explained that it was already about 5 minutes, but the cold there was so strong. Literally a huge column of this icy wind rose from the tunnel. People shouted that just approaching the place could lead to frostbite. Only one of them was not stopped. The queen, despite the words of her subordinates, jumped there and flew down. Then she landed and thought that the main character is the most capable servant. She should not lose him for anything. Then she got up and shouted at his servant. He turned and said that his lord was inside. Then the queen wrapped her cloak around him and went forward to save him. A silhouette appeared in front of her. It was a man, not the duke's son. Probably this was his doing, she thought. Then the girl frowned and saw something else. In the distance there was a silhouette of a man. And it turns out that it was the main character who was saving other victims. His eyebrows were almost covered with frost, and his cheeks were so red from frostbite. The others there made a fire, sat nearby and discussed that the student had finally come. Had he really returned because he hadn't come out again? And the boy exhaled and said that everything should work out. After which the man laughed and asked if he was really thinking of leaving, allegedly because the work was hard, and in response he heard that he was in no position to leave. Then his uncle hugged him and asked where his confidence had gone. Even though the student had lost everything, everything was cool. Everyone on the site liked this guy. He always smiled and encouraged others. He was so positive. At the same time, he was the infamous dad of geese. And then an accident happened. The man fell off a huge support and could no longer walk. The reason was clear. The young man ran up to him and tried to help, but it was too late. Everything was collapsing due to worn out equipment, but no one was held responsible for it. The construction company, the contractor, and the customer only passed the buck. And when the ambulance took this uncle away, the young man's thoughts were only about what stage. Why no one would answer for this when my prophet was in front of them? Panada screamed about their rights. And now they will completely ignore their guilt? This thought really scared him. Well, what can he do himself? And when he walked forward inside the tunnel, he thought that, in fact, if something like this happens in his sphere, he might be one of those who escapes. True, now the young man brought in the victims despite his own injuries. The queen ran up to him and tried to help. She immediately took off her cloak and wrapped it around the guy. Her thoughts were only about the fact that there was almost no mana left in his body. Did he really give all the work? And the main character himself was barely coping with the cold, and it turns out he was enduring all this cold only due to the warmth of his body. Suddenly the brown-haired man spoke and said that there were 8 more people inside. There was danger there. But the woman replied that first of all they had to save him. Then she picked him up in her arms and carried him out of there. Despite the fact that the young man was shouting about saving the workers, the queen still ran and shouted that they had to trust her. Finally, an exit appeared in front of them. The girl began to jump from place to place and get out of there. It took them some time, but finally the exit was already closed. When the queen jumped out, everyone around began to shout that Her Majesty was finally here. And the woman herself got up and headed back, despite the questions where she was going. While she was flying down, people tried to stop her, but it was too late. She left the main character on the street. People decided to first take care of the day and bring a bigger blanket. It was unclear at all how this person survived. Lloyd himself was lying on the ground and thinking that he trusted the blessing, hoping that he was completely immune to hypothermia and his body would not freeze. And now he was lying under the sun rays and realized that he felt warm. Perhaps he could finally rest. The queen was still making her way inside the tunnels at that moment. Suddenly, a huge lump appeared in front of her. It was a hamster, which warmed the rest of the workers with its warmth. The people above were slowly helping the survivors, finally carrying out 2 more while asking to stop the queen so that she would not return to the tunnel. The young man was lying on the ground at that moment and continued to reason about the fact that this girl was simply the best. As expected from a sword master, Xavier would block the cold. He would definitely succeed. The queen immediately jumped out, shouting that they should not go there anymore. How can you risk your own life for the sake of ordinary people? And the woman raised her head and shouted that everyone should shut up. If these people were there, they would not say such things. Finally, Lloyd closed his eyes and decided to rest, dream about how he would fool around on his estate, just do his favorite thing, and joke with this guy Xavier. But then his eyes opened. The crystal below began to work with even greater force. And at the same time, the main character's assistant was inside, along with the page. Just at that moment, the queen jumped out again, shouted that they pulled out the last one. Only the girl turned around, gave the hamster and said that there were still a few people in the freezer. And a second later, an ice explosion occurred. Everyone was surprised and did not understand what was happening, how it happened. And the cold energy began to spread throughout the kingdom. The building immediately began to freeze, covered with ice. Residents who were on the street felt an incredible cold. And a huge dragon appeared in the sky in front. This beast was spewing cold and spreading it everywhere. But at some point, it seemed to start feeding on the cold and energy from underground. Therefore, everyone near the tunnel had to turn around and run away, while hiding all the citizens and a mid-level sword expert had to carry the wounded. While the queen was running, she noticed something. Right in front of her stood the main character, who had gained strength and was about to go into battle. The girl noticed this and began to scream for him not to come closer and run back. And the young man stretched out his hands and refused, said that he could not lose what belonged to him, and activated emergency resuscitation. Suddenly, his hand began to absorb all this energy, and the queen ran closer and told him to stop. A person cannot absorb so much mana. However, everything around immediately began to thaw, and literally in a few minutes, the energy was leaving the kingdom. Then the girl turned around and looked up. A huge loop of cold had formed above them, and a second later, this loop turned into nothing. Only one last projectile was heading towards the main character, and then it turned into a piece of ice. Finally, everything calmed down, the sun's rays enveloped the city. Only snowflakes continued to melt in the air, the danger had passed. Meanwhile, the queen was still next to the main character and could not move from surprise. In front of the day was a huge ice statue. The rest of the subjects also could not believe what was happening. One thing was good, the man, because of whom all this happened, turned into the same statue. Fortunately, Xavier and Shiruya were able to survive. They sat in shock on the floor near the pedestal and realized that the heart of the servant simply disappeared. At the same moment, the ice figure that remained of the main character began to crack at the seams. Meanwhile, people in the city slowly began to come to their senses and asked if everything was okay. They had to hurry and save the people inside. The mages who remained below also shouted that everyone was safe, but how did they survive in such cold? One of them raised his hand and said that he thought he was going to die when he felt his body freezing, and then suddenly the cold disappeared. He added that it was as if something had taken away all the frost. He did not yet know that the brown-haired man had saved them. And Xavier had already risen up and saw this whole picture. His eyes were filled with horror, and the girl behind was very scared. And the queen was also watching all this. She still could not move from surprise. Then she gathered her strength and nevertheless approached him. The girl was literally shaking with surprise and fear. Then she stretched out her hand and tried to touch the young man. And a moment later she completely grabbed his palm with her shaking hands. And suddenly the woman felt some knocks. It immediately dawned on her that the young man was not dead yet. So she turned around and shouted that this guy's heart was still beating. Xavier heard this surprise and couldn't even move. At the same moment, other subjects ran up. The queen ordered him to carefully carry him, and another to melt the ice with her mana. The main character himself was conscious, literally locked in his consciousness. He hung like a doll in captivity and thought that he was very cold. His teeth clenched, his eyes watered, and his thoughts were, what is this? What is he even doing here? And suddenly they came up to him and said that his heart was this shape. This is the only thing that still moves in his body, the heart. Then some strange drop flew up and said that he was still alive only because of this body, so he should be grateful. And when asked what kind of fucking monster it was, the drop got upset and started screaming that it was a heart, a cold heart. Then it turned upside down and showed him its shape, but the young man noted that it was an obvious ass. Zadie frowned and asked what the snowy ass was doing in his body. In response, he heard what a stubborn guy he was, and he still continues to insist on his own. At that moment, the heart flew even closer and said that it was here because it had absorbed it, although to be precise, it was the guy who had absorbed it. And then he raised his paw and added that it wasn't even funny. The great dragon had been accumulating strength for 100 days before absorbing the cold heart he had created. Even if he had sucked it out until his body exploded, does he think his strength would have decreased by at least 1/1000th? And suddenly the heart of the cold said that he felt a special power in him. He had a heart that looked like a dragon, and a tail and wings appeared around the main character. He was surprised and thought that one of his skills was half human, half dragon, so as a grandfather, the dragon also felt favor towards him. The heart flew closer and said that this was not all. This guy did not hesitate when he sacrificed himself, and this is amazing. Immediately, thoughts appeared in his memories about how he saved the workers at the cost of his own life. And so the droplet frowned and said that she wanted to watch until the end and see what such a person would achieve. Brown-haired sighed and asked what other sacrifice. He just did not want to be judged later. The droplet smiled and said that this was enough. Then she added that this was all, and thus attracted attention to herself again. Spewing out strange energy, she began to rise upward. And then she enveloped the main character with her power, and suddenly his body began to shine brightly. The status window immediately appeared, which became one with the sacred artifact of the dragon, the heart of the cold, but the skills flourish under the influence of powerful forces that freeze everything, and a new skill appeared, freezing time. Finally, the brown-haired man woke up in bed. He was very surprised and thought, what kind of time freezing is this? It's just incredible. And in the status window it was written that it can stop the flow of time. The caster can also designate an area free from freezing. The size of the frozen area is determined by the total amount of mana of the caster, and in the unfrozen area, time will go on as usual. He continued to lie for some time and thought that this option is relevant for 1 year. If the caster leaves the unfrozen area, the action will lose its power. It turns out that something like this is possible. Freeze time and build something at the speed of light. Immediately began to laugh with crazy eyes and received a notification that he only thinks about his construction. Then the young man clenched his fist and decided that this was an excellent insurance. Even if the beginning of the unfortunate fate could not be stopped, he could freeze time and try other options. The only problem was the 3,000 points needed to use the skill, but the balance was 2665. Because of this, the guy was upset and thought that he had been too lazy to save them lately. He needed to pay more attention to this because it would be nice to get some incredible special move. The problem he faced was, he turned around and saw someone nearby. The queen was sitting on a chair and his loyal subject was sitting next to the bed. As soon as Xavier tried to pronounce his name, the young man shut him up. Then he showed that he needed to be quiet. Then he looked at the queen. The woman was still sleeping at that moment. The main character moved closer and said that he needed to listen to him carefully. He prepared the super weapon of this kingdom. It was the same as stealing a nuclear weapon from a country, and in any case, the death sentence was coming for this. Then he frowned and said that they had to get out of there. The blonde looked up and answered whether this would definitely solve the problem. It would be possible to earn a conflict with the kingdom. How was he going to fix everything? And the brown-haired man with shaking hands said that he had a plan. After all, everyone saw how he failed. In response, he heard that judging by his look, everything was already lost. Moreover, this was said by the queen, who woke up and added that it was too late to run. The main character immediately fell at her feet and began to say that he did not voluntarily absorb the heart of the cold. What happened was not his fault, and he received the question what solution he came up with. She lowered her eyes and said that she roughly understood what happened. The problem is that even if the wine and what is happening is a separate party, and it is this person who is responsible for borrowing and managing the heart of the cold. The young man was already starting to cry and thought that it was all because of this crazy idiot. After he looked up and asked what happened to him, in response he heard that it was the son of the former duke, although he survived when the cold disappeared and was subsequently arrested and burned at the stake. The queen immediately remembered this process, and she also said that this man was a pretty strong guy. Even during the execution he continued to laugh, but she assures that he turned to ashes in front of her eyes. Then she closed her eyes and said that it did not matter anymore. Then the girl smiled and said that she was glad that the main character was okay. This news surprised and confused him at the same time. The guy embarrassedly asked what it was, something with his heart because of that blue ass. The answer from the inside was that it was not an ass but a heart. The status window also intervened, which said that honestly, it really looked more like a flying ass. The heart asked what again, ordered everyone to shut up. And the brown-haired man lay on the floor and thought how noisy it was. You can go crazy like that. The queen at that moment spoke to him again and said that she regretted one thing very much, that she had not managed to find out about the blood magic that this man used. Even under torture he quickly recovered, and the confession spell was useless. She wanted to learn more about this and dangerous magic. Lloyd then looked up and said that he had heard something from him. This guy had stabbed him in the side with a knife soaked in purple mana, and for some time had been under the influence of the curse of absorbing darkness. The woman was very surprised when she heard this, and even more so when the guy added that in a place similar to a nightmare, the other he had spoken about ordinary things. Suddenly the girl stopped him. Then she came down and asked him to tell her more about it, and then she began to take off her glove. The guy was very surprised by what he saw. Her hand was also soaked in this spell. Night had fallen. The queen was moving around her castle. Then she lowered her eyes and thought about something. A strange energy began to leak out from under the door next to her. That's why the woman immediately went in that direction. She opened the room and saw something. There was emptiness, in the middle of which stood a girl and around lay corpses. The woman lowered her eyes and was very upset. Apparently, her murdered relatives were lying on the floor, and the girl in the middle was herself, who turned around and said that nothing could be changed. Then she turned around even more and added that her brothers decided to kill her. Her mother and father were also killed by these people, so her brothers did all this. And when the queen came closer, she saw her entire family in the reflection, heard that these people had always been kind to her, but it was all a lie. The eyes of the second incarnation were mad. The girl turned around and said that you can't trust anyone, you have to kill all of them first. Then she raised her head and shouted that Lloyd should do the same, because she knew perfectly well what danger this man posed. Letting someone into her heart again, had she really gone crazy? At that moment, the queen simply listened as they asked her if she was afraid that she would be betrayed again. And then she screamed that she thought people would respect her only because they considered her a merciful queen. All these subjects could stab her in the back at any moment, so she had to fight and kill everyone. The baby came closer and closer and screamed that they had to suppress them with fear and not allow anyone to stand up to them. and then the queen embraced her externally. She closed her eyes and replied that she shouldn't make such an angry face. Then she squatted down and asked if she understood correctly that the baby was sad and scared. They hugged for some time, and the queen told her that sometimes it was okay to be weak. And then she started crying. And then the second incarnation literally dissolved. The queen sat there for a few more minutes and thought about everything that had happened. And even being in her bed afterwards, she still couldn't let go of the thought of it. Finally, her hand acquired a normal shade and the curse was not the same. Alicia looked at it for a long time, as if she couldn't tear herself away. And then she remembered how not long before the main character said that he didn't know exactly how he overcame it, he just admitted the truth. He lowered his head and said that sometimes people harbor evil thoughts, sometimes they become weak. If they try to ignore it, heart problems will accumulate. And the girl came closer to him and said that this guy even knows about heart problems. He, without raising his head, replied that he only did a little research, but this disease can be worse than you can imagine. And then the queen thought about confessing. But now she was already lying in her bed and realized that this confession helped her too. Then she exhaled and said that she was ashamed that she was in his debt again. The next day, nobles were heading towards her, shouting that the trial of this man would soon begin. Members of the aristocracy had to come as soon as possible and said that finally something useful had been done after death. Another approached him and added no matter how the queen protected him, this would be enough to finish him off. In response, he heard that this was true. The young man neglected the management of the sacred object of the kingdom and became the cause of its loss. And then the duke began to laugh, said no matter what contribution the main character made, whether he was even of the lowest rank. After some time, the defendant was finally brought into the room. The queen stood up and said that from now on, following the sacred law of the kingdom, his trial begins. And she added that this trial is conducted at the legal request of the aristocrats. The House of Lords will personally prove his guilt as a jury. They looked at him like vultures. And the girl lowered her head and mentally apologized to him, thought that whoever she was, she could not ignore the law at will. At least she would help him avoid severe punishment. The young man himself at that moment simply stood and looked down. Outside the room was Shiruya, who shouted that this was simply ridiculous. There was another culprit, because of whom the hearts of winter were broken, and this man defended the city. Xavier then knew with her and answered that nevertheless, the Lord was the one who forced to take the heart of winter outside, and he is responsible for the fact that he could not stop the criminal. In response, he heard that it was far-fetched. Then the young man turned around and said that there was no need to worry too much, everything would be fine with the Lord, and the girl shouted that the House of Lords hated him. How could it be fine? Then his servant turned around and answered that the whole point was that the Lord said that everything was under control. The lords inside were extremely unfriendly. They said that it was necessary to listen to the defendant. He dared to ask for a sacred object of the kingdom. Their House of Lords and Her Majesty the Queen granted this request because of their faith in him and the mercy of the Queen. What can one argue about at all in this sacred court? At that moment, the brown-haired man decided to get something from his square. There was a bottle from under the enemy's blood. The man looked at it at first, did not understand what it meant. But the young man began to smile and show him this vessel. At first, the Lord did not get it, and then a cold sweat covered him along with the realization. It was this bottle that was handed over to the guard with the words that it was necessary to pour it out in front of the room, and where the heart of winter is, he, a humble soldier, will be paid well-deserved compensation. The Lord got angry and thought how this man could find a vessel in this house, and the young man himself with the face of a winner continued to show him the bottle. Then he remembered how he went down with his subordinate and said that it was absolutely safe here. The brunette definitely could not have entered here himself, apparently teleported, used his blood. Then he smiled and said that then there must be someone who opened the way for him. If they find this evidence, they will be able to cancel the trial. Most likely, one of the nobles did it, who hates him. And then he took out the guy's small animals and his cloak. He raised his hand and ordered them to go search. As a result, now in his hand was that very vessel. The Lord said in a trembling voice that in any case it was such a trifle, a betrayal. And while the guy was twirling the flask in front of him, he said that the control of the object and responsibility. Lloyd continued to make faces, and the man raised his head and saw something. That same soldier was standing above him. The thing is that before that, the young man came to the main character and said that he could not even imagine that something so big would happen, so he would help the gentleman who saved his life. And at that moment Lloyd was beside himself with happiness, and the Duke raised his head and said that he had not made a single mistake. Then he smiled and added that it was done, but who is the main character anyway? A living legend who made a huge contribution. And with incredible happiness, he began to say that the young man put so much effort into facilitating movement around the city, just a hero who stopped a man trying to kill Her Majesty the Queen, surprised the world, and created a beautiful garden. The Queen herself did not understand anything at that moment. and the main character literally kissed about protecting the queen from the attack of the bone dragon, showed the whole world that the dragon became a servant of the kingdom, and began to jump in different directions, when the Lord added that thanks to this it was declared that the kingdom was the strongest in the world. Then he raised it in his hand and looked sternly at the Duke, thought that he would save him only once, because he knew what would happen if he let him down. And the man practically cried with a smile on his face and asked to let him say that this man was not just an accused, he was just a hero among heroes.